Bom dia a todos. Vamos para o segundo dia do nosso evento e com muita alegria nós vamos receber hoje o dia todo o professor Eric Tarride, da McMaster. Eu vou ler aqui um pouco das informações, pequenas de informações sobre a experiência dele, também grande, enorme, como a professora Errana. Eu tenho certeza que vocês vão aproveitar muito conhecimento. Bom, então o professor Jean, ele tem formação como economista da saúde, ele é professor de economia da saúde e gestão de tecnologias da saúde na Universidade McMaster, no departamento de métodos, evidências e impacto de pesquisa em saúde. Ele também é membro associado do departamento de economia da Universidade McMaster. E em reconhecimento a esse trabalho em avaliação de tecnologias de saúde, ele foi premiado com a cátedra McMaster em gestão de tecnologias em saúde. O professor ele é diretor do Centro de Economia e Análise de Políticas de Saúde, que eles chamam de CHEPA, da Universidade McMaster. É um centro de pesquisa interdisciplinar com 27 membros do corpo docente da Faculdade de Ciências da Saúde, Faculdade de Ciências Sociais, da Escola de Negócios da Universidade McMaster, que promove a excelência em investigação, educação e serviços relevantes para as políticas para informar sistemas sociais e de saúde justos e sustentáveis. Ele é diretor do Programa de Avaliação de Tecnologias em Saúde, que é o PAF, do Instituto de Pesquisa do Hospital St. Joe's, e esse programa consiste em várias ações na área de pesquisa, em avaliação econômica e avaliação de tecnologia em saúde. Os principais interesses de investigação centram-se em métodos para avaliação econômica de tecnologia e programas de saúde, geração de evidências do mundo real e reavaliações. Durante seus 20 anos na PAF desse programa, e na Universidade McMaster, ele projetou e conduziu vários ensaios pragmáticos e avaliações de tecnologias de saúde para informar o CADIT, o Comitê Consultivo de Tecnologia de Saúde de Ontário, e o Ministério da Saúde e Cuidados de Longo Prazo de Ontário sobre o reembolso e difusão de tecnologias médicas em Ontário. O professor Jean é autor de mais de 200 artigos de periódicos revisados por pares relacionados a avaliações econômicas de programas de saúde e colaborou com sucesso com médicos acadêmicos, fornecendo liderança econômica e mais de 100 subvenções revisadas por pares em projetos. Ele recebeu diversas bolsas do Instituto Canadense de Pesquisa em Saúde, do Ministério da Saúde, Cuidados em Longo Prazo de Ontário e de outras agências de financiamento público. Além de sua experiência acadêmica, o professor trabalhou por mais de 10 anos na indústria farmacêutica, em diversas funções, incluindo diretor de Economia da Saúde e de reembolso da AstraZeneca, no Canadá, e gerente sênior de pesquisa da Pfizer, no Canadá. Ele continua atuando como consultor para a indústria de 2017 a 2022, ele foi membro principal do painel de revisão de especialistas em tecnologia de saúde do CADIT, que é a Agência Canadense de Avaliação de Tecnologia de Saúde, que presta consultoria sobre os reembolsos de tecnologia não medicamentosas no Canadá. E desde setembro de 2022, ele é membro do Comitê Consultivo do CADIT, que é para Post-Marketing Drug Evaluation, e um novo comitê para monitorar o impacto das tecnologias de medicamentos depois de terem sido financiadas pelos governos. Ele também foi membro do painel de orientação econômica Pan-Canadian Oncology Drug Review de 2015 a 2017. Viram? Longo!
Thank you, Maria. My English is one page. Well, 3 pages, yeah. 3 pages, like in French. So I'm from France. I want first to thank Maria for this nice introduction, but also I want to thank Juliana, the foundation, and the hospital to help Maria coming to Canada. I still remember when the first day she came from my class. I'm from Brazil. Brazil, wow! Can I come to Brazil? And here we go. So I also like to thank everyone who organized this workshop. There was a lot of work and a lot of people working make sure it goes well, and so thanks for everyone. I'm really delighted to be here today and to share my experience with health technology assessment. And I hope it's just really to start a great collaboration. I want to say it's my first time in Brazil. I really love it. I feel so welcome. People have been so nice, so kind. And I really feel so lost. So thank you. So obrigado, mucho. Also, this is a presentation I sent yesterday to Maria. And last night and this morning I put a lot of pictures. Because Monday we went for a jeep tour, so I went to see the sleeping giant, I've seen parrots. China, I have a picture of China. So now I'm addicted. And so I'm going to come back. I'm not sure I'm going to do it when I'll be back in Canada. I'm not going to see her. So thank you so much. So we're going to talk. So it's not my last presentation, but I've made some little changes. So in some cases, I'm going to, so first, I'm from Hamilton, Canada, that's McMaster University. Yesterday, Dana talks a lot about, the concept of evidence-based medicine. He comes from McMaster. What people may not know is like a lot of methods we have for the economic evaluation of healthcare programs, called also from McMaster. This is a book that all students know is called the Blue Book because it's blue. It's like method for the economic evaluation of healthcare programs. The 3 out of 5 authors are from McMaster University, also one are from the UK. So today what we're going to, and this is what we're going to talk about this morning, is technology assessment. I'm going to provide some definition, some rationale. I'm going to talk also about the HTA process and the method. So a lot of stuff that Lana talked yesterday about evidence, quality of evidence, grades. I'm going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about meta-analysis. I'm going to go step by step what you do once you meta-analyze data. I'm also going to talk about economic evaluations. I'm an economist. I'm not a clinician, so I work with clinicians. Sorry. Is that better?
Yes.
Thank you. If I'm talking too fast because I'm very nervous, give me the sign, okay? Okay. So, when you talk this morning, will take us, basically 2-3 hours to go through all of that, and I'm going to try to provide you a lot of examples. This afternoon, we're going to talk about hospital-based HTA. We're going to have some Canadian case studies, and we finish about talking about maybe the way I see it, the way people are talking about what is the future of hospital-based HTA. Then we have a video from Dr. Rosella Di. We'll present about the research from the 2023 hospital-based HTA worldwide survey, and then this will be a comparison between Canada and Brazil. And then we'll have a discussion. So in terms of nervous. In terms of format, we'll have short learning session of 10-20 minutes each. I'm going to use a lot of examples to illustrate the concepts, and hopefully we'll have time for open discussions. So because I'm using a lot of examples, I'm going to show you a lot of numbers, tables, and I apologize in advance for those who are in the back. You're welcome to come to the front because sometimes you're going to see small numbers. So if you're on the back, you can move forward and come closer. Maybe somebody be better, especially if you have glasses. Alright, so let's talk. Health technology assessments, some definition and rationale. So first, what's the health technology? People think it's about drugs or medical devices. It's much more than that. It's anything to prevent, diagnose, or treat medical condition. So it could be a test, a device, a medicine, a vaccine, a procedure, a program, or a system intervention. And I do a lot of work on drugs, medical devices, but also evaluated programs, workplace intervention, where we send, for example, nurses to big companies to check employees for blood pressure. And we identify a lot of employees who don't know they have hypertension and cholesterol, but it costs you money to send someone to the workplace and you have to pay nurses. So sometimes we do a lot of these evaluations as well. But today's focus will be mostly on drugs and non-drugs technologies such as medical devices. So there's been many definitions of health technology assessment. This one is, let's say, technology assessment in healthcare is a multidisciplinary field of policy analysis. It's a multidisciplinary field. And I love it. I'm an economist, and what we do as economists is very important. But when we talk about healthcare programs, healthcare intervention, I have to work with clinicians, I have to work with nurses, I have to work with statisticians, sometimes I have to work with ethicists, and so it's like we bring these things together and we try to solve problems using a multidisciplinary approach. So what we do is look at the medical, the clinical benefits. We look also at the economic value of the technology. Should we pay for it? Does it offer good return on investment? But we also look at the social and ethical implications of developing, diffusing, or using health technology. There's another definition, this one is from Europe. It's very similar. HTA is a multidisciplinary process that summarizes information about medical, social, economic, and ethical issues related to the use of health technology. But this definition says it needs to be done on a systematic, transparent, unbiased, and robust manner. Because what you're doing is generating evidence for decision makers to act on and decide to reimburse or not the technology. And this will impact patient outcomes. So it really needs to be very transparent in where you do it and very robust as well. Another definition is from a Canadian definition. Yeah, it's very similar. So it talks about the comprehensive, objective, evidence-based analysis of the clinical effectiveness, cost-effectiveness, and broader impact of drugs, medical technology, and health systems. HT examines technology at all stages of their life cycle, from development to maturity to obsolescence. So this one puts a focus on the life cycle approach. So a lot of time we evaluate technologies before they diffuse on the system. So the ministry can say, yes, no, let's pay for it. But we have to manage the technologies because sometimes they don't perform so well in the healthcare system, also perform very well. But a lot of time we're not re-evaluating all these technologies when they diffuse in the healthcare system. That's why we need to look doing assessment that when they enter the healthcare system, but also 2 or 3 years after, how to say what we have. And sometimes you may want also to remove technologies from the healthcare system because they're obsolete. Right? So there's been all these definitions, and a few years ago, there's been a group of experts came together and came with this new definition. And this new definition is like, yeah, it's a multidisciplinary process that uses explicit methods to determine the value of the health technology at different points of its life cycles. And here by value, we talk about first value, but also the economic values. And we also have to look at any social, legal, or ethical implications associated with the use of the technology. And the purpose, again, is to inform decision making in order to promote an equitable, efficient, and high-quality health system. So why are we conducting HTs? First, there's an increased demand for healthcare due to aging or demographic changes. So life expectancy has increased a lot, and I believe human well-being as well. We have an increased rate of diffusion of new technologies and associated evidence, and now I was showing you the yesterday on every day, says like 45 randomized control trials at our practice. So much evidence, right? Also, technologies are more and more expensive, and for good reason. But I remember when I was at Pfizer, before 2000, something expensive was $2 per day, Canadian dollar. Now, something, $2 per day is cheap. Something we're talking about $500,000 for gene therapy. We're talking about some therapies around $2 million now per year. So you have like all these increased healthcare costs, but at the same time, the governments have no money. So the point is we cannot really pay for everything because we do not have unlimited resources. And the question is like, how do we spend the resources we do have to maximally benefit the benefit of people of Ontario? So this is a call from Health Quality Ontario, which is a body associated with the Ministry of Health. We look at, should we pay for drugs, should we pay for medical technologies for Ontario? And what they say is there's so many technologies, but you cannot pay for everything. So this is another quote from the UK. We say, well, you cannot, healthcare system has to set priorities and make choices. It's not the issue is not whether there are choices to be made, but are we going to make these choices? This is also brings the concept of opportunity cost, because when you have a fixed budget, if you decide to pay for technology A, maybe you cannot pay for technology B, because your budget is fixed. So this is one example from Quebec. This is Quebec, that's the French province of Canada, and it was for drug affinitor for metastatic breast cancer. And here's what they say. Well, this drug is good. It can delay progression of breast cancer for 4 months, and it's clinically significant. And in Quebec, there was estimated so be 440 women who benefit from this technology. And this drug was $6,000 a month, and you take it for 12 months. So the budget for the province was paid for this drug was $17 million. Now, what can you have done with this $17 million? That's the question. So you could have provided nursing home care, because we have nursing home care in Canada for $17,000, or you could have provided long-term care for 300 people, or you could have funded 250 beds for palliative care. So that's the concept of opportunity cost, because my resources are limited. I cannot continue to pay for everything, right? And also new technologies are better for the patient, right? If not, you will not, launch a new medicine, a new technology, it was not better than self-care. It's more expensive. And if you ask the sky what's the limit, then you could pay for everything. You pay for everything. But the reality in Canada, and I believe in a lot of countries, we have a fixed budget, and we have to make choices. And that's where we want to use HTA. So what we do when we do HTA is that, we generate evidence to help decision makers making decisions about what's the best technology to improve health outcomes and deliver value for every dollar invested compared to standard of care. It's not compared to placebo, right? A lot of randomized control trials compared to placebo. In real life, don't patient with placebo. You treat, you have standard of care, sometimes you have one drug, sometimes two, etc. So that's what we want to do. We want to look, how my technology is doing. Is it better for the patient compared to standard of care? Is it worth the investment? Is it effective? That's the first point. We fight for money. It's a second question. Can I pay for it? Right? Because sometimes you may have something good value for money, but there's so many people who receive the treatments that reimbursing for these drugs going to bankruptcy. We also want to look about, who benefit from it. Is it a full population or maybe a certain populations? So the question, and this is in Canada now, it's like also the meetings and seats when we make decisions regarding reimbursing non-drug technologies, we also look about political issues, right? And it's very important. I'm going to have a couple of slides. when we talk about DNA testing, when we talk about gene therapy and all of this. So you always have to see certainly social, legal, or implementation issues when you go into where is the technology and the technology issues in the healthcare system. And what are the perspectives of patients? What are the factors? So let's users that let's go for that first. Should we fund gene therapy? Right. Sometimes hospitals here, we're in hospitals, should we purchase a new PET scanner? Clinicians, should we implement a new care program within their practice? Patient and families also very interesting. And of course, the academic researcher also use HTA. So this is a slide from INATA. INATA is the international network of agencies for technology assessment. You see that this is also red dots. So that's HTA agency, a lot in Europe, a lot in Canada, not so much in the US. But a lot also in Mexico and here in Brazil. But in INATA, you have 53 health agencies that support the health system decision making that affects over 1 billion people in 33 countries. So I know last week, that's a slide comparing, health technology assessment in Brazil. So you have comparing Contexto versus a system in NICE in the UK, CADES in Canada or in Australia. And here I copied the conclusion from the author saying, well, there's a lot of similarities, more similarities and difference between these countries in terms of the processes of these agencies and connected processes. And they conclude saying, Brazil should continue to promote continuous improvement of this HTA process. I was also, when I was prepared, I knew nothing about Brazil. I'm very impressed by it. I said, wow. And yesterday I was talking about fancy statistical methods, and that's very exciting. So I also found there's economic guidelines to do economic evaluation. I'm going to use that. I'm going to present some slide in Portuguese, and so for all of you can make fun of me, I'm going to try to talk Portuguese, okay? And don't laugh. So as also some of you were last week, I believe, at the Congress in Brasilia about HTA. So I was very, very surprised and very, very happy to see HTA so developed in Brazil. So fantastic. And I know some of you were there last week. So thinking, just to wrap up the session about, what's the definition of HTA, why are we doing HTA? It's very clear that now HTA is used in many, many countries to help you make difficult choices. You cannot pay for everything. You wish you could pay for everything. So you have to make choices, and you can use HTA to do that. And it's to find the right balance, right? Sometimes you want to maximize the population health, but you have to move the budget. Does that make sense for a moment? On the slides, the translators, you can understand my French language is weird. All good? I see the green light. Yes, it's good. Any questions so far? Good? Let's move on. I'm going to talk about HTA process and talking about the method. So it's a process. And I'm going to use a slide that I use in my classes, and that shows the process of HTA. Yeah, you go. No. So it's a process, and I'm going to go towards this process first. You need to identify the topic for assessment. You need to define the decision problem. You need to identify the evidence. You need to aggregate and address the evidence. After, we're going to talk about how to synthesize the evidence without using meta-analytic techniques. You need to grade the evidence. So Lana talked yesterday about grade. I'm going to very briefly talk about grade. Sometimes you may want to collect local data because you may find the technologies looks fantastic, but the data has come from China or come from Europe, and you don't know if the technology is going to work on your setting. So you may want to collect some data. And after, and that's where, that's really my expertise, you want to do an economic evaluation. Is it cost effective? What's the value, what's the return of investment if I decide to force this technology, and how much it's going to cost me as a value. And after we talk about some social, ethical, and legal consideration, patient values. And when you look at all of that, you write a big report, and at some point this committee is going to review the findings and make some recommendations. Let's pay for it, but not at the current price, or let's not pay for it. And after, when you make recommendations, it's also very, very important to monitor the impact of your recommendation. So I want to talk about all of that. So I mentioned the process, but it's a multidisciplinary process. So I mean to work with a multidisciplinary. So when you do an HTA, you have a team behind it. You have clinical experts. You have information specialists or librarians, because that's the one who develops the strategies to find the evidence. You work also with healthcare practitioners, statisticians, economists, ethicists, and sometimes patients or public representatives. For example, you want to know the outcome measure in trial makes sense for the patient. Because sometimes you measure a lot of stuff in clinical trial, but for the patient, it doesn't really, that's not the right outcome. But what is very, very important is that the HTA team doing the report and the decision makers receiving the information should be on the same page. What is the decision problem? What is the research question to be addressed? What's the scope of the assessment? What type of methods are we going to use? What are we going to do? And the timelines. But sometimes say, oh yeah, I can design the best evaluation, it's going to take me 3 years to do that. So people in the industry say, no, I need the information right now. Right? So this is very important up front, that everyone's aligned, because you don't want to do all this work, then after to, and it happened to me. Sometimes I went to the ministry and presented, a lot of times say, okay, forget about the methods, let's go to the last slide. What is the conclusion? Also times there was a misalignment, because the ministry came with a question and we understood the question differently. So you really need to manage this expectation up front so everyone's aligned and the people who are going to receive the information will be happy with the information, may not like what you say, but at least I have agreed on everything. What's the problem, what's the research question, and how we answer it. So, talking about the topic for assessment. Geral, I mean, for devices, all the countries released to HTA, they evaluated all the drugs, because it's a limited number of drugs. In Canada, we have 60 to 100 drugs that are reviewed by the government for funding, and so it's measurable. Every month, we meet, you have oncology drugs, non-oncology drugs, and every month the committee reviews 3 non-oncology drugs and 3 to 5 oncology drugs. That's very manageable. For devices, non-drug technologies, you have so many of them. I found a paper saying at any point of time in Europe, there's 500,000 non-drug technologies in the system. The challenge, you cannot evaluate all of them, because it takes time to evaluate them. So you have to prioritize. And sometimes you have some formal criteria in place to say which non-drug technology I'm going to evaluate. So sometimes, a lot of times, it's based on a financial threshold. Everything which is more than 15,000 reais, you're going to evaluate. Right? So you also want cost, 2,000 reais, you're not evaluating. So I'm going to talk about that a little bit later, showing some examples from HTA units using financial thresholds to identify the technologies that we're going to evaluate. So once you have that, you identify the topic, you need to specify what's the decision problem. So why do you need to do an assessment? Is it because it's a new technology that needs to be funded? Or is it a change to another technology? Is it because there's a big unmet need, because there's no other treatment, and this technology, this drug technology, will meet its unmet need? Do we expect a significant budget or financial impact associated with the use of the technology? Or sometimes you may have great data, but you don't follow the countries and you don't know the technology they want to use. This is like, for my master, and this is a joke about, you have two options as a clinician. They get very excited. They go to conferences sometimes, they see these new technologies, let's bring it to the hospital and say, here, we have two options. It's an evidence-based treatment, one exciting, very risky alternative, and the patient. So that's what you have to do, and sometimes, you have a decision problem. Why should we use that new technology? And we need to evaluate it to decide whether it should be funded or not. We need to translate that into after research question. And to translate the decision problem to a research question, we always use, a lot of time we use this PICO framework, which is P for population, I for intervention, C for comparator, and O for outcome. So here an example. That's from the guidelines for economic evaluation. Okay, la questa generica. Questa. È importante realizzare la mamografia come esame di rastreo. Questa specifica quale sia la razón de questa utilidad incremental, considerando el horizonte de tiempo hasta el final de vida y la perspectiva del Ministerio de Salud, de se realiza mamografía, de rastreamiento, de cáncer de mama para fecha estaría de 40 a 60 años, o en vez de para a fecha de 50 a 60 años, you can do it. So it's like people, population, women 40 years old or older, what's the intervention, mammography, for women for age 40 to 69, what's the comparator, mammography for women 50 to 69 age of age, what's the time horizon, which is, what's the outcome, here it's like quality measured in life years, what's the perspective, Ministry of Health, what's the time horizon, lifetime horizon, and what's the context? What's the context? Right? That's how we do. So the ministry, when I was doing a lot of work for the ministry, this is a big question. Wow. And sometimes you need to spend time and discussion with them to get to see this question. Right? And you use after this framework of PICO to develop the research question. Once you have that, now you have your PICO, you're going to work with a librarian. So when you're doing technology assessments, you have two very good friends. One is a librarian, because you need them to run such a strategy, and that's so good that me, I go to Google and find the no good. So you have you work with a librarian. And after you need a statistician also, like that, you always need a statistician. And you need a economist. So once you do that, you're going to have to identify the evidence. And you really need to have a complex search literature in a comprehensive way and use to have systematic methods. Because you don't want to miss any studies, right? You don't want to have biases. And really what you want to do is like develop a strategy which is very sound and you can trust after. So a lot of time you look at the clinical, but you also look for economic evidence. Maybe someone has done a study in a country, or in Canada, and maybe you can learn something about it. Also, at least in Canada, we also do systematic reviews to look at regarding ethics or legal or patient values. So strategy are developed by a librarian, and you look at several databases. PubMed, and various Cochrane Relax, which is from South America, and you also look at the great literature. And for example, the great database for those interested in HTA is the one from INATA. This is from the International Association of HTA, and they have a database you can search. And here, I apologize for the small text, but it shows these ones come from the agency in Spain, from Galicia, and they done something about effectiveness and safety of robotic-assisted orthopedic surgery for new arthroplasty. So this is a fantastic tool. This one's come from Norway. They've done a lot of study. This one again for Spain. And it's by year and by topic. So it's a great, great tool. Once you have the evidence, you need to aggregate it. That's right. And you need to appraise it. So when you do a systematic review, the first step, you have librarians, they run a search strategy. Then after they're going to identify, say, 1,000 citations. The citation is the title and the abstract. You're going to have to screen the title and abstract using predefined inclusion and exclusion criteria to say, hey, is that, should I include it on my studies? So what you do, you screen the papers, and in general, you have two independent entities that qualify each stage of the process. And this is a multi-step process. First, you screen the title and abstract, say, hey, maybe it's a good fit. Then you are going to eliminate a lot of title and abstract because it's just studies done in animals. So you don't want that. Or it's not the right population. Then you also have to level one screening. Then you're going down and say, from 1,000 potential citations, potential papers, it's like 300, so it's good. But I need to look at the full text now. So you're going to download the full text, and again, you're going to screen the papers to see, hey, should I include them in my final set of studies? So here's an example, I'm going to talk, and I know nothing about this topic, but there's a recent example, and yes, some nice case feature. So this one is about tranexamic acid in bleeding reduction and operative time of nasal surgeries. So done systematic review and meta-analysis, and we're going to use this study to show you different components of systematic review. So what they've done here is they just look at randomized clinical trials, looking at this treatment versus placebo. And they search Medline, PubMed, Relax, which is Latin American and Caribbean literature and sciences. They also check the Cochrane Library, Embase, Google Scholars, and you have two authors who perform the search. So that's the process. That's the first process. And you need to document, how you selected your final studies. It's called a Prisma diagram. So here they started almost with 3,000 or 4,000 papers. A lot of them from Google Scholar, but they have a fair amount from PubMed, Embase, which is a European databases. And there are some duplicates between the databases. So they remove 1,500 duplicates. Then they screen 2,600 citations, so title and abstracts, and they excluded almost most of them because so different population or they were not applicable for a specific situation. So there were 30 papers which were kind of okay, we should get the full text reviews. And of those, and those 5 reports they could find, they do 25 reports for eligibility, they exclude 8 of them, and they end up with 17 papers for their analysis. That's the process. And normally when we publish also the search strategy on Embase, Focus, we publish that. We provide that to the government. We document everything. We have 2 people abstracting the information independently. And normally, sometimes they don't agree on it. Should I use this paper or not? Then after you have a search, reviewer will look at that and resolve the and get consensus in terms of research working. So that's the first step of the process, right? But it's very transparent, systematic work. And after, when you do that, you have your papers, you need to abstract your data, right? And you want to abstract the data in terms of what's your study characteristics, what's the population, what's the intervention, what's the outcome of the data. And you enter that into a spreadsheet, a database, or software for reporting and synthesizing the data. So it could be random, corporate, neighborhood, providence, distances, many sources. So this one shows, I don't want to show you the details, but on this systematic review that look at different types of nasal surgery. This one's for endoscopic sinus surgery. And here's the first table, the demographic characteristic. Author, year, what's the study design, all of them were double-blinded, randomized control trial, number of participants, what's the genders, what's the age, etc. for the control and for the intervention. And there was kind of similar. So the next table of the paper was now we have described this population, we want to describe the intervention, right? So it was IV, was it oral, that's the outcomes. They were looking at blood loss for each control group, for the intervention, and they're also looking at the duration of surgery. That's your first table. Then after that, you go into look at the quality of study. Well, I'm not talking a lot about that, right? Because it says randomized control trial, but sometimes randomized control trials, they're very good randomized control trial, and they are low quality control trial. So there's a lot of quality assessment tools that are available based on study design. So for randomized control trial, we use a tool from Cochrane called the risk of bias. And I'm going to show you an example. When you look at non-randomized studies, you have also tools to look at the quality of source. And you also have tools for chronic evaluation or for diagnostic testing. So for example, on this one, that's a quality assessment, what they've done on this paper. And I know this paper because everything is great on this paper. So what they're looking is they look for each study. So we identify the 17 studies, and believe there was 12 for this type of surgery. They look at each study, how do they perform in terms of bias arising from the randomization process, or due to deviation from intended intervention. So you randomize, your patient, the control group, you shouldn't get the intervention. But sometimes it happens. Even patient randomized the control group gets the intervention. So that's what we're looking here. It says an missing outcome data. It says bias in measurement of the outcomes, or the ways they report into results. So that's what you do when you look at the quality of randomized trials. And in this case, it's green, right? It was a study, and they concluded, says basically also, says really low risk of bias. So here you kind of, okay, it's a good trials, and it says no really bad. So that's what you do before even analyzing the data. So just to summarize this session, before even touching about analyzing the data, you need to follow a process, a systematic process to identify the evidence. You need to document your process, so your search strategy, you make them of a label. You used to have a diagram to document the study selection. I found 1,000 citations, and at the end, I just included 16 studies in my analysis, and I included also one for reason A, B, C, and D. It needs to be documented. Right? So it's a transparent, unbiased, and robust way of looking, selecting the evidence. You haven't even touched it, and you need to look at the quantity assessment. So it's a good practice. Now we do that, and the students, even when you do a trial, we publish the protocol. Right? So some of you may recognize this publication. Yes, so that's Maria's first author. We have Juliana's, we have a couple of authors here. So it's a study that Maria and teams are currently working, and so she can talk about the process. Who else is involved here? Yes. And by the way, this is my presentation from yesterday. I sent to Maria. I wanted to phone security. I made a lot of changes. I sent the presentation. This is FPOC. Also, this from here where underline, and I couldn't download the presentation this morning, so I apologize for that. But this is what you do. That when you do a study and you have time, you design a protocol. You're going to say, I'm going to conduct a study, and you publish it. So at the end, when you analyze the results and you publish the study, people compare, say, hey, this is aligned with the initial protocol.
Mas durante a apresentação, eu queria falar de implementação uma vez só. E a gente sabe que, se eu estiver errado, por favor, me corrija, mas que das tecnologias que são avaliadas, que são consideradas baseadas em evidências, né, você consegue implementar 14%. 14% das tecnologias que são avaliadas, que se mostram que tem efeito, elas são implementadas ao longo. Existe ali um gap entre o estudo e a avaliação da tecnologia e da implementação. Então, a minha pergunta vai com relação à implementação. Foi apresentado aqui os tipos de estudo que você poderia fazer para você avaliar isso. Para os estudos de implementação, os estudos híbridos, né, tipo 1, 2 e 3, qual seria a sua impressão sobre essas questões na avaliação da tecnologia? Porque quando você vai implementar a tecnologia, você vai encontrar um número enorme de barreiras, tanto para medicações, como para equipamentos, como para políticas públicas. Então, eu queria ouvir um pouco a sua opinião a respeito disso. Obrigada.
No, thank you so much. That's a very great question. I'm so nervous. No, thank you. That's a great question. I'm going to talk a little bit about that because implementation issues is a big deal, right? So, but before, I'd like to know when you say 40% of interventions that will be implemented, why? Because they're not funded, or are you saying 40% of interventions that are funded are not implemented because there's barriers for implementation?
Eu estou dizendo assim, se os estudos de implementação, né, eles mostram o seguinte: você tem qualquer tecnologia que você prova, ou que você, ou a política pública, ou uma coisa que droga é um pouco menos, mas se você olhar para as tecnologias que de fato você mostra que tem evidências que elas funcionam, quando você olha os estudos que mostram quantas dessas políticas são implementadas, por várias razões, por problemas de tecnológicos mesmo, por problemas de barreiras, por problemas de disseminação ou problemas de financiamento, isso ocorre mais ou menos, né, isso são dados que existem, em torno de 14% dos casos. Então você tem uma dificuldade de você implementar uma série de barreiras. Eu posso dar um exemplo típico, né? Por exemplo, se você tem hoje, na Europa, você está fazendo um programa para diminuir o número de cânceres, né? A incidência de câncer. E se faz, você sabe, por exemplo, que tabagismo está relacionado com isso, que álcool está relacionado com isso, que obesidade está relacionado com isso. Você tem evidências claras, as evidências são muito evidentes, digamos assim, para ser bem direto. No entanto, você tem uma dificuldade enorme, né, de implantar essas tecnologias. Então, eu fiquei um pouco em dúvida neste processo de você avaliar a tecnologia, de você dizer que ela é uma tecnologia adequada e de você decidir implementar aquela tecnologia. Você deveria fazer algum estudo para a implementação antes de você fazer essa avaliação? Essa é a pergunta direta.
So at which point and implementation is a science. So we have more and more people looking at implementation. But I sit in a committee in Canada where we look at non-technologies. drugs, normally it's easier to implement. Also, sometimes with the barriers, you have injectables, for example. And in Canada, we have a lot of barriers, for example, so ways to implement pharma. It's centers for, for getting the injection. So such a way where you maximize implementation. I think the private sector actually doing that. So some technologies will be like, we also currently looking at gene therapy. There's a huge implementation barriers. Why? Because gene therapies were only 2 hospitals in Canada who had the expertise to do that. 2 hospitals were Quebec and Ontario. Well, in Canada, it's a big country, right? And so the way it works in Canada, if you're outside of your region, so if you're outside of Quebec or Ontario, you cannot get care, right? If you get care in Ontario, if you live in British Columbia, to go to Quebec, you're not reimbursed. So what we've done, and I'm going to put that, I will try to put that this afternoon to show you part of the recommendation to say, yes, we're going to pay for it, but we need to sort this implementation issue. So we need to have financial agreements between the different provinces. So if you're in British Columbia, if you're in Alberta, or wherever outside of Quebec, Ontario, you could have access to the technology. Gene therapy is like transplant. When you get transplant, for 3 weeks in hospital, you need to stay close to the hospital for monitoring the adverse events. So it costs a lot of money to the families, right? Because you have to stop working, sometimes you have to move out of the city. So we put that on a recommendation. Also implementation issues, financial arrangements, and for the families to be able to have access. So now for gene therapy, when we started just 2 hospitals, now we have 12 hospitals across Canada who provide gene therapy. So it's a little bit better, but a lot of time when you think about this technology, especially disruptive technology can be just offered in very highly specific centers, you need to think about all of this, or a lot of these implementation issues. And we've seen, South part of recommendation. We say we look at the efficacy, clinical efficacy, we look at value for money, we look at unmet need, we look at everything, but we also look at implementation issues for some of these really issues.
I will speak in Portuguese, so this, with the purpose of clarifying. Eu queria só pontuar para a professora que a parte da Contexto, e aí tem muita gente aqui para me subsidiar, é uma recomendação. Então, e depois tem toda uma fase, justamente que eu estava falando das províncias no Canadá, que no Brasil são os estados, né? E a gente chama isso de comissão tripartite. Sendo os representantes do CONASEMS, da CONAS e a União, com as recomendações para decidir quem vai pagar. Então, dependendo do nível de complexidade, está previsto na lei, a atenção básica é do municipal, a atenção especializada é dos estados, e em algumas exceções, na oncologia ou em especialidades muito concentradas, que existe uma intervenção da União mesmo. No caso da oncologia, são 4 medicamentos apenas. Mas, assim, a estrutura que eles têm não foi inventada na lei, foi copiada do que já é estabelecido internacionalmente. Na Suécia tem os embaixadores dos hospitais que participam também. Na França também tem o liaison dos hospitais que participam, né, dessas comissões multipartites que decidem o financiamento e a logística. Então, a recomendação da Contexto é, talvez, o kick-off, correto, Ana? E aí, depois, o processo todo começa para realmente ser a incorporação. E só depois deste processo multipartite é que vai acontecer as etapas de implementação. Então, do processo de HTA que ele está falando, ele diz respeito
ao que a gente faz no Comitec hoje, como NAT, subsidiando, tanto aqui quanto no HC, da USP, quanto nos outros demais NATs que participam, a gente ajuda a fazer o dossiê de base, para fazer a primeira discussão no plenário, para depois dar o kickoff, se for positivo. E aí, depois é que vem o resto da implementação. Mas a gente vai discutir isso também amanhã, um pouquinho mais, e aí é específico para dispositivo, que é um pouquinho mais complexo, na logística local, sobretudo com a superintendência tendo que bancar uma parte do negócio, de contratos, disso, daquilo, daquele outro, né? Mas assim, eu queria só deixar claro, porque a senhora falou da implementação, quando a gente está falando da fase inicial. Então, só para resituar todo mundo, porque aqui eu acho que tem bastante aluno, né? Obrigada.
Mas vocês recomendam ou não o uso de estudos híbridos para implementação antes do processo de avaliação de tecnologia? A pergunta é exatamente essa.
Aqui, oi, eu sou Ana Carolina, sou do Ministério da Saúde, trabalho na Secretaria Executiva da Comitec. Então a gente não tem essa recomendação explícita, mas a gente já também percebe a necessidade de avaliar a implementação, olhar para ela, ainda não da forma sistemática como está no processo da ATS, mas olhar para ela antes da recomendação, porque a gente tem visto que de fato só a recomendação não garante a implementação, e a gente quer antecipar isso para o processo da ATS, mas ainda não está incluído como uma recomendação explícita. E aí eu ia colocar também, eu não quero atrapalhar também a ordem, mas eu estou super à disposição para esclarecer todos esses pontos do que a gente faz aqui. Tem diferenças, similaridades, a gente pode falar.
So just to add, I can associate also so a lot of time cannot understand the system, so regulation studies. However, out of the framework of this TSC, Canada for non-direct energy, we always have part of a criteria for making a recommendation use of multi-criteria framework implementation. Right? So G-Interact was a big one. Also, it's like, it's also treatments, these kids, especially for kids, are going to die, right? So when you offer it, you don't just want to offer it for people in Quebec and in Africa, you want to have people in the north of Canada to be able to come. So part of recommendation, I would like to put this afternoon, so there's a lot about your advice, there's more about implementations than about people because people as a story. So, but you cannot, doing a study, I used to run trials, it takes time. You just take a protocol, contracts, ethical approval, you don't do it, but you need to see the parts. That's it. That means you need to have the right stakeholders. So when we look at the technology, we have the 4 members, but we always have clinical experts, right? Because they know, and they're going to identify barriers and also facilitators for the implementation, right? But doing a study takes time, right? So this in short concept, 6 months, right? And I'm going to talk after, one point is that at some point, you look at the literature, and I'm going to show you how to synthesize it, but sometimes say, no, it's great literature, but for devices, you don't have a lot of randomized control trials. Some of them is a small integration that is done in a country which is, you don't know it's going to work in your setting because of what you say, different SKS system, different access, etc. So sometimes you may want to do a study here, but it takes time to do a study. And so sometimes the ministry sometimes cannot wait also, or patients cannot wait. That's it, it's for the patients, right? But these implementation issues are great, are very, very important. It's not today really what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to miss the meeting tomorrow, unfortunately, but next time I want to be there because I do a lot of devices and several problems, what you say. Alright, so carry on. So now you have identified the 16 studies, they're all good quality, and say, what I'm going to do is that. I lost my point. So, you after studies, you want to aggregate the data. A lot of time what we're going to do, you're seeing some statistical methods, analytic techniques, to synthesize the data. Sometimes, especially when you think about devices, you don't have enough evidence. You may find 3 studies, and they all look at different outcomes. So there's nothing you can do, so you're going just to this Python, or qualitative type of approach. But what I'm going to talk now is more like, if you have enough studies, evaluating the same populations, the same interventions, same control, and they are evaluating the same outcome, how can we aggregate the data and so we can make some decision about the clinical benefit of this technology when you look at all the studies. If not, that's what's going to happen. Coffee can cause depression in twin children and borderline insignificant. So we really need to take systematic approach. We have methods to do that, very established methods. We need to look about also heterogeneity at the p-value we thought yesterday. Oh, by the way, that's a New England Journal of Panic and Listening at already. Alright, so how are we going to do that? First, you need to define your outcomes, right? Remember the people stand for population, intervention, comparator, and outcomes. There's in general 2 types of outcomes, continuous or dichotomous. So if you're looking at therapy for diabetes, you're going to look at the difference in drop of A1C between the 2 therapies, right? And that's what we do sometimes, and we look just, look at the difference between the control group and the treatment group. Sometimes you have different instruments are used to measure outcomes. So for example, for pain, you have so many instruments to measure pain. So what you do, you cannot really use a result from a study directly. You need to standardize all the different outcomes into and use a standardizing difference. And a lot of time what we do, we have dichotomies, right? So responder, non-responder, pain, no pain, etc. So here what we're looking is like the relative risk difference between 2 interventions, or the relative risk, which is a risk associated with one intervention divided by the risk associated with the other intervention, or the odds ratio. So there's a difference between risk and odds. So the risk, you look at the number of patients who have, say, an MI or stroke divided by the total number of patients. And sometimes you look also, you put here in the literature about odds, and the odds, like how many patients will develop a stroke divided by the number of patients who do not develop a stroke. So a lot of time, physicians, economists, we like the relative risk because it's easy to understand. The odds, what does that mean? My odds, I'm going to double the odds of winning the lottery. Well, good luck. My chance from 1/40 million to 2/40 million. Big deal, right? But it's also very important, in addition to looking at the relative risk, to look at the big difference. And because you say, oh, I reduce the risk by 50%. Wow, that was great. What was your baseline risk? So teeny. Right? So you really always need to look at what's your baseline risk and after the relative risk, right? So for example, some medication for asthma, the new biologic for asthma, you decrease the risk of hospitalization or due to acute exacerbation by 40%. Right? What was your risk of hospitalization as baseline? It was like 0.2, right? So big deal. You went from 0.2 to 0.16. Big deal, right? So relative, relative risk is always really misleading. Always. Okay? So we're going to talk about mechanical techniques. So this is about statistical methods to synthesize the collection of studies. First, you need to have more than 2 studies or more. So what you could do, you have, say, 5 studies, right? And every study is compared the intervention versus the control, and they have one outcome. Or you could do, why not taking the average across all the studies? right? And that would be one way. What do you think that is? Well, Why? Because studies are not the same, right? The study differ in terms of sample size, population, some inclusion and exclusion criteria, so you cannot really take the average, right? So what you're going to do, you're going to take the weighted average, and that's the concept of meta-analysis. And so the idea of taking an average, a mean average, or weighted average. So that's the concept of meta-analysis. And the idea, if you have all things equal, so you implement, you have same protocol, same population, same intervention, everything, but you have a study with 1,000 participants, the estimate you're going to get is going to be more precise than a study with 10 patients, right? Makes sense, right? If you have 1,000 subjects, you get an estimate, the estimate is very tight, right? Versus study with 10 patients. So you may want to give more weight to the study with 1,000 patients. And that's what we do when we do a meta-analysis. We do a weighted average. And the weight is based on the precision of the estimate. So that's all it's about the meta-analysis. And at McMaster, we have a class 45 hours of meta-analysis. You can summarize it in 2 slides. So that's the idea. So large studies should carry more weight than the smaller studies, right? All things equal, right? And when you think about the precision of an estimate, it's like you look at your standard error. And if you have a very standard error around the mean, you have a very tight estimate around your mean. If you have a very large dollar, you have a mean, and your confidence interval is very, very large, right? So that's the idea, and this method we use is called adverse weighting method. And basically, to each study, we're going to give a weight based on the precision of the estimate. And the weight is just 1 over the precision of the estimate. So if you have a very, and the precision again, it's the standard error square of the variance. But the idea, if you have a very precise study, 1 over something very precise, gives you something big, so you're going to give a big weight to that study. If you have a very imprecise study, because it's based on 10 subjects, so you have a mean and the confidence interval is so wide, so your standard deviation is going to be very large, so 1 over something large is more. You're going to give a small weight to the study. That's all. When you combine all these studies, you cannot just take an average for some reason, because a study with 1,000 patients, study with a very precise estimate, and study with small estimate. So we're going to do a weighted average. And the weight is based on the precision. Okay? And anyway, you don't have to worry, because when you do that on computers, the computer gives you all the information you need to do it. But that's the principle. You cannot just take an average, you take a weighted average. And the weight again is based on the precision. Very precise studies, large weight, you're going to give more importance to the studies with 1,000 subjects than to the study with 10 subjects. I think makes sense, right? Alright, so let me show you an example. The study I was showing you before. See, that's when you enter that on computer, that's basically all the studies. This is for the control, so this one was blood loss. So looking at the mean, the standard deviation, number of patients. This is for the intervention group. And see, you have this weight here. Right? That's what your computer is going to do, because you look at that. There's one study here, the weight is 6.6. Here, that's the weight. And also the summation of the weight gives 100%. So it's a weighted average. So it's a study here. Look at this one. 6.3% the weight compared to the other one. But look, this study has 5 patients. Look at the standard deviation. The precision of the, once the standard deviation is 40, you have your mean, and the confidence interval is very, very large. So that's the idea. This study gets a lower weight because it provides more population, very imprecise estimates. That's all it is. And the computer does that for you because you when you analyze the data, you do the mean, the standard deviation, so you say 1 over standard deviation, that's my weight, etc. Okay. Make sense? Oh yeah, I'm afraid that, that's okay, I can fall now, right? She didn't allow me to go ziplining the other day. She said, no ziplining for you. Because I wanted to go ziplining and say, no, I don't want something to happen to you, right? Yeah, you need to talk. Okay. So that's the way it works. Alright, so now we have this weight. So that's the idea, right? You cannot just take the average. You have to do a weighted average. Then after, you need to think about this concept of fixed or random effects. Right now, it seems everyone does random effects, but there's a difference. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the random effects or fixed effects. So the idea is this concept of heterogeneity, and we talked about it yesterday. So some studies sometimes differ in terms of patients, population they want to crowd, the intervention, the outcomes, and so you may have some heterogeneity as well. So the concept of fixed effect is that if you were to do the same study here in 5 districts of the city here, same everything. You do 5 studies, same protocol, same population, same intervention, operator, you're measuring the same stuff. You're going to do it in this city here in 5 different places. The idea, the result may be different, but just by chance. Because it's the same population, same everything. There's no heterogeneity between the studies. That's why we estimate the fixed effects. But a lot of time, the population in all of the studies are different. The intervention may be different. The background therapies that were on before going to studies may be different. So you may see differences between the studies, but they're not due by chance. They're due to heterogeneity. And so that's what's the concept of random effects. So here's a way to summarize the fixed effect. So that's the same protocol you implement, say, in 3 districts of the city. You may have some difference in the city, but just like chance, they estimate the same effect. Versus the study now, it takes the same protocol. You do a study in Brazil, you do a study in Argentina, you do a study in Canada. You may see some differences because the difference in population, differences in access to healthcare, etc. And that's the differences are not due by chance. That's the concept of random effect. So now we don't have to worry so much because you do a random effect for everything. But to get the idea is like the study may differ for many causes, right? Population, background therapy, access to healthcare. So we need to may have some heterogeneity in your data. So when you have heterogeneity in your data, you say, oh, I don't care. Forget about it. Bad idea. No. We don't do that, right? When you have heterogeneity, you need to deal with that. And so way to do it from a statistical point of view is to do a random effects model. Also, when you can do it, you can explain it through some subgroup analysis, meta-regression. I was waiting for you for my slide, right? But now I say, you have to be careful with this subgroup analysis, right? So, that's what I say, Dr. Anna, be careful. But the idea when you have heterogeneity between the study, first you're going to do a random effects model. You may also want to see why is this study so different from the other ones. They may be specific research, right? Maybe the population is younger than the other study. So you need to try to explain these differences between the study. And after you can do some subgroup analysis like study quality, for example. Good quality studies, showing the intervention is also great. Bad quality studies showing, the intervention is great. So that's why you try to explain it. Again, you have to be careful with the subgroup or sometimes use regression. So the way to look at the heterogeneity, first, we're very lucky because before when I started, we were doing everything by hand. Now you have computers helps you a lot. And what you do is you have something called a chi-square test, And basically, so p-value is very, very small, that's the heterogeneity, bottom line. So that you have another measure called the I-square, which is just telling you what's the percentage of variation between my studies, which is just viewed by chance only. And in general, we have an I-square which is on 50%, we have heterogeneity. So how does that work? This is the same example from before. So I show you the weight, but here, now basically the next one, this is called a forest plot. And the forest plot is fantastic because it tells you the story. So a forest plot, here, so we're looking at the difference between the intervention in terms of load loss. So it's continuous. No difference, just 0, right? So you have here your axis which is 0. Here, and then on that side, you see the research study goes here is good for the intervention, here is good for the control. So you see on this case, it's just like the intervention seems to prevent blood loss for this type of nasal surgery. But you see, there's still kind of some differences here, some studies, right? This one is not across the line, so it's like, yes, in favor, but the p-value, again, you have to be careful, this is bad, and the difference may not be statistically significant. So you may want to say, what's happening in study? Hey, by the way, it's not a study with 5 patients, you got so low on weights, right? So this study, should we include it in the study, in the analysis, 5 patients, right? That's why I lost this was not because it tells you the story. Sometimes you have here all across. So what you have here for each study, the green dot represents the mean estimate. And then you have the confidence interval around it. And that's here that what you see the confidence interval. So yes, it's study done like a small way. You have the confidence interval is very large and equals 0. So according to studies, there's no difference between the intervention again 5 patients. So you have to be very careful. So what's first have you do when you do this analysis? What's this plot? What it tells you? The second one, we look at these p-values and the I-square. So here, and I apologize for people who are at the back, and I worked this morning a lot to make my slides, and yeah, it's good. So you have this basically just that you have an I-square of 91%, so 91% of the differences between the studies, right? So it's due to heterogeneity, it's not due for chance. Right? So if you have a random, you have here just saying, a lot of heterogeneity. So you're going to do a random effect. And after, so also point you need to read what's the estimate here. So when I do my weighted average, right, my random effects model tell me on this case, with the intervention, you have basically reduce blood loss by 1.89, I don't know what's limit it is. And it's statistically significant. So here, that's the author's conclusion, saying, well, you have a significant effect with the use of the treatment when compared to placebo for this type of endoscopic sinus surgery in terms of blood loss. So that's what you do when you do an analysis.
Só para clarificar ali de 1,89 na diferença média, não sabia que diga, como a medida está em ml de sangue perdido durante a cirurgia nasal ali, né, a diferença é menos de 2 ml. Eu sou, por isso que eu estou falando. A diferença ali é de 2 ml. E a gente acabou de fazer isso também para o robô.
So, yeah, it's a standardizing the differences.
Mesmo assim, a interpretação que você pode dar é justamente a medida que você tomou. A medida que você tomou, que é a diferença média entre as médias. Então, você ponderou que 90% das diferenças foram heterogêneas, tá? E você ponderou que, dado toda essa heterogeneidade, a diferença que pode ser apreendida de todo esse complexo de estudo é de 2 ml. Nem 2 ml, não ia ter.
So just to answer that's so it's just standardizing the difference because there was a difference in outcomes towards measures versus that. But that's very important because something that's statistically significant is not clinically significant. And yesterday, Lana talks about the minimal clinical important difference. So I'm not a clinician. That's why when you educate, you want to be a clinician. And that's exactly saying, oh yeah, it looks good, so p-value, but it's not clinically significant, right? So sometimes the p-value and the confidence intervals are great, but you can research for significance, but from a clinical point of view, it doesn't make sense. So always, that's why you have to work also not only on the statistical significance, but is it a clinically meaningful difference? And I think that's what we're getting here. Can I continue? Does that answer the question? I mean, it's talking about the clinical, what's clinically important versus statistically important, right? So that's why when we have a lot of measures, for some measure we know what's the minimal clinical importance difference. So here, if the threshold is 2, yeah, you have a good p-value, but it doesn't make any sense from a clinical point of view, right? So that's why when you do HDL, you always have in the community some physicians, but you always have clinical experts saying no. What is clinically important for them. Right? So that's a very important difference. All right, moving on. So when you have heterogeneity, so we talked about random effects, you can also look at study quality, right? So in this case, because there were double randomized trials, there was no problem with the risk of bias. But we see this study with 5 patients, you know what? I may want to rerun this analysis without these 5 patients, see how it's going to change the results. Sometimes you want to look, when you have a lot of studies, you want to look sometimes differences in patient subgroups, age, severity of disease, and if you have enough data, you can also do a regression using the data that are reported into your publication. There's a lot of limitation results. Okay, so that's the way we synthesize the data, right? So for every study now, basically for every study, the first step, when you identify your study, you abstract the data from the study, you look at the quality of each study, but now I may want to look at the quality of the body of the evidence. Not one study at a time, you want to look at the quality of all the evidence. And that's where these grade systems comes in place. And grades come from a master, and basically it looks at, okay, she had 15 studies, collectively, right? What's the quality of all this evidence? And we use grade. And grade basically is the system was developed by McMaster, used by a lot of organizations, but the first domain say, also study poorly conducted. So in my case, most of the study according to risk of bias from program were very well conducted. So in this case, not a problem. You want also to know, and that's called the risk of bias. Also, results are inconsistent across studies. In our case, all the results were in favor of the treatment except the small studies. Oh, well, not so much a problem. So the results not really apply to my question, because sometimes you have a question, you get the evidence and the outcomes, they're looking at not really answering the question. So, for example, there was a committee, we look at minimally invasive surgery for glaucoma. When you talk to patients, they say, what's the most important outcome, right? So glaucoma is quality of life. None of the study look at quality of life, not in Australia, right? So here, the studies will get, basically, if you have results, but they don't really answer the question, if you think from the patient point of view, right? Quality of life is very important. So there's a few people. Well, we have to study with 5 patients, right? So, and after the last one, it's like, are we missing studies? Or are we selective studies? So that's a publication bias. So that's great. So, You look at all of these studies, when you combine all of these studies, are the results consistent? Are the outcomes they use here with the underlying research question, etc. And after basically, that's what you do. You have also study fully conductive? No? Okay, that's fine. Also results inconsistent across study? No? Oh yeah, a lot of differences between the studies. Do the results not really apply to my question? Yeah, no, not very good. I say too many people, so you have that, and at the end you say you have there's no problems, there's serious problems, there's very serious. And every time you have a problem, you downgrade the quality of the evidence. So you grade the evidence based on that. And at the end, you have basically look at your totality of evidence. So collectively, when we look at all these studies, how can you be sure, how can you be certain of these results, right? And could be very high, right? Moderate, or low. So in a device, a lot of stuff is low. I mean, my experience. In drugs, a lot of time, you have high quality because pharmas have to follow these guidelines regulatory to get that. But not always. Sometimes you say, you have differences between studies. So that's what we do with grades. So also interested, I mean, you have online, you go to McMaster type grade, and you have online training programs. And I say, you find those grades, right? A few people. It's not easy, it's not easy, especially at the beginning. It takes a while and it's very time consuming to do grade, right? It's not easy, but it's great because you want to look at the p-value, but first also that makes sense from a clinical point of view. But if you look at the evidence, what's the quality also important of the evidence, right? Can I be certain of the results or should have some reservation? That's what we do. Alright. I have 3 more slides and students can take some questions and we'll be great. But this is great, that's what we can analysis. You compare one grade versus also one. The example I've shown you, that's why I love this example, because say compare also versus placebo. This is fantastic, but in real life, no one says it's placebo. So as a payer, if I work at an industry, I want to know how this new technology compare to the gold standard, to the standard of care, right? So that's where we want to do what is called anti-rate comparison or network meta-analysis. So in Canada now, any manufacturer submit a drug for reimbursement to the ministry, say, and the trials, also trials, the phase 3 trials, are randomized control trial, randomized placebo control trial. But the payers say, I want you to say compare with the statins. It's also the statins, also the diabetes drugs that have been used to treat diabetes. So that's what we do. I just want to talk about the concept because it's more complex analysis, but here's the idea. Anti-rate comparison. Drug A versus placebo trial, drug B versus placebo trials, right? So same disease, same population, of course. Placebo is common between the 2 interventions, so you're going to use placebo as your common link to accurately compare drug A versus drug C. That's it. One way to see, sometimes you can do that, but you can do that, but if you have, for example, for pain, for example, I've worked a lot in pain, the placebo group, sometimes you have a 20% response rate for drug A, versus placebo group 20% response rate. And also trial drug B versus placebo, again, so placebo rate is 20%. Same rate, for placebo two comparisons, so you feel comfortable to use placebo as a common link. Now you may have for drug A versus placebo 10 trial, and my placebo rate is 20% reduction in pain score, while for the other drug is 50%. You cannot compare that because obviously the trial not same, because you expect the placebo rate, if everything is set, should be the same between intervention A versus placebo. So response rate in placebo should be the same, right? If you If necessary, then you can indirectly compare drug A versus drug B using placebo as a control. But when you see difference in the placebo response, right, which response to placebo are between the intervention, that means there's something totally different in these trials. So next concept is like, this is drug A versus placebo, drug B versus placebo. No, it's not what you are. You know, if you think about diabetes, hypertension, it's only the treatments you have, right? So you have also this intervention. And here, as for the network meta-analysis, so intervention A has been compared to intervention 6, intervention 1 has been compared to intervention 5, but she has not been compared to intervention 4. So through these techniques, I can compare intervention 1 to intervention 4 using the network connecting all these different trials. And this one is an exercise, is from one of the students comparing some new drugs for Alzheimer's disease, and all of them here they were connected to placebo, these trials, and basically with all this evidence compare one drug versus the other. So this is something we do a lot now in Canada because again, we don't want to show cost effectiveness or comparison versus placebo because in some cases, yes, it's no treatment. But a lot of time, especially for chronic disease, it's always not. So I know what to do. So, let's use Bayesian theory, and I don't know if people are familiar with Bayesian, but here's this like I can give you my 93.4% assurance that there's less than 65% possibilities that this exercise will simply generate 34.8 more meaningless statistics to the basis. So I think that's my last slide for today. So meta-analysis is great. We have a collection of studies, you can also take the average, so we use this as one method to combine all these studies. You have to look at the heterogeneity between the studies. When we have heterogeneity, you can use a random effect model. You can try to explain the heterogeneity between the groups. And also, more and more we use this network meta-analysis when we seek the reimbursement or pharma. And it's seek the reimbursement for new drugs in Canada. I don't know if people use network meta-analysis here, but so China is a lot of limitation with this network meta-analysis, a ton of that, but that's what it is. But something very important, you don't want to compare studies using different design. You don't want to compare non-randomized trials versus randomized trials. You don't want to compare yellow apples or red apples. You want to compare red apples versus red apples. If not too much heterogeneity, and you can get some statistical sources. On that note, I'm going to, I think it's close to the break, so if there's any questions, there is,
hello. Regarding heterogeneity and the random effects model or fixed effects model, I've been reading some protocols in Prospero as a hobby. So I've seen that many researchers, they decide which model to use based on the statistical measure of heterogeneity. And for me, it's kind of weird as I understand that the heterogeneity, the decision should be done between random and fixed effect models is like the clinical heterogeneity, right? So it's very hard to get very similar clinical conditions for patients to get for the meta-analysis to be analyzed as a fixed effect model. So what do you think when people use like 50% to decide between a random effect model and a fixed effect model in Iceland?
So this guidance use that, right? So you ask where 50% more, that's for program, right? So in some cases you have very low heterogeneity, you have a very I-square, so the I-square statistics that is that's the variation between the studies, how much variation between studies due to heterogeneity. So you have the I-square of 10%, but it's not very, very important. So you could do a fixed effect more, right? So fixed effects, you assume the differences by studies, but they only do by chance. Those are the same. So what we know is when there's no heterogeneity, so the fixed effect and random effect models are exactly the same. When we do randomized trials for a drug, in general, a lot of time, you don't have a lot of heterogeneity. You say Pfizer or any company doing, like say the same protocols, it's not a lot of differences between studies, so you have very low heterogeneity. In surpass, to all the guys that people are like master very strict, you need to identify a priori, and you're going to use a fixed effect or random effect. So we're saying, if we do not expect heterogeneity in the trials, population, etc., we do a fixed effect model. But now, if we're looking, trying to cast a very broad population, maybe we should do random effects. So I was 10 years ago, now everyone uses random effects model. I still remember a paper where we have to show a fixed effect estimate and a random effect estimate. Right? So it's always interesting to do this comparison. But the threshold you use with the I-square, that's the guideline for the comparison.
Só para complementar rapidamente, quando a gente não conhece essa tradição que ele falou de fazer os dois, dá para a gente uma segurança de que as coisas são parecidas. Então, se a gente não sabe, não precisa chutar. A gente promete os dois, faz os dois, não tem dificuldade nenhuma no instantinho. Faz, e aí compara. Se estão próximos, te dá uma discussão bacana de dizer que é robusto. E se não estão próximos, você tem que explicar a heterogeneidade, como você teria que explicar qualquer I2 quadrado maior que 50%.
And sometimes, now, random effects. But what we also is also random effects is great. There's some limitations, confidence intervals, some wider, so the weight also are different, right? So random effects tend to homogenize the weight, so it's more technical details, right? So random effects are great by default, take care of your product. But if I run that and says no heterogeneity, I make it because there's no reason for the random effect when also that tells you there's no heterogeneity. Any more questions? Yes? No? Okay, so I think it's time for break, right? More or less.
Pessoal, a gente vai servir o coffee lá embaixo. Mesma coisa, os 15 minutinhos, por favor, se puderem retornar, tá bom? Para a gente não estender aí o prazo. O professor Jean retorna hoje, tá bom? Eu agradeço, tá bom?
Olha, eu acho que
Nossa, olha que tá aqui. Nossa, a ansiedade total.
Eu acho que eu recebi a vermelha. Vamos levar, pega o que você prefere. Vou vir cá. Saiu hoje. Reservar o hotel. Não é mais ou menos assim. Eles determinaram uma hora. A gente não tem muita autonomia, mas a gente mas ele tem que tirar.
Deixa eu só tirar legal. Ele tá emagrecendo sentado. O voo dela é assim. O carro vai sair pelas 3 horas. Pode ser. Só para ela ficar mais tranquila, para não ter atraso no voo dela. Tá regularizado. Então, daí ele pega ela no hotel, tá bom? Obrigado, então 3 horas. Valeu, obrigado, professor. Então, ao invés das 4, a gente baixou para as 3 para não ter nenhum perigo de acontecer nada.
E o endereço eles têm? Porque ela está no Airbnb.
Você não está no Geral?
Não, a gente não tinha o endereço.
Você precisa me passar um endereço. Onde é o lugar? E aí, tudo bem?
Graças. Obrigado.
Eu preciso mudar esse som, então. Podem mudar.
A minha questão, assim, a gente tem discutido, eu passei um tempo agora na escola, e a gente tem discutido muita questão para
estava fazendo estudo. Pode ser uma coisa mais. Eu estava querendo fazer isso aí, alguma coisa que é bom, eu queria ver no biblioteca educacional. Aí eu queria conversar com você até com ele, para fazer isso. Eu já conversei com o Roberto, não, mas você vai estudar, não qualquer coisa. Só que deixa para começar a usar o negócio. E ele fala, ela pode mudar uma coisa bonita. Eu não sei. Aí eu vou falar com ele. E aí a gente monta e fica bacaninha. Ou assim, precisar de alguma coisa, uma vez, eu sozinho.
Ah, é? Tomei o café lá, olha, uma banana gigantesca. Ah, mas você que pegou a tinha lá. Eu sempre dou lá, essa daqui tá gravando.
Não, c'est suspense. I don't actually about this. And even neurogen and all sorts of labels and all of this.
Isso. Agora só a continuação da aula.
Porque se o Flamengo pega o treinamento da escala,
Toma.
eu vou recepcionar a parte
Fui expulso. Não deu 5 minutos, foi chegar lá e já me mandaram embora. Sim, mas aí era o chefão me mandou embora. Mandou embora. Falou, não, precisamos de você aqui. Quando for eu pra mim, melhor, não tem tempo pra nada, né? Cuidar da minha bebê?
Okay, we cannot really start. We're missing the key presenter. We're missing the key presenter. I can't pay on Marco. Okay, Maria. All right. Let's go. Whoa, Maria.
Eu fiquei tentando acordar pra ele. Mas eu já
Thank you, Maria. That was good. Sorry now. Alright. So we're going to continue. So what we talk now is like looking at what has been published to make a decision. Right? And we just moved on to the clinical side. So I'm going to talk after about the early model, but first and sometimes, so literature, you may find 2 or 3 studies. Happens a lot on the medical side. Let's say it's been done, I don't know, in Europe, and you don't know if it's going to work in Brazil. So what you may want to do, you may want to do a study here, because you don't know if the data from the other traditions would be relevant to your local setting. Or in some cases, you may have 4 studies, but the evidence is very conflicting. So it happened for some studies are done, where, for example, we're looking for treatment of benign prostate, PPH, benign prostate, whatever, PPH, let's say, where actually the gold standard is TURP, which is a very invasive procedure, and then you have this laser now that can treat the BPH, right? And we're looking at the evidence and saying, well, it's great, but we're not so sure it's going to work. So let's do a study in Ontario. And it's great, and sometimes we done randomized control trials, sometimes we just use administrative data, sometimes just an observational study, so we don't randomize, because sometimes when you look at devices for surgery, it's very difficult to randomize, right? Because, you can have a very invasive surgery, spending 3 days in the hospital, we can have the surgery with a laser, it can be done in an outpatient setting. So if you ask patients, sign an informed consent, and they randomize to the full surgery, they say, no, I want the laser. So sometimes you cannot always randomize. Right? So we got a bunch of studies. I'm going to talk later about those where, sometimes those studies, but where get things stand. So we just, yes, this study, we just use an administrative databases from Ontario to do that. We did for hyperbaric precision therapy, we look at the prospective double-blind randomized trial, and we say this one was kind of a negative study because we didn't find any benefit with this technology. We also look about, we talked about that yesterday about it's kind of 64-slide CT, exactly. And that was the one I'm talking about, that's basically for the transrectal resection of prostate TURP versus a green light. I'm going to talk about this study a little bit later. However, this is great, but it takes time. To conduct a clinical trial, takes you first, you need to develop the protocol, getting ethics approval, you need to get contract with every hospital. But it takes maybe 2-3 years to collect the data. And sometimes you finish a study, the technologies are obsolete, right? But sometimes it's better because once you talk about this one here, TURP is done in an outpatient setting where patients maybe stay 1 night, sometimes 2 nights in the hospital versus a green light laser is done in an outpatient study, same-day surgery, right? So from an hospital point of view, there may be some incentives just to use green light. And for this one, there was conflicting information, so the government said, yeah, let's do a study, and we did this study. So the challenge, it takes time. It takes, because you have to follow patients for 6 months to look at the primary outcomes. And, and then it takes another 6 months to develop the protocol, get its approval, or the contract in place with the hospital. We had to partner with the industry to get the machine for free, because, you need to get the machine. So it takes a lot of time, and, sometimes the documents, the ministry don't want to wait too long. That's why I'm going to talk about economic models after. But yeah, it's not so easy to analyze the data. So when you do a randomized trial, it's very easy because by randomization, the two groups, control and treatment, are similar in terms of baseline characteristics, age, gender, clinical symptom, because of the randomization process. So at the end, when you look at the efficacy of treatment, any difference between treatment, is due to the technology, because everything is equal, the two groups are equal. When you do a non-randomized studies, you may have imbalances or differences in patient characteristics between the two groups, because, for example, if you talk about an expensive technology, maybe the surgeon is not going to give the expensive technology to someone with a poor prognostic, right? They're going to give the expensive technology to the person who, most likely will survive the surgery and will have a good outcome. So you may have some imbalances, you may have a group which is older than the other one, which is sicker than the other one, and you need to adjust for these differences in baseline characteristics, because what you see at the end is just a difference between treatments. You don't know if that's because it's different between the treatment and the control group. You don't know if the difference because of the treatment efficacy or the difference in baseline characteristics. So we use regression to do that, or we use more fancy techniques called propensity scoring methods. We have a bunch of techniques to do that, but it's not so easy. That's why randomized control trial is so easy. Right? You look, patients' characteristics are the same. You see any differences between the intervention, just due to the intervention. But a lot of time, you cannot randomize, for when you do some type of very invasive surgery versus non-invasive surgery. Therefore, you do a prospective or non-randomized studies, and you need to adjust. So that's, and I'm going to talk this afternoon about some case studies from Canada. One of them, I'm going to talk about the green line study, because I think it's very, very interesting. So now I'm going to talk my favorite topic of all, economic evaluations. Budget and back also, but economic evaluation. So I'm going to test again my Portuguese, apologize. Let's do it. So, what it is? Here we're comparing 2 treatment options, or 3 or 4, in terms of cost and consequences. So it's not just the clinical efficacy, you also need to think about the cost. And really it's like to help you to make decisions, identify this is good value for money, right? So that's what we do. Choices about how to use scarce resources. So that's what we do. You have a new treatment, you have an existing treatment, and you look in terms of cost and consequences. Guess what? The new treatment is better for the patient. Always, right? It's not no incentives to commercialize this treatment, but guess what? Better and not cheaper? Yeah, no. You don't do it just, if there's something which is better than, you're going to put a premium on it, right? Like, pharma, and they work in pharma, right? They're not for-profit companies, right? They serve to make money, right? So that's really key. So it's more expensive, right? So you need to look between both costs and outcomes analysis. So I don't know if there's anyone from pharma in this room, but that's basically here. So it's a major breakthrough, but we need to justify the price of the technology. Right? So that's what we do when we do a cost effectiveness. So treatment is always better for the patient, but they're more expensive. So the question is like, what's the return of my investment? If I decide to enable this technology, what am I getting back, right? And so that's a question about cost effective. By the way, cost effective means you're more expensive. It's not for cost savings. Right? When you say cost effective, it's always more expensive. So the question is it good value for money? Right? I'm going to talk about that because now in the ministry have released some data saying how much we willing to pay to gain one extra unit of energy. Okay, hey, here we go. That's from these guidelines, right? So, if you look just at studies comparing just efficacy, that's just efficacy. Sometimes just look at the cost, that's cost studies. What we want to do here is comparing intervention in terms of cost and outcomes. And we have 4 techniques to do that. Something questo nomination, questo effettividade, custo. Custo. In Spanish, questo. Costo, yeah. Costo utilidad and costo beneficio. Okay, but so first, we need to talk about cost. Right? So cost, what's cost? In general, you have quantities and you have unit costs. Right? So the cost of to derive the cost, you multiply the quantities consumed by the unit price. So you have 5 physician visits, that's the quantity, times the cost of 1 physician visit, that's the cost of 5 physician visits. That's the first step. When you do cost effectiveness, you need to think about the cost. The effectiveness comes from your clinical review, systematic review, etc. You need also to think about the perspective of the cost. Are you going to take a societal perspective or only a perspective from the Ministry of Health? Because if you ask the Ministry of Health to pay for your technology, right, you should take, when you do your evaluations, the perspective of the Ministry of Health. They may not care about patient expenses, right? They care about physician visits, hospitalization, etc. Right? So you need to think about the perspective of your study. In general, we take a Ministry of Health perspective, but you can take a societal perspective where you also look at productivity costs, you also look at expenses for patients that have to go to the hospital. I mean, in Canada now it's crazy. At McMaster, if you park on McMaster, you go to the hospital, it costs you $25 per consult. No one pays for that. That's a patient who pays, and their families, right? So if you were to include the cost of parking, you have to drive to go to the hospital, plus the cost of the hospitalization, the cost of physician, we take a societal perspective, right? But a lot of time when we ask the ministry to pay for technology, we take the perspective of the ministry. You also need to think about the temporal perspective. Are you going to look over 6 months or over a lifetime? The example I showed you about breast cancer mammography, the question was to look at the costs and benefits over the lifetime of a woman, because you screen for breast cancer. If you find cancer, you're going to intervene, and the person may live longer than if you have not screened. Right? So you cannot just look at the cost and benefit over 6 months. You need to look over a longer time horizon. So we're very lucky because in Brazil there's a lot of information and a lot of directive to do that. Here it is. Right? So for the cost, the perspective, basically the directives from the ministry say you need to take for any evaluation economics the perspective of the Ministry of Health because they buy the service. That's what you need to do, right? And sometimes they say, well, maybe we can do a sensitivity analysis taking a societal perspective. Right? That's from the Brazilian guidelines. It just makes sense, right? I mean, the ministry doesn't pay for parking, right? If you have to park at the hospital, you pay. They don't pay for that, but they pay for an hospital bed, they pay for a physician person, they pay for the mammography, right? So that's the perspective we need to take. Same in Canada, it's the same. In fact, I showed you the slides before when they compare Conitec versus Cadence and Canada versus Nike. Very similar, very, very similar. Then you need to think about the temporal perspective, and here, really you need to look at the cost and outcomes over a period of time that is, that all costs and benefits will anchor, and it really depends on disease condition of study. So I'm going to show you after a study I've done to look at the cost effectiveness of a flu vaccine. My time horizon was 6 months. Because of flu, you get that once a year. But when you look, for example, for intervention for prostate, I will show you about robo, you take over a lifetime time horizon, right? So that's also what they say. So you need to be here, you need to take l'orizzonte temporale di analisi deve essere capace di catturare tutta la sua conseguenza o esposto studenti tra il medievo del risultato. And you need to justify that, right? So if you want to do something for breast cancer, say I'm going to just look at the cost and outcomes over 5 years, you need to justify why, because normally you should do that over the lifetime of the person. Make sense? Alright. Oh, here again. So, you have a different type of economic evaluation. So the first one is called cost minimization. So when you have 2 interventions, you have same efficacy. So thinking about, for example, drugs for diabetes, a lot of the drugs for diabetes have reduced the blood levels by the same, right? So there's no difference in efficacy. In this case, you're going to pay for the technology which is the cheaper one, cost minimization. Right? And you do what's the cost of technology 1 minus the cost of technology. That's it, because the benefits are the same. Then after there's 2 economic evaluation, costo-effettividade or costo-utilidade. It's a little bit different, but here you're looking at the difference in cost divided by the difference in benefits. So the difference between these 2 analyses, cost effectiveness versus cost utility, is just how the benefits are expressed. So when you look at life you gain or adverse event you avoid, because of your intervention, you reduce your adverse event rate, you do a cost effectiveness analysis. When you talk about cost utility analysis or cost utility, what you use is you have quality of life. So that's what you use, quality. And I'm going to tell you what it is after. But all of these ones here basically is like quality anonimidad, amistad para qualidad. So you have to look at not just life expectancy, right? So breast cancer mammography increase life expectancy, but you also need to look at the quality of life, right? Do you want to live 15 years very sick, right? Or do you prefer to live 20 years? No shame. Right? So that you need to think about quantity of life by quality of life. I'm going to talk about that. Right? And so also some diseases like pain. You don't die from pain, but you have very bad quality of life. Right? So that's why it's very important. And after you have also one it's called costo-beneficio, which is a little bit different. It's not very used for technology assessment, but basically what's the cost of my intervention, what's the benefits, and I'm going to put a dollar value on my benefits, so I'm going to monetize my benefits, and just I'm going to say, oh, here's the cost of my intervention, what's the dollar value of my benefits, and if my benefits are more than my cost, then you have a net benefit and you should pay for something. I'm going to show you some examples, right? Because that's what we have. And in Canada, like in Brazil, the guidelines say, we should use cost utility. I'm going to talk about. So, cost minimization. I'm going to talk about each of those and I'm going to show you some examples. Cost minimization, again, there's no difference in efficacy between the 2 interventions, so you're going to choose the intervention with a lower cost. So the example I'm going to use, this one was, again, I don't know about this example, I just present for this talk, if I show a good example, I don't know, it's good quality, study, I don't know, it's just, to illustrate the concept. So this one was about the NOACs, like the new oral anticoagulant, and this one is about Xarelto, compared to standard of care warfarin, right? So patient with VTE. Patient with very different voice. Again, I'm not a clinician. Yes, so there's a lot of clinicians here. If you have a question about VTE, you ask your clinician. But the idea here is like this new drugs, there's a clinical trial who show there's no difference between the new drug, more expensive, than it's the standard of care warfarin. So different. So when you take warfarin, you need to monitor your INR. I don't remember what you mean, but you know, you need to do some monitoring. You need to go back to see emerge sometimes. Where this is new oral anticoagulant, you don't have to monitor your INR. You don't have, it can be done in an outpatient setting, so you don't have to go to CMH. Right? That's the rationale, right? So this is new therapies. You can be treated in an outpatient setting, you don't need to return to CMH. It's more expensive. So here was a done say, forget about the benefit, you're just going to look at the cost. So the cost associated when you have a VT to go to the first, to go to CMH, and after, you know, some patient or warfarin may have to come back, right, to CMH. So here what's happening with this study. And I apologize, it's like small, but here they look at the first visit, and they look at subsequent visits, so they look at the traditional anticoagulation with warfarin from an hospital perspective, and they also look with the new anticoagulants Avaliação. So here you have that, yes. So here again, the cost. What's the cost? So unit, how many, what's the cost for an emergency visit? How many quantity, you multiply the unit cost times the quantity gets your total cost. So here you have like, you know, the two treatments for the first visit. The difference is just for these drugs that they don't have to take dalteparin when you're on anticoagulant. So the rest is also the same. You know, first visit to the emerge, they have to do a CBC, all these tests, etc. So the difference here, during the first visit, is just you save this medication costs $55. So with the new medication now, you just save $50 associated with the first emergency visit. But because with this new drug, you don't have to go after to the emerge, you're going to save a lot for subsequent visits, because with the new drug, you can be treated in an outpatient setting. While patients taking warfarin, they have to go back to the emerge, and therefore they incur costs, right? So they have to go to the cost of the emerge and do all these tests, and on average, on this one, they found over 1 year, the patients were coming 6 times per year on the emerge. So when you look at the end, there's a big difference. On subsequent visits, zero cost with the new drugs, because you don't have to go back to the emerge, because it can be treated in an outpatient setting, versus on warfarin, you have to go back to the emerge. Right? So that's what says that. So that's from the perspective of the hospital, right? It's a cost minimization. No difference in outcomes, right? But the difference in terms of monitoring for the drug and how the drug is administered. Outpatient versus emerge. So that's from the hospital perspective. They also look, I was talking about the patient perspective before, right? So that would be for the ministry what you do. And after you can also look, they don't just say from the patient perspective, right? Because patient, when you go to the emerge, at least in Canada or the States, you have to park, so they look at parking, you have to travel, you may have to take some time off work, so they also look from a patient perspective, right? A lot of study I do, because it's for the government, it's just look from an hospital or government perspective. So that's an example of cost optimization. So here they look, same benefits, but just look from a cost point of view, right? And they compare costs associated with first visit to the emergency department versus subsequent visit. And they conclude, I don't know if it's right or wrong, but for the example, because with the new drug, you don't have to come back to the emergency department, you save big bucks here after, right? And the patient on this one came 6 times. That's the cost optimization. It's good? Right. Now we're going to talk about cost effectiveness analysis. So it's a method to determine which treatment, or treatment accomplishes a given objective at the least cost. When I talk about cost effectiveness analysis, the consequences are expressed in non-monetary units, and we talk about life year gain, right? So mammography, you qualify for that, because if you screen women for breast cancer, you're going to save life, right? It costs money screening for cancer versus no screening. So you compare difference in cost screening and non-screening divided by the increased life expectancy due to the mammography. Right? So that's what you do. So this example again, I apologize. I worked on my slide last night, this morning, to make it to present this slide in 2 slides. And anyway, couldn't talk about it. But here is a successful browsing. This one is like for C-sections, where they compare different way of thromboprophylaxis for cesarean delivery in browsing. And what they found here, the outcome was the adverse event avoided. And they found on this case that, basically when you compare one treatment versus the other one, you get an incremental cost of $7,000 per adverse event avoided. So when they compare intermittent pneumatic compression compared to no prophylaxis. So when you use this intervention, it costs you more. It costs you an extra 7,800 reals. Since you also what you save 100%. So the question for you as a clinician, will you pay 7,800 reais to avoid 100%? Will you pay for that? That's good value for money? I'm a clinician. No, yeah. No, for you avoid one event, right? So no prophylaxis costs nothing. With these new techniques, costs you an extra 7,800 reais, but you save 100%. So remember, the incremental cost-effectiveness ratio is the difference in cost divided by the difference on effects. Here, the effects are adverse events associated with the intervention and with prophylaxis. When you compare the difference in cost, 7,844 divided here, it costs you an extra 7,000 to save 100%. Alright, yes? Okay. I'm going to talk more. So, that brings me to my cost effectiveness thing. Huh? Yes? You will pay for it? Yeah. So, but it really depends how much you attribute, what your definition by for money. I have kids like that, a lot.
Vocês falaram de eventos adversos significativos que levam à intervenção ambulância, mas eu acho que também tem que pensar na taxa de ocorrência desses efeitos adversos. Porque sem a taxa a gente não tem como fazer a proporção, isso vai ser um valor. E se esse efeito for apenas 5% dos casos, não vale a pena. Mas se for 20%, aí vale a pena. Porque o custo não é tão significativo.
No, but you so it's okay. But so the question is like how much how much you're willing to pay for extra. You pay extra to save 1 minute of energy. My kids, for example, I would pay anything to avoid them to be sick. I go and rob a bank. If I have to do it. For you, I don't know you. I mean, I like you, but I'm not sure I'm going to pay 1 million to get an extra year of life, right? So I'm going to talk about that, and the ministry, in fact, gave me some recommendation. I know, President, that's so easy, just follow the guidelines. Alright, so it talks about, the way when we look at cost effectiveness, we need to think about cost and benefits, right? So we look, that's called a cost effectiveness claim. So here, you have your existing treatment, right? That's your reference. You're going to compare your new technology in terms of cost and effects. So here, compared to the new treatment, is more expensive and she is less expensive. Same, on the effectiveness axis, more effective or less effective than the existing treatment. That's the cost effectiveness play. Then after we have 4 quadrants: northwest, northwestern, northeast, southwest, southeast, southwest. So if you shear, guess what happens? You're cheaper than the existing treatment, and you're more effective. So we say the new treatment dominates. Great. It's a no-brainer. You should pay for it. Right? It's better for the patient than the existing treatment. It's cheaper. That's a no-brainer. Guess what? Never happens. Right? Sometimes not a lot. The other one is here. The new treatment is more expensive than the existing treatment and is less effective. We say that the existing treatment dominates the other one, so we shouldn't pay for this one. Again, that doesn't happen too often. A lot of time, the new treatments are always better for the patient because they're more expensive, right? So a lot of time, this one is like new treatment less effective, less costly, but a lot of times that's where we are. Always the new treatments better than the existing treatment, but more costly. Right? Like the example I showed you. The example I showed you, they were looking in terms of adverse events. That was the outcome. That's why we call that cost effectiveness. After I'm going to talk about more quality of life, right? So the question after is how much you're willing to pay to save one extra event, right? I'm willing to pay 1 million reais to save one adverse event. Is that good value? Maybe not, right? Or I'm going to pay, 10,000 reais to save 100%. Yeah, maybe, right? So it really talks about how much you're willing. It really talks about how much you're willing to pay to get one extra unit of benefit. So that's what we do when we do an incremental cost effectiveness. It's incremental. How much more it costs compared to the standard of care to get one extra unit of benefit. Right? So when you know that, how much you're willing to pay, everything which is below this line is considered cost effective. Right? So in Brazil now, for the qualities also to save, so let's talk for life use gain. They consider in Brazil, from last year, I'm going to show you after, that the willingness to pay to save 1 year of life, 1 year of extra life is 30,000 reais. Okay? So compared to the standard of care, I'm willing to pay an extra 30,000 reais to gain 1 year of life. Makes sense? So it's kind of how much you need to pay. Again, for my kids, whatever. But as a society, you need to have some willingness to pay threshold, right? Because as a society, we cannot pay $1 million to save 100%. Right? But you may pay 20,000 or 30, I don't know. Right? So that's what we do when we do a cost effectiveness. We compare the new treatment versus the existing treatment in terms of cost, more expensive, less expensive, or in terms of effectiveness. So that's also a concept about cost effectiveness. Alright. We're going to talk about cost utility analysis, and here you can see from my, basically the analysis which is recommended in Canada, in England, and even in Brazil. It's like to look at not just life expectancy, but also looking at the quality of life. Right? So that's what we do. We look, and what we use is called quality adjusted life years. That's we compare intervention in terms of quality. So I'm going to talk about that, but I believe in Brazil it's the same. So that's a method you should go for. So here's the concept. When we look at this, we combine for the outcomes, the process is the same, but the outcomes we combine quantity of life with quality of life. Right? The idea is like, if you have a permanent disease, you have a low quality of life. Therefore, 10 years of life with a very severe debilitating disease, that may be the equivalent of 5 years of life being touched nowadays. Right? So people would prefer to have a shorter, live less, but in good health, than live a long period of time very sick. Just makes sense, right? So the idea when we do the quality of life, we need to think about quality. How are we going to express quality? So quality we use here because we're economists, we like to make it very easy. We use that a number of 0 to 1. 1 you top shape, 0 you dead. And then after if you have a stroke, maybe utility will be 0.7 if you're minor stroke. If you have severe stroke, it will be 0.4. So again, on a scale from 0 to 1, 0 you dead, and 1 you top shape. Right? So that's how we express quality of life. So, for example, in 1 year, the number of qualities you can get is 1. 1 year of life with a utility of 1 when you top shape. Right? So that's the maximum number of qualities you can get in 1 year. So, if you have 1 year of life and you have a utility of 0.7, so utility represents on the scale from 0 to 1, the quality of life, your qualities will be how many years of life times the quality of that life will be 0.7. If you live 5 years of life with a perfect health, you will be 5 qualities. If you live 5 years of life with a minor stroke, and the quality of life on the scale from 0 to 1 is 0.7, so the 5 years of life times 0.7 is 3.5 qualities. So that's the concept of qualities. Because again, quantity of life is great, you want to live forever, but you want to live with a good quality of life. Alright, so now I've a quiz for you. Here, that's the concept again of qualities. You have the quantity of life, and you have the quality of life. So you can live 30 years, top shape, so full health, or you can live 60 years with a disease. I'm going to ask you, what do you prefer? To live 30 years, top shape, or to live 60 years with disease X? What do you prefer, guys? You prefer 45, why? Oh, it's the middle, okay. How many people would prefer to live 60 years of life? Raise your hand. It depends on the disease. What else?
On your age.
On your age, okay. Alright, now I'm going to help you. If I tell you this area here is the same as this one. Right? So if you live your 30 years of yours, that's the area with the curve. You understand that's the area with the curve? So it's the same. It should be a difference. And so when you here, my quality of life will be 0.5, which I said, because 60 years of life with a utility or quality of life of 0.5, so it will be 30 years versus 30 times 1. So that's the concept of qualities. Does that make sense for everyone? I want to show you more examples, because it's not always very intuitive, this concept. But, quantity of life, quality of life. Quality of life is measured on a scale from 0 to 1. 1, you top shape, full health. First people cannot say age. I don't say full health, so I say top shape, right? Top shape. So that's the concept. You have to look at combine quantity of life versus quality of life. So that's the concept of quality. So, do we have it? You're talking about preferences. That's my doctor. The best thing you can do is give up smoking, drinking, and drinking and cochina. It's not my food, cochina. That's like the second best. banana pizza. So that's the concept about preferences, right? From last I had banana pizza last time, my first banana pizza. And Monday I had my first cochina, right? So I've heard, one per day is okay, right? Alright, so shape this. The way it works, right? So imagine again, that's the concept here, where it's quantity of life, right? So you're born, you die, that's your quality of life on a 0 to 1 scale. That's me. That was my first accident as a kid. I was playing sports, motocross, a lot of accidents. I ended up to the hospital, my quality of life decreased, spent 3 months on the hospital, but I was here. I survived, then I get back, full legs. Then after I started my PhD, my quality of life go up. I survived, I got married and kids, and never the same again. And at some point I'm going to die, right? That's a profile of someone, right? So, now imagine more seriously, that's, without the program is going to happen. Now imagine if you have someone who has a stroke, and you could intervene, say, 24 hours after. So with the program, after the stroke, then after basically you give the stroke, and basically instead of people being, say, end up in a wheelchair or being paralyzed, his quality of life go back to the original level and he's living longer with the program. So when you're looking in terms of qualities, what you're going to get, that's the area of the curve. So for the first program, your qualities, that was the area of the curve, right? Everything in green, that's the number of qualities without the intervention. With the intervention, because the quality of life increases, you live longer with the intervention, your qualities will be all of green and all the brown here. So the difference between the two is the number of qualities you're going to gain. Right? So that's the concept of the qualities. Again, because life, number of years of life is important, but you need to think about quality of life. And a lot of interventions that don't have an impact on survival and cancer, a lot of oncology stuff, don't improve survival, but sometimes you improve quality of life because you have less side effects. Right? So when you do a cost utility, you do how much extra I need to pay compared to the standard of care to gain one quality. One quality is 1 year of life with a full health. That's what it is. Okay? So thinking about examples here, this is some slide I've done a lot of stuff that Conitec has evaluated, so I've done a lot of this stuff as well. So this is a Da Vinci robot for radical prostatectomy compared to open radical prostatectomy. We published one research and published 2 years ago or something. So what we look, again, this concept, we look at utility. How much you're going to live times utility gets you qualities, and after you do the cost effectiveness ratio. So for utilities, on the model you look, you get this intervention, then after you are free of cancer, you can develop cancer, etc. And we have utility values associated with this health state, and after we know how long patients are free of recurrence. So some patients who get local recurrence, some patients will die, and we combine the quantity of life, how long they're going to be alive without disease, alive with disease, and we combine such utilities to get your qualities. And after we use the cost, and for each treatment, we have for the robot, what's the cost over 10 years, what's the for the open radical prostatectomy, what was the cost, what's the different cost, and what's the different qualities, and you look at the incremental cost effectiveness ratio. Here was $25,000. So compared to open radical prostatectomy, with a robot over 10 years, it costs you an extra $2,000 and you save TB quality, X quality for 0.06 and you do $25,000 per quality. Difference in cost divided by the difference in quality. So that's your incremental cost effectiveness ratio. Then after the question, how much value? That's good value for money. So according to, imagine it's will be in reais. Yeah, we got that from, you know, I should work for the ministry, right? So that's basically what they say. You know, basically it's $40,000. How much you're willing to pay to save to gain one quality is like 40,000 reais per quality, or 35,000 reais for antidiabetes. And for rare diseases, not ultra-rare diseases, it's like 3 times that, right? And in the past, there was nothing about that, right? But now they have a threshold. So thinking about my cost-effectiveness plan, so now every intervention, which is less than 40,000 reais per quality gain, would be deemed cost-effective. Right? That's the way it goes. In Canada, we use $50,000 per quality. In the UK, they use 30,000 pounds per quality. So it's always because you can. As a society, we need to put a limit in terms of how much we're going to pay extra to save one extra unit of benefit. Right? And here's the benefits of quality. Make sense? Alright. So last type of economic evaluation is called cost-benefit analysis. And here, don't really use that in HTA, but I've been using it quite a lot to evaluate programs, smoking cessation programs, for example. And here what you have, some benefits, you're going to put dollar value on the benefits. Sometimes it's challenging, but this one is a program, I've done the evaluation of something called early psychosis intervention for young teenagers. Once they develop first episode of psychosis, you can intervene with a multidisciplinary team. So here what we've done, they cost money, because you have a multidisciplinary team and everything you have follow-up. So it was costing $10,000, but in terms of benefits, what we look at is like the benefits, you have a reduction in the number of hospitalization, and now we know how much it costs per hospitalization. We also look at reduce assisting living days, because with this intervention, the teenager can live independently, they don't need to be in special housing, and we also look at increased productivity. So when we compare basically the benefits, when we put all the values on the benefits, here the benefits were $96,000 versus $10,000 for the cost of intervention. Because my benefits, $90,000, are greater than my cost of intervention, we say the net benefit is positive, we should pay for it. Basically, the return of investment is greater than mine. That's what it means. So this one is like, not used too much. It's also a point you need to think about cost and outcome as well. It's like discount. And the idea is like $1 today is not the same as $1 next year or in 5 years. So we need to discount cost and outcomes. And then in Brazil, we have like some directives say we should use 5% per year. So first year we don't discount. Year 2, 3, 4, 5, we're going to discount at the 5% per year. Cost and benefit. And we're going to do a sensitivity analysis with 0 and 10% share. Another point also to think about is like sometimes you find that an intervention is not cost effective for the full population, but it may be more cost effective for a subset of the population, because for this subgroup, the intervention is more effective. Right? So a lot of time, that's what we found. No? We shouldn't use this technology for everyone. We should restrict the use of this technology for a subset of patients. Okay, so thinking about all of this, we have many methods to compare two interventions or more in terms of cost and benefits. Cost minimization. no differences between the intervention and efficacy, so you minimize the cost for optimization. After, when you can look at the difference between cost and difference between benefits, there's two ways of doing it. Cost effectiveness, where you look more at a single unit of benefit, like life expectancy, adverse event avoided, or you want to look at the concept of qualis and quality of life and quantity of life. That's called cost utility. And that's by default what we do in many situations and also for industry. So when I do stuff on cancer, by my primary analysis, cost utility analysis, but I do a secondary analysis where I look at cost effectiveness in terms of incremental cost per additional year of life saved. Because cancer is sometimes very important, right? Your life expectancy. But that's not my primary analysis. Guidelines, it's kind of guidelines, Brazilian guidelines, UK guidelines also. Okay. How are we doing so far on the economic evaluation? Just to get warm, guys. There's so much more to talk. Good? Questions? Good? Alright. Now, are we going to do something? Right? There's two ways to do an economic evaluation. So, Dracula approach, Dracula, vampire approach, or the Frankenstein approach. So this one basically is when you do an economic evaluation alongside the clinical trial. You just use the data, you set all the data from the trial to do your economic evaluation. Right? So that's your trial-based economic evaluation. It's part of a randomized control trial, observational studies, because that's really bag analysis. But sometimes, right, because in randomized trials, a lot of times, say for diabetes, all of them are conducted over 6 months. We need to extrapolate the benefits over 5, 10, 20 years. So we use Frankenstein model. So basically here, that's the model-based economic evaluation, so decision analysis techniques, and use many different data sources, right, to create this Frankenstein monster, right? And Frankenstein pieces. So that's what we do. Alright, so when you do a clinical trial, you're in Geral, you have your colleagues, you run a clinical trial, they want to answer a clinical research question, and what you do, you're going to say, hey, can I do an economic evaluation of your trial? And you're going to administer a small economic questionnaire to collect healthcare resuscitation, and also you're going to have some instruments to measure quality of life. That's what you do. So we have, I'm not going to talk about that, but do you see Conitec when you do studies, so do you use quality of life instruments? Right, so one of them is called the Q5D, and it allows you to calculate the utility. So we do that. So, but just to show you, that's an example of a question using clinical trial. Every time the patient comes back at every visit, so say baseline 6 months, 12 months, I'm going to ask him, hey, have you been to the hospital? Have you been hospitalized? Yes or no? If you've been hospitalized for what? Well, for stroke. For either car accident, right? Have you seen a doctor? For what? Have you been to the emergency? That's what we do. Since the last time we saw you, have you been admitted to an hospital? Yes or no? So if yes, why? Right? And tell us why. And how long you stay in the hospital. Have you seen a family doctor? Yes or no? And sometimes we also ask the reason. Is it related to the disease or is it, versus not related? Right? So we have these questionnaires who look, every time the patients come back, we fill this questionnaire. Sometimes we do that by phone or by internet, but we collect information on healthcare resources because you cannot ask patients how much you pay for hospitals. They don't know. In Canada, no one knows. Right? But we know, I know what's the cost of an hospitalization. And the cost of an hospitalization also depends on the type of hospitalization. That's why we ask him, hey, you've been hospitalized, tell me more. For which reason? And sometimes say, no, let's just give you an indication, right? So we do that. And after, basically, you do your trial, you have control, treatment group, and for each patient, you have a pair of cost and quality. So patient 1, patient 2, and basically for the control group you average what's the mean cost, what's the mean quality, you do the same for the treatment group, and after you calculate your incremental cost effectiveness ratio, which is the ratio of the difference of cost associated with the treatment group minus the cost associated with the control group divided by the mean quality of the treatment group by the mean quality of the control group. That's what you do. I really lost that because you don't have to make any assumptions, etc. A lot of limitations sometimes. But so this is again, I apologize, I split this slide in two. But this is something we got for tibial fracture. You're seeing McMaster, they do a lot of clinical trials. So this one was a 500 patient multi-center randomized trials looking at low intensity pulse ultrasounds when you have tibial fracture versus nothing. So we did an economic evaluation of the trial. So first you look at the cost of devices, which was 4,000, but on this case, sometimes technology is expensive, but you would be surprised also technology would be offset by reduction of hospitalization. In this case, it was not offset. So in this case, basically the mean cost of the new technology Lipus was much more higher than the control group from a payer perspective, and we also look for societal perspective. So there's a difference in quality, but it was not as significant, so this strategy worked very well. And at the end, when you look at the incremental cost effectiveness ratio, was $155,000 per quarter. So thinking about, imagine that's reais, thinking about the means, you say, hey, a willingness to pay is 40,000 reais per quality gain. Do you think it will be cost effective? No, because it's above what you're willing to pay as a society. And that's exactly the conclusion. At that price, it's not cost effective. Okay? Now, if you have $25,000, so 25 reais per quality gain, you say, yes, it's cost effective. And I say at that price, because after, price is like sometimes manufacturers charge one price, but then after, at least in Canada or in the States or the countries, you can negotiate with the manufacturer so they can decrease the price. So I say, at that price, it's not cost effective, right? All right, so that was an example of trial-based economic evaluation. Say, great, I love it. You don't have to do any evaluation. Just collect the data, analyze the data. But in some cases, it's not enough because you want to extrapolate over a longer time period, or you may want to compare, the intervention with 2, 3, or 4 interventions, right? So that's why you use decision analytic models. And models are great because they're cheap. First, I can do a model, you can get a model in 3, 4 months. Clinical trials, this took 2 years of recruitment, 4 months, this is a 4-year clinical trial, right? A model, it's a lot of money. Running a clinical trial costs a lot of money. Models, you have a good analyst, you can do a model, it's fast, you can include many comparators as you want, you can use network meta-analysis to compare everything, you can test your assumption models. So that's why people, 80–90% of all economic evaluation in healthcare are based on models. Maybe 5–10% of clinical trial. Now in Canada, to get public funding from a grant agency, for example, for you, to do a clinical trial, you need to include the cost effectiveness analysis. So I've been involved in so many clinical trials just to do the cost effectiveness because it's not enough to show that a new intervention is better for the patient in terms of clinical outcome. You need to show it's cost effective. So we, as economists, we're very in demand. It's like statisticians, they have to be in every study. Now, to get money from the government, if you do a clinical trial, you need to do an economic evaluation. Because you cannot pay for this, right? And in some cases, I'm going to talk again about the robot, they can do that. And they got into trouble because the ministry went after them. So it's not cost effective, you're not paying for it. So now, I'm going to show you every study we're doing at McMaster on the robot, Michael Da Vinci, we have the economic evaluation. Just because, you need to be proactive, right? Because you don't want after the government say, hey, and it's not cost effective. So, alright. Decision models. Are we good here? Alright. I think we'll be good on time. Let me check very quickly. Oh yeah, and if not, we can finish after the break. 12, yeah, 12 o'clock, we have 25 minutes. Even if I don't finish, we'll finish after, okay? And again, this one, I'm going to go slow if you have questions. So what's the model? Look again, pros and outcomes when you compare one or two interventions. Like says good or bad clinical trials, same for small models. But good models should reflect, how patients are treated in reality. So it goes. You have different type of model. What I'm going to talk today is just about the decision tree models and the market. It's a more complicated model for COVID, for example. We see all system patients with this model because the number of patients infected has an impact on the number of patients that are infected. So we have HIV system. We have all of this stuff like more disease and variables. So we're going to, I'm just going to talk about decision tree and Markov model, which is maybe 80% or 90% of the economic models. Decision tree, people love it. People love the decision tree. So easy. How should I treat my patient? Do I A, do I B, or treatment A, treatment B? Success, failure, you can follow everything on this entry. So if you know nothing about model, you love it. People understand. Oh, and that's what we do. Spend a lot of time thinking about the tree and asking, I'm going to structure my model. So that's it. How should I treat my patient? Treatment A, conventional treatment, or say a new risky treatment, which is a surgery. And you have two outcomes, success, failure, success, failure. So in this case, it's a conventional treatment, which is successful. What's the outcome? You pay free, but you're on medication for the rest of your life. Right? If you're not successful, you still have pain, but you need to take more medication, stronger medication. It's a new treatment, which is surgery, and it's a little bit risky. Cures and the conventional treatment, I'll tell you what, but if it works, it's fantastic, pain-free, no more medication. If it doesn't work, you have complications for the surgery. Right? So we have here this is like this node is called decision node. Should I treat with treatment A versus treatment B? Then after we have something called chase node. Right? And the chase node, what's the probability of being successful? Treatment A. What's the quality of the successful treatment B? That's come from meta-analysis, for example. So in this case, for this one, you're 90% of the time, you works. But even if you work, you still in pain and you have to take medication. So this one, that's why it's riskier than treatment. Only 80% of the time it works. But when it works very well. You don't have pain, you don't take medication. If it doesn't work, well, you need to go, you have complications. So that's why people love decision tree, because it's very tricky. It's actually knowledge you can follow. When we talk about Markov model, for years people in the ministry and saying it's a black box, because it's an Excel model, everything's hidden, it's not as effective. But decision tree is very, very tricky. You can see what's happening this year, right? And also probabilities coming from systematic logic. Now, how are we going to do that? So, we should need to calculate cost and outcomes, right? And so, we're going to make some assumptions. So now, imagine that if it's a conventional treatment, when it works, it costs $200. You have to take some medication. If it doesn't work, you need stronger medication, it's $300. This one, when it works, it's a new treatment, risky treatment. You don't take any medication, but surgery, say day surgery. So because it's more expensive, it's $200. And if it doesn't work, you have complication of surgery, it's $400. So now you have the cost for each, that's why it's called decision tree, because you look at the tree and you have branches. And the question, you have all the information now to calculate what's the cost associated with the conventional treatment and what's the cost associated with new treatment. How should we do that? Yes, exactly, roll back, right? So that's it. How do you calculate the cost? Basically you look, if I'm successful, the probability of being successful is 0.9. What's the cost associated with my being successful? $12. So, and plus the probability of being not successful times the cost associated with not being successful. Right? And that's what you do. You multiply, you go from here, 200 times 0.9 plus 300 times 0.1. That's cost you the respective cost associated with conventional treatment is $210. Right? And you can do the same now for the other treatment. So what would be the cost for the other treatment? Same. Right, yeah, so 0.8 times 300 plus 0.2 times 400. $320. So now they have some costs. So I know it's my new treatment is $320, my old treatment is $210. I can do the same for the qualities. So again, making some assumption, and it assumes over 1 year, so the maximum number of qualities over 1 year is 1. 1 year of life with a utility of 1. So here, you pay free, that's not bad, but you need to make patients. So here's 0.9, here you have pain, so it's 0.8, here you have no pain, you almost stop shape, 0.95, and you have complication. Again, you can do the same. What's my qualities, right? Probabilities time of being successful, time the number of quality associated with the successful, plus probability of not being successful, time the number of quality of associated of not being cost effective. One picture, sorry guys. Alright, so that gives you the same. So now that's it. I have everything. I have my cost, I have my qualities, and I can calculate my incremental cost effect ratio. Again, how much more does it cost? So you don't save money here, it costs you more, right? How much more does it cost you to save 1 unit of benefit? And so the unit of benefit here is your quality. So what you do is like the difference in cost divided by the difference in effect, which are the qualities, right? So that's the difference in cost between the treatment and the comparator divided by the difference in effect between the treatment and the comparator, and that gives you here $11,000 per quality. Good? That's the decision tree. People love it. It's so intuitive, right? Makes sense, right? That's the same. Of course, in reality, it's a little bit more complicated, right? So this is a tree I've done a long time ago. This is for kids, for the flu. Kids don't like injections. So AstraZeneca, a long time ago, they developed a nasal vaccine that you can spray. Right? So we've done it. So here was like the new vaccine versus the old vaccine. So you can have some adverse event, no flu, and then after what type of flu do you have, etc. So this was over a 6-month time frame, and that's basically the decision tree. Same principle, right? So what I'm showing you is like basic stuff, but in reality it's the same concept, it's more a little bit more complicated, right? So that's your decision tree. Make sense? Alright. I love it. It's fine. There's limitation. When you have a lot of comparator, when you want to look over 10 years, so the flu was nice, but it's over 6 months, right? You can get 1 episode of flu, or sometimes 2, but it's over 6 months, right? Or very short. When you look at some chronic diseases, you have to look at the costs and outcomes over the lifetime of the person's life expectancy, right? So you cannot really use decision trees because the number of branches will continue to multiply and you cannot manage the tree. So that's why we use something called Markov model. The concept of Markov model is kind of easy. So imagine your ward, you're either well, sick, or dead. So Markov model, what you do, so for vaccination programs, so thinking against the flu, now I'm well, I got the shot, I'm well. Next year, I may be well, or I may be sick, or I may die. right? So year after, you can be again well, sick or die. And sometimes, so this year I'm well, next year I'm sick. So year after, I can continue to be sick, or I can be well again. So that's what you do with this mark of model. You have a model and you're going to follow a cohort of people over time. And you have different health states, well, sick, and death, and patient transition from one health state to another one. Sometimes they stay with the same health state based on some transition probabilities and based on some, every week, every month. So if you do for diabetes, normally you cycle because that's the clock, right? I'm well now. At the end, I'm well for 1 year. Then after, what's the probability I'm still being well or sick or dead? And that's what we call the cycle. So depending on the disease, so I've done some micro simulation for pain fluctuate every day. So my cycle was 1 year. And I have data from a clinical trial where pain was measured every year. A lot of time when you do for chronic disease, we use 6 months cycle, 1 year for cancer, a lot of times 28 days because chemotherapy is a regimen, it's 28 days, right, for a regimen. So my cycle is my clock, when I'm going to move to a different stuff. So what you need to do when you do this one, again, at the end of the cycle, a week, a month, I can stay in the same health stage and transition to a different one. So you need to define what's in all the health states, so well, sick and death, for my example, but you can be well, sick at home, sick in the hospital or death. So you can make it even more complicated. I'm going to show you what we got for the goal. We have the different one. So it was not a 3 health states. This one's well, sick and death. Just to make it easy, right? So that's what it was. You have your health states in blue, and all of these arrows shows this, in this case, it's an annual transition to reality. So I'm well now, next year I can be well, or I can die, or I can be sick. If I'm sick, I can stay sick, I can be well again, I can die, and if you die, you die, right? That's the idea. So far. Maybe in 10 years, so far. Right. So what we need to know is that define what's this transition. And that's what we have called a transition matrix, which is just this. So let's just say in my way now, so next, the probability of being well, so next cycle will be 0.8. Probability of being sick when I was well will be 0.15, and if I'm dead, it will be 0.05. If I'm sick now, probability of being well the next cycle will be 0.6, probability of being sick will be 0.3, and probability of being dead is 0.1. And then, again, with that. So that's what you need. You need to define the health states and what is transition matrix. And all of that, the transition matrix comes from the literature, or you systematic review. Okay? And after that's it. That's all you know about Marcos. So let me show you how that works. So you start again, say, imagine this is more, you have 1,000 patients well. So the next cycle, so 1 year after, a proportion of them will be well again, sick or die. So I'm going to use that. So 80% of the patient will be well, who were well before will be well again, so that's 800 patients. 15% of patients who were well will be sick, so it will be 150 patients. And 5% of patients who were well will be dead, so that's 50 patients. So what I'm just doing on this Markov model, I just follow patients over time. I don't use patients. My total C is always 1,000. What's happening is patients move from one health state into another state. As you follow a cohort of patients all the time, some patients will die, right? But you don't lose anyone. I mean, it's just like, so you have less patients be well, more patients being sick. So anyway, we continue. So the next cycle, that's my first cycle. Here I have 800 patients who are well. Again, 80% of them will be well, 730, but some patients were sick will be well now. 60% of the patients who were sick will be well. So next cycle, I have like 640 patients who were well before, still well, plus 90 patients who were sick the cycle before would do it. And you do this stuff, right? So that's what you do. You use this matrix here to follow patients all the time and just say transition. You don't use anyone. They just transition from one health state to another state. Does this concept make sense? Alright. And after you put out the computer, next step, you work a lot with next step. You can use that SAS or Excel is very, very complicated. And basically that's what you do. Right? And here I continue over 10 years. That's still the same stuff. And after basically, so it's the same, right? So at 800, 150, 50, 730, it's the same here. 800, 150, 50, 730. I just continue, for 10 years. Just follow. I don't lose any patience. But at the end here, after, I can look at how many patients are alive. Cycle 1, cycle 2, I can look cumulatively over. And here, out of 1,000, over 10 years, I have like if you add everything, my life expectancy will be 7.3 on average per patient. So that's what we do when we do these models of Markov. We just follow patients all the time, right? So that's called the Markov trace. So that's the first level of Markov. Using these probabilities here, right? Just follow patients all the time. This is the most difficult to do when you do small. The rest, you're going to apply cost and qualities to each estate. I'm going to show you how. Open is it? 20, so I'm going to, let's do just cost and qualities and we're going to stop at 12:30, okay? I'm not like Lana has to be on time. I'm from France, so we're never on time. That's why I'm checking Lana, it's so good, right? It's like, oh, right? Canadians. Right. Alright, so after basically what we do. So imagine now, that's my quote from before. Imagine I know if I'm well, it's $40. It costs $40, right? Because if I need to see our physician is great. If I'm sick, $100. If I'm dead, it costs nothing because you can get. So now I'm going to say here for my cycle 1, I have 800 patients. Well, times $40, that's $32,000. That's the same. That's my quote when I multiply the number of patients by the cost. Right? That's why I get this first number here. The second one, so it's 150 patients who are sick. So cycle 1 times the cost of being sick, that's $15,000. That's here. And I do the same after for the cost. And we just repeat that. For each cycle, how many patients are well? Right? How many patients are well? So here was 800 times $40, so it was $30,000. Here, the next one will be $730 times $40, so it will be $29,200. You do the same for multiply the number of patients once times the cost of the well, that's this one. You do the same for after for a patient being sick, so you do the same, right? So if I were to do here was like how many patients were sick, 150, cycle 1 times cost 115,000. Here 165, 16,500. 159, so that's what you do, right? So after you just multiply 1 by 0, so it's very, very easy. The most difficult to do your trace follows the first one, because that's the Markov trace. And you do after the same for the qualities. So for the qualities, you do the same. You know, now again, I assume if I'm well, my quality is 0.9, if I'm 6.5, and less. So how many patients were well, times the utility of 0.9, when you that's the quality of life when you well, 720, that's what you get. You do the same for when you're sick, that's what you get, etc. So the most difficult again is to do the first to follow the patient all the time. You see, you start everyone, sometimes you start everyone sick, right? But in this case, we have to make it easy, everyone's well, and as they go, they progress all the time. Some patient will die, some patient will be sick, some patient will stay. That's all we do. And after you know how much it costs to be well, see that, and just do some multiplication. How many patients were well, times the cost of being well, etc. Same as good. Makes sense? It's a mark of such a mark of law. That's it. And after when you do that, so that saves us for, right now what's happening with the first board standard. And now the new treatment say reduce the risk of being sick or dying compared to treatment. And basically 30% reduction. And that was my first cohort for which I built my first transition matrix. I used to build my cohort. Now I'm going to have another cohort where the probability is different. I repeat the same exercise. And now I can compare the two treatments. And so it's just this one, like here, it's going to measure the relative risk to the numbers. That's all. So in reality, it could be a little bit more complex, but this is in cancer. Also, models in cancer are not well, sick, and dead. It's like free of disease, progress, and die. So 3 health states. You treat, you have cancer, you're going to progress, and you're going to die. That's exactly the same. That's a well, sick, death in cancer. Huh? Sorry? Yeah, but you just want to say free of disease, right? So it's like free of recurrence, so free of disease, so then you progress, right? You have the recurrence, or you die. So well, sick and dead, in cancer, that's what you do. So I believe the next slide, so that's what you do. A lot of time, that's your baseline event rate, constant price to the current treatment, well, sick and death. You have a relative risk from CRCT, and you can have that from meta-analysis. And basically, you compare the new treatment with CR treatment. That's what we do. And just like this is for the model, the Markov model we done for the robot, so it's Da Vinci robot. So people get, this one was this open radical prostatectomy. So you get the treatment, you're in remission, you're well, right? Free of disease, remission. You can die, right? You can have also local recurrence, and you can develop metastasis. Right? That's the model we've done for looking at prostate cancer when used with open radical prostatectomy. Then after, I use this data, right? I say, what's, if you use a treatment, you go treatment, how many patients get recurrence, how many patients die, how many patients from the recurrence to have distant metastasis, and how many patients have CCS data. So the one I show you is the transition matrix. This one is what you use for evaluation of robot based on the literature. Then after, when it comes to looking at, so I've done that, I should follow the same method. Instead of having well, sick, and death, I have like a little bit more estate. That's exactly the same. Then after, I have I look what we use is, to look at the robot, we use some data, also meta-analysis, and we can talk about that later. But the meta-analysis of observational study, because it's only one trial, randomized trial of very bad quality comparing the robot versus radical open prostatectomy, but basically we use this relative risk, right, of recurrence. So robot is better based on observational study in avoiding recurrence, and we apply it to the standard of care, like I showed you. That's it. And I think, so we're good on time, but basically, getting analytic model is great because you can do that 3-6 months. Because you pay 1% to do that versus doing a clinical trial. You can use data from the trial, extrapolate over time. Say, for example, that data over 1 year, but I could have used my model to extrapolate over 10 years, assuming my probabilities will be the same. In reality, the probabilities change over time because the risk of dying increases the same. So it's making it more complicated. And also, if you've been sick for 10 years, your probability of being sick the next year may be different than if you've been well for 10 years, I mean well. But again, that's for the concept, and this one was my matrix I showed you of transition probability here. That's fixed. Assume it continues the same, but in reality, this stuff changes. So more complex, but it's the same here. So we lost this model because, faster answer at a lower cost, You can extrapolate over time, you can go for several interventions. Let's say you have the Markov model more complex, but for chronic disease, that's what we use. Decision trees more for acute disease. After this more complex models, name of speaking is like infectious disease models. That's why for COVID, for HIV, for SARS, for this model, because you need to take into account the rate of infection. So it's a more complex model. In fact, people doing this COVID model come from math, Department of Mathematics, and you have like Canada best models for COVID. All these models are very mathematician use differential equations, more complex. You have also microsimulation models. This type of model, Markov assumes the patients are also same. But reality patients are different. They have different age, different baseline characteristics, so that's a microsimulation or something. But again, so just to give you an overview, guys, of the techniques we use for modeling, and I'm going to start that now. Questions? We have 5 minutes.
Yes, one point. Whether it's Markov or not. Whether it's Markov or not, it all turns back into decision trees within the
yeah, I mean, decision tree, we do most of the models are not, but it's the same principle, right? It's just what happens to patients, right? And just, decision tree, for example, 6 months, what models you follow them for 10 years or 20 years. Which, I mean, I know it's like I don't want to be, spend time, guys, so, but I'm happy to discuss also. Does that make sense, this model? I mean, people are scared about these models, but, makes sense the concept of this? Yeah. Yeah, alright, next time, guys. Yeah, no, you're going to. Okay. Exercise is good for you, according to Dr. Lana. Okay. Okay, let's do move your arms. That's good. Move your arms. Let's go to one. Big circles. Out to side. Nice. That's good. 9 ribs. Hey! Okay. Now, swing. And I can go jumping Okay. Always fun. I know exercise. And I'm going, what I'm going to do tomorrow, after tomorrow. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I'm going to go to see ocean in Brazil. I'm going to swim, I'm going to Iabélia. Oh! I'm going to 2 different places, so it's going to be a lot of fun. And Maria told me, if you go and swim in the ocean in Brazil, you never want to leave. Alright, so we talked about economic models. Just something, so the examples I show you is kind of more for teaching. in reality it's a little bit complicated, right? For example, here say, so when you die, it costs nothing. In fact, if you're going to die in hospital, it costs, you have to pay for that, etc. So it's a little bit more complicated, but something we need to think about that. It's like a lot of time we never make decisions based on point estimates, right? So if you read some medical journal and you have an odds ratio relative risk, you always have a 95 confidence interval, right? That's the same here. We want to think about how to address uncertainty and variability. Sometimes we're not so sure about the value of the parameters, right? So all of parameters as a mean, but there should be a standard deviation and a 95 confidence interval around the cost, around the relative risk, around the qualities going. Sometimes the model I show you was very easy. Well, sick and death. But sometimes you sick at home, sometimes you sick in hospital, so there's different costs, different impact. And sometimes you have different variability between patients and groups, right? So if you're sick when you're 75 years of age, it's not the same as if you're sick when you're 25 years of age. So the way to deal with that is to do a lot of sensitivity analysis. What we want to do is say, what if I change the price of my therapy? What is the impact on the results, right? So what would be the results if I saw the technology would be 20% cheaper or 20% more expensive? You may also want to think about subgroups, right? Again, sometimes by male, female, older, younger, or sometimes you want to change the time horizon. So it's very common to make models based on a trial which is 6 months long, and we extrapolate the benefits after for 20 years. Why? There's a lot of uncertainty because you don't know what's going to happen, right? And you may use the best estimators to do that, but you don't know. So you want to see, what if I change some inputs on my model, what would be the impact on my result? So it's a lot of what if, and sometimes you change everything at the same time. This is Monte-Carlo simulation, probabilistic analysis, which is more complex, but it's kind of what we have to do at least in Canada. But it's always important to check, okay, if I change one assumption, what is the impact on the result? And sometimes it doesn't change our result, but sometimes you change one assumption and the result flip, right? So we say the models are not sensitive to changing assumptions, or sometimes the models are very sensitive to changing assumptions. So that's why a lot of time when you take a lifetime horizon, you may find the technology cost effective, but you cut that to 5 years, it may not be as cost effective. So that's always good practice to do that. So again, we always very good to check the robustness of the result when you change the assumptions. 2 methods to do that, you change one parameter at a time, or the other parameter constant. What's the impact on the result? You change all the parameters at the same time, and you assign distribution to every parameter. It's more complex analysis, but that's what you have to do. Like the same, when you look in a medical journal, you never see an odds ratio or relative risk, you always see a confidence interval, same idea here, right? So that's what we do. So that was the cost effectiveness. Now I can tell you, it's a good value for money. That's fantastic, it's great to know. But the real question is like, can I pay for it, right? Because sometimes good value for money, but there's so many people who use the technology that the financial impact of reimbursing this technology will be very huge. So that's what you do with technical impact analysis. You don't look at the benefit of the technology, you say, if as a minister I decide to pay this technology, how much more is going to cost me? Or how much more I'm going to save? It depends. So we do for any decision, we do for decision maker, first thing is good value for money, yes or no? Then after, if I decide what's the cost of treatment now, what's the cost of managing this patient right now? If I come with a new treatment, what will be the cost of managing my population? And that's what you want to do. So, This is, for example, an example. Incremental cost effect ratio of 10,000 reais per quality of life gain compared to standard of care. According to the directive from the Ministry, it's good value for money because it's below the threshold of 40,000 reais per quality gain. Right? But how many patients are expected to use it? So, imagine there are 5,000 new patients that are going to be treated with this technology. It costs $25,000 per patient per course. That would be a biologic for psoriasis, biologic for arthritis in Canada. To treat a patient for a biologic agent costs $20,000 per year. So now you have 5,000 patients, 25,000 per patient, say per year. That's $125 million to your budget if you decide to pay for this technology. So the question is, can I pay for it as a government, right? And think about the opportunity cost. If I decide to pay for this, because my budget is limited, maybe I cannot pay for other treatments. So that's what you do with the budget impact analysis. So again, I apologize, that's my slide from yesterday. I make the slide nicer, add some, animation, but this one is this one is about budget impact analysis from Canada, from an hospital perspective, looking at some surgical packs for cataract. So they look at the generic models that's used, and they want to see what's the cost now when I use this surgical pack for cataract. So per procedure, per cataract, it takes me 25 minutes on the operating room, 8 minutes to manage the material, and 0.6 for accounting, so 35 minutes with this, the current surgical packs. And after on this one, again, I apologize, but there was 25,000 surgeries per year, so you say how many type of procedures, 250 at the hospital level, 250 cataracts per year. So you say, with this generic pack, 25 minutes in the OR time 250, so that's 1,000 hours, just with the current pack, surgical pack we use. With the new one, basically you spend a little bit less time in terms of the operating room, in terms of managing the material. So overall, it's 28 minutes now with this new pack, surgical pack, versus 35 minutes. So you save 7 minutes per cataract. So you multiply that by 250 cataracts in the hospital. Basically, you're going to save approximately 300 minutes. So that's what you do when you do a budget analysis. Right now, that's what's happening. With a new one, that's what's happening. And you compare the two of them. And this is when we extrapolate for the province. I was this is 50,000 cataracts per year. When you compare the two, basically here you have overall with a standard surgical pack, it costs you $8 million. With the new one, it's 7.3 million. So basically here you save, $800,000. That's what you do with the budget impact. How much it costs me now per cataract in terms of surgical pack is a new comprehensive pack use. I'm going to save some times in the emerge to manage my equipment. I know the multiply side by the number of procedures and it just use mask. That's what it is, and we look at the difference. So if I were to implement in my hospital it's a province of BC Ontario, this comprehensive part, if I have to switch everything within the generic part to this comprehensive pack, I will save almost $1 million. So that's an example of budget impact analysis. Now this one is save more. Now when I was talking before about gene therapy, for example, standard of care is nothing, and it costs $500 million one-time injection. The government, by reimbursing gene therapy, costs, say, $125 million extra. Right? So that's what you do. So you always to say, good value for money. You know, I love motorcycle, I would love to have a Ducati, it's great value. Okay. Okay. We can do exercise, guys. I'm up for it. Oh, I'm starting. Okay. Maintenant, si c'est macro-exponential, ainsi c'est assez. Ouais. So much, that's what you do. So, good value for money, I was talking about motorcycle, right? I would love to have a Ducati. Good value for money. That's the thing, because it's very expensive. So that's the idea, right? And I don't know here, but in Canada, any manufacturer, when you want to new drugs reimbursed by government, you do cost effectiveness analysis, you have to do a budget analysis. Same for devices. So I don't know in Brazil, is that the same in Brazil? Same, right? And in Geral, think about that. So new treatment always best for patients, more expensive. So sometimes the extra costs associated with treatment will be offset by a reduction in hospitalization, right? Sometimes it's not, right? So that's why you need to look at both. Okay, that's all about the economies. No more economy. So now, a couple of slides. We also, in Canada, as a committee and sitting on, we look at different criteria. And sometimes you also need to look at social ethics for implementation. And this is what we're doing, right? So that's the new robots, right? To have seniors working, it's nice. But it costs $500,000. Not everyone can buy this, right? This is the technology we're giving now, right? You know, if you're at home, if you're a senior friend, this robot coming can take your vital sign, communicate with the hospital, and this is such interactive, right? But it creates a lot of, I mean, it's great innovation, but sometimes, you know, robotic technology is great, but not everyone can pay for it. From an equity point of view, that's creating some problems. But you say from an ethical consideration, genetic information, right? We collect a lot of DNA. We just don't finish a study where it's pharmacogenomic testing to identify what's the drug you should receive. So schizophrenia, for example, you have like a lot of drugs for schizophrenia. One of the side effects is weight gain. But now, if I can put a swab in the mouse and test for the type of marker you have on your DNA, I can identify the drugs for which you're more likely to develop an adverse effect. But by doing that, collecting DNA, this is also done by private companies. So I create a lot of issues around data privacy, for example, right? And it can tell you a lot of information about, based on my DNA, maybe I'm higher risk of developing a stroke or developing an illness. So you can learn a lot with someone, based on the DNA. So you need to surveillance it. It could be used for discriminating. Now, if I know you're more likely to be sick, I'm not going to hire you, right? Because you're going to be sick and I'm going to pay for your insurance. Legal consideration, privacy of data. So I was talking yesterday about internet-based cognitive behavioral therapy, right? So instead of going a focus group or one-on-one meeting with a therapist, you can do that by internet. I don't know here, but in Canada, most of these companies offering these services are from the United States. So that means the data goes to the United States. No one knows about it. Do I want my data to be shared with the Americans? No. So that's part of the process. That's also stuff when you sit and making decisions. You also need to think about, of course, clinical benefits, economy, but you need to think about that. So also committee I'm sitting, we have an ethicist part of it, right? And sometimes these issues are big. Yeah? Okay. That's a big issue, right? So you can learn a lot, and now it's like AI, machine learning, artificial intelligence, you're going to be able to predict, which is good, because if I'm going to be sick, maybe I want to know, like, I wrote a paper about this, all this new testing, because maybe I want to know, I'm most likely to die in 10 days. So that's right, but it creates a lot of issues. So we need just to think about that. And it's also what's the patient values, right? What's the patient preferences? And sometimes also what's the clinician preferences? So when we do this assessment, that's also the type of stuff we need to think about that. And at least in Canada, CAB, the agency, they do also a systematic review on all the ethical, legal issues. They do qualitative interviews with patients, with staff sometimes, with clinicians, just to get more understanding about their values, right? So that's the stuff. The also one after, you do all of this stuff, you have to make some, write a report. So you can write a big report of 300 pages. That's right, you do that. But you also want to create one pager with documents that you can give to the Ministry of Health, because they don't have time to look at these 300 pages. You may have an executive summary of 3 or 4 pages for the Assistant Deputy Ministry of Health. So you need to think about how you're going to package your information. And remember, a lot of time, if you watch this work, you work crazy, you prepare the presentation, you go to the meeting and say, we're running late, let's go to the last slide, right? What's the bottom line? You don't want to go about the meeting? No. You don't want to watch the study invitation? No. What is your recommendation? So that's why when you do this report, you need to think about what's the audience. Is it an academy like me? Okay, I can read this stuff. Is it someone very high up at the government? They don't have time. You need to do a memo for them, right? That's right? Alright. And after, so this one is like, you need to monitor the impact. And this is a very old recommendation. So that's from Ontario, the Ontario Health Technology Assessment Committee. And so we're looking at, maybe you have worked on this one, was endovascular repair. So you worked a lot, so same studies, so it's fun for the treatment of abdominal aortic aneurysm. So in 2005, so we did this big review, and they say, well, we're going to reimburse this technology, which is, compared to open surgical repairs, less invasive. I would say we're going to do that not just based on iris. It's also based on the study we've done, and I'm going to talk about the study later. So we published a study. That was the first time ever that this technology was found was effective because we just look at the iris patient. You remember before I said sometimes something is not cost effective for a full population, but you can find a subset of patients for which the technology is most effective. And that was a trial we did. We did this trial, we collected information in Canada. So based on that, I said, no, let's wait for iris patients. And at the time, we didn't have good data on low-risk patients. So, they say, just one month, just iris patient. A few years after, they look at the evidence for low-risk patients, and basically, they say, no, there's no cost-effective, no overall benefits, so we shouldn't reimburse that for low-risk patients. There's no benefits for patients, always clinical benefits. If something doesn't provide a cost benefit for a patient, for the draft provider, you don't even look at it, because you don't know, right? So after what we've done, we still look at to monitor the impact, and I found this paper, which is good. It's been published a long time ago from Ontario. And on this slide, you see that's the new so that's the technology we evaluated, endovascular repair, and that's open surgical repair. This is when we started the study, because no one was using it, because at the time the evidence was conflicting. We said, we cannot make a decision, let's do a study. So we work with the government, and the government provides the technology in some hospital for free. The condition for the hospital to receive the technology and to try it, and you have a surgeon, it's like they have to collect data with us. And they send us the data, we analyze the data. So that's why we start the study. Then it goes, that was the first recommendations for basically treatment of high risk. So once recommendation was on high risk, utilization will go up, and here there was recommendation say, no, we shouldn't do for low risk, and it was kind of plateau. So this one, just the idea of looking, when you make a decision, what is the impact of your decision on reimbursement. And at the same time, you have all these trials being published, green and offer and all of this stuff. But that's kind of an example of showing what's the impact of your recommendation. Because a lot of time you make recommendation, you don't know what's the impact of the system. For drugs, it's easy because you can monitor with administrative data. Devices is more complicated. So all of that to say you have to monitor the impact of your recommendation. But this one's kind of cool because that was at the beginning just the 3 cases. Then we say yes, we should reimburse for high risk, and after the plateau, right? So that's kind of a nice example. Okay, enough of that. Just to finish my session on economies, also governments here, Canada, Europe rely on HTA to make decisions regarding drugs or non-drug technologies. You need to consolidate all the best available evidence. You need to have very transparent, robust methods to do that, and you, after basically, it helps you make decisions in terms of the rational and efficient allocation of scarce resources, select the most effective intervention, and in some cases you remove also that intervention because we have so many technologies that no one should use because there's better technologies now, but we never remove them, right? We have some drugs we know we shouldn't use, and it's very difficult to take something away from the physician or for the prescriber, right? But we should do that, right? So in Europe, they have some framework, especially in Spain, but they have a framework, criteria to remove healthcare technology. I don't know, they remove this time. And so that's a little bit all I have to say about HTA methods. Any questions? I'm going to talk about more about hospital-based HTA. Any questions so far? Good. See, we've done a lot of similar studies, huh? I wonder if we have the same results.
It was done with
Okay. Okay.
And we have all, and in 2004, we included in the
Iris?
reimbursement of this.
Okay.
2004.
Okay, so we're at 2005. That's not bad.
And we included only for like this criteria that the aneurysm is growing more than a centimeter per year. So under observation, documented in the imaging and they
So, yeah. That's something we should do at some time. We should look also technologies can say evaluating in Brazil, in Canada, so say, and see just differences in outcomes and recommendation. Because sometimes that's why we also share, like master, we very collaborative, right? We work with a lot. It's not everywhere, right? But I think that one way to talk about hospital-based HTA is very important is resources, capacity constraint. Maybe if you are working together, and it's complicated sometimes, right? But then you increase your capacity, you can do much more if you do a trial, you can do it faster. So there's a lot of benefits of collaborations, right? Alright, so let's talk about the same structure. HTA, hospital-based HTA. It's the same, except it's performed in the hospital, sometimes within the hospital, sometimes the units outside of the hospital. But basically here you want to provide answers to hospital managers. And you need to provide to tailor your information to the hospital setting. Because maybe the hospital here, the settings, the condition is not the same as in CMS, right? So something that may work here may not work, I don't know, in Rio or elsewhere, right? And it's the same methods you have still if you look at the economics, but there's some little bit different perspective, and let me show you how. So this is, sorry again for the slide, this is information from Europe. It's a European Commission commissioned a project to look at hospital-based HTA. It was called Adopt HTA for hospital, basically. And what they done here is they surveyed, there was 150 managers, clinical managers and hospital managers saying, you know, if you are doing HTA, what do you think? Why is it so important? What do you need? Like, what type of information do you need? It's kind of interesting because you have the clinical manager and the hospital manager. So the clinical manager wants to know does this answer any unmet need. The manager doesn't care so much, but they really want to think about safety, clinical outcomes, quality of the evidence is also very important, as well as the economics from the hospital point of view. The rate about ethical, social, legal, everything I talk, they don't really care from the hospital point of view. So the perspective is a little bit different, right? When you do an economic evaluation, it should be for the hospital, not from the society, or even from the Ministry of Health. So the perspective is a little bit different when you do an hospital-based HTA than when you do an HTA for the government. Okay. So what do you do when you do hospital-based HTA? What's the scope? So normally, and this is a survey from 2040, but they look at basically there was 40 case studies, most of them is medical equipment, medical devices, and some drugs, but that's what you do. A lot of time, you don't evaluate drugs when you do an hospital-based HTA because drugs are evaluated as part of the PNT Pharmacy and Therapeutics Committee. You do so, I see that's a big difference. That's why I say in most countries, states, so we in Canada, this is a different process. In the hospital, you have a committee who look at approving the drugs, right? The devices, you don't really do that too much. So that's the difference. But what I want to talk is about medical equipment devices versus drugs. Because there's a big difference. It makes your assessment very challenging when you evaluate medical devices. So the first one is like, you don't have a lot of evidence. When you evaluate a drug, a new drug, they come with 2 or 3 phase 3 randomized control studies, so you have information on safety and clinical outcome. For non-drug technology, if you have one randomized clinical study, you're lucky. A lot of times it's a bunch of observational studies, sometimes a comparative study, sometimes just case studies. Right? So the evidence is it's not a lot of evidence, not a lot of high quality. So if I were to evaluate the quality of evidence for non-drug technology, in general it's very low. Right? So that's one stuff. Then after the equipment devices, they evolve very, very fast. And something like the technology evolved, so after 2-3 years it may be obsolete, right? So I'm going to talk after an example about the laser for prostate. When we started the study, it was 60 watt, 80 watt, and say, oh no, there's a new version coming. 2 years after, 120 watt, and now it's 180 watt. TAVI, I've done a lot of TAVI for articulation. Technology has evolved a lot. And why? Because there's no patent on medical devices. For drugs, you have a patent. No one can copy your drug until the patent is expired. For medical technology, you don't have that. And you see all this improvement on technologies, which make it very challenging sometimes to evaluate, because if you do a systematic review, a lot of times the technology that you evaluated may be also obsolete the next year. So that's a big challenge. Learning curve to use the technology, right? So we're talking about the laser for prostate. You need at least to do 50 procedures, because if not the laser, you're going to perform the prostate. So, sometimes when there was running clinical trials, you ask a surgeon to try the technology and you pay for it for 50 cases before starting the trial. You may also change the settings you want to accommodate the technology, right? and you have to work with biomedical engineer to bring the technology into the hospital and new system and it's also one, sometimes when we decide to fund the technology may affect several departments at the same time, and sometimes different budget you see in hospital, right? So I was talking about for prostate term. You stay one day in the hospital, with a day, so you can do something in the day, so it's great. Except that, well, now I need more patient beds to accommodate because my patient before was staying for the night. Now after surgery, go to see our patients for the patient bed, but you need to plan for that. So sometimes the decision you make regarding funding of technology hospital impact different functional areas of the hospital, so you need to think about it. And what I've learned when you do a study in hospital, you need to have the nurses with you. If you don't have the nurses with you, I mean, I'll be back, right? It's the docs, right? But the nurses also. Head nurses, the head nurse. If the head nurse say, no, I don't want you to go stay in the hospital, do that. Alright, so this is, despite all of that, why we should do and adopt the hospital-based HTA. And this one, I found this paper, I'm not a specialist on hospital-based HTA, I know more cost-effectiveness, but anyway, I look at the literature and I found these papers, a bunch of papers from Poland, because they don't have hospital-based HTA units. They say maybe we should implement some. So here they survey 50 hospital managers in Poland, and they say, why? Well, and the reason, again, I apologize more for, because it's enabled us to allocate effective, affordable, and safe technology, 90% of sanity. Why we should go hospital-based HTA? Well, to have an informed, rational investment decision, enhance the quality of medical care treatment. Well, maybe sorting out what makes sense of available analysis, data information, because sometimes there's so much pressure from surgeons or maybe a conference, let's buy the new robot, right? And well, I mean, it's your friends. That's also one challenge of hospital. You're working with colleagues, right? It's very difficult to say no to colleagues. So that's also what helps you. Sometimes increase hospital reputation, but it facilitates really the process to the assessment of innovative technology and finally containing hospital costs and helping with program processes. So this is what they've done and I look at that and say, oh, that kind of makes sense. It's the same in Canada. So that's the reason why hospitals should consider to have HTA unit in the hospital. Okay. So, but the question, like everyone say, to have a hospital-based HTA, you need to have staff, you need to pay the salary. So, what's the return of investment? Very, very few studies are provided answer. One of them is like, Maurice McGregor from McGill University, and he says that's very old, but he say, 16 reports from 2001 to 2003, so he said $3 million. This is more recent, that's been published 2 years ago. It's the SMART hospital-based HTA program serves 4 large hospitals in Seattle. So they have 64,000 inpatient admission from 2008, 1.6 million outpatient visits. Between 2017 and 2019, they did 11 reports of 11 different technologies. They saved 5 million. And they not all the technologies were approved. So, this paper was great because it also showed what's the process. First, someone, a surgeon, a physician, an administrator needs to make a request. But if you remember what I was saying, there's so many technologies, you cannot evaluate all of them. So in their case, they say anything would cost more than $50,000 extra for the hospital, or something which is 1,000 cost increase per procedure should be evaluated. Right? So they have a threshold, a financial threshold to say which technology I should evaluate in my hospital. Right? You cannot evaluate all of them. It takes time to go through the stuff, right? So they have a committee who reviews the evidence, so we have a unit with the assessment. They have a committee, they make a recommendation, and the executive committee does add-on. So that's the way it works. They receive a request by a clinician for for evaluating technology. Say, look, you see, technology meets the inclusion criteria, which is a financial threshold I was talking. They conduct the HTA ops team, the team does the assessment, makes some recommendation, and then the executive committee make a decision. Yes, let's pay for it. No, we don't pay for it, or we don't know. Right? So that's the process they have in Seattle. This is what they've done. It's 11 projects. So you can see the range of the project. Evaluation technology for treating hepatic cellular cancer, urine-based bladder cancer screen, computer-guided glucose monitoring. So a lot, very, very different techniques. 5 technologies were not adopted. So this one was yes, and they say this is technology 1.2 million. This one they say we don't pay for it. And they say also dollars because if not, they would have paid. So they say yes, your technology will cost them 1.2 million. So overall, over 2 years, 11 reports, 5 technology was not adopted because either the clinical benefit was not there, or the value was not there, and overall, they save $6 million. Just one hospital, right? And with that, the paper said, you know what? It's a good idea to have a hospital based and we should ask them. Do you agree? Right? Yeah. Alright. In Europe now, in Southeast States, just looking a little bit about what's happening in Europe. And I found a couple of papers, and when you look at all these hospital-based HTA in Europe, there's a lot of differences between them. In terms of the structure of the hospital HTA, sometimes it's just a single unit which is no resources, not integrated with the hospital. All the time it could be very an integrated specialized unit which has a formalized process with director, staff, so very integrated with the hospital, with the government, and also sometimes you look at the finances. So again, this is very small at next, I give a small, but so here they look at the different type of model. You can see there's some differences between the different countries. You have France, Italy, Denmark. In terms of financing, a lot of these units, which surprised me, they're financed by the hospital. Really some units, especially in Europe, will be financed by the government. Most of them were financed by budget from hospital or some grants. And some of them are connected to a national agency or to some insurance ministry of health or regional government. So very wide variety, even yes, the size is small, but in Switzerland, they have, or in Spain, they have different type of HTA, hospital-based HTA. So there's not a single, nice guidance, feedback in Australia, Conitec, they have the same process, the same structure. When you look at hospital-based HTA, because it also has to reflect the local settings, there's so much differences in terms of how they're organized. Some of them have, a very structure, a mission, a value, staff. They're very well connected. Also, are not. So us kind of also need to be surprised about that. So in Canada, Canada has 4 million inhabitants. You believe there will be, compared to Brazil, I know Brazil there's a lot of hospital-based HTA, but in Canada there's not a lot. The province of Quebec, which is 20% of the Canadian population, any academic hospital has a hospital-based HTA. So that's the only provinces. Then after we have some in Ontario, few in Vancouver, but there's not a lot of hospital-based HTA in Canada, which is surprising because we're very advanced on HTA. But I think for drugs, but not too much as the hospital level. Yeah, but yes. No, they're not really hospital-based HTA, right? So anyway, that's what I found a bit interesting stuff. So this one is in BC. I don't think it's in Calgary because we tried to do something and it didn't work. Anyway, also have to say with respect for Canada because we don't want to HTA to have more units and people. So, and after I'm going to pass you to talk about the HTA units in hospital-based HTA unit in Brazil. But I was thinking also, I was looking what are the good practices, right, for an hospital-based HTA. And this is going again for this research, it's fantastic research done in Europe, to look at the good practices of organization. So there's 15 good principles for good practice for organization. So the first one deals with good practices when conducting innovation, and we have 3 domains. The second one deals with leadership and governance of the hospital organization. So I'm going to talk about that later in more detail. The third dimension is like to see adequate resources, because you need resources, you need to have a budget to run an hospital organization. And the other one is also about the impact. You need to show what's the value of your unit to the hospital. So they have these 15 guiding principles, and after they say, okay, let's check this on hospital-based HDs. They did a survey, say, do you agree with these principles, yes or no? And can you rank them by order of importance? So they went from this list of 15 to these 9 core principles. And the list of 15 here was the assessment process. So I'm going to talk about this one. So the first one by rank of importance. The mission, the vision, and the value of the hospital HDA unit are clearly defined and should be aligned with the hospital mission and strategy. You need to have a good, clear governance, number 1. So that's what's called when we talk about, what's a good practice for an hospital organization. That was number 1. Number 2, you need to have resources in place to conduct your work. Because if not, you cannot you cannot produce a lot of reports. So hours, without financial and human resources, you cannot do it. You need to have clear leadership as a top hospital organization unit. And you need to advocate, to set the leadership at the hospital about the unit. That's very, very important. That's criteria number 3. You need also to have very clear criteria for the selection of the technology. And you should be very transparent about what are these criteria. The example I showed you from Seattle was the financial threshold. Could be also to do it, but it's very clear. Every technology costs more than $1,000 per person should go to an assistant. Simple. Boom. Then after you need to have the report now, that's more the conduct. We should talk about the goals, the scope, what you reflect the hospital context, and you really make sure that what you're doing answers the problems, the question from the administration, right? I was mentioning, it's nice to do an HTA report, but you need to, that's the doers, the person doing the report and the user needs to be aligned. What's the scope, what's the timelines, etc. So, after the 5, needs to be done according to good practice methods. It's also one you need to have everyone as a table. Also relevant stakeholder, right? So I've learned, I was talking with an nurse when you want to run a trial in the operating room, you cannot do it. So you need to have this person and they also provide good feedback, right? But sometimes you need to have the right person, the right stakeholders with you. After you need to have very important, one of the challenges with hospital-based HTA identified by many hospital countries like such capacity, you need to invest, you need to look at people, you need to train them, you need to keep them. Right? So that's very, very important. And finally, you need to also collaborate. So collaboration. You cannot do that in isolation. You need to collaborate with regional, local, and international authorities. Right? So this is according to a survey of hospital-based HTA in Europe. It may be different here, right? But that's kind of good practice, yes.
Just to point that for Brazil, who participate on this survey that Laura did, only 3 persons were invited, and those core principles are true for the agencies, but not for HTA-based hospitals, because you can do the 5, the 6, those are structured nationally here, okay? You can also do the 9 which is also organizing the network, okay? But the remainder of the goals are for agencies. The HTA units in those 109 hospitals is a virtual organization here, where everybody has other attributions and other tasks. So they collaborate as the chief demands a dossier. So if we respond according to the interests of the hospital, they may consider if they feel that there is some agreement with their first preconcepts, and usually this proximity with the administrator in the hospital is that allows us to build those units, and little by little they aggregate, but there is not even a third of the units in the 109 hospitals that is able to say, I have a person that is sitting here the whole day only for this. There is a lot of differences. Laura came from the Barcelona unit to the HDII and did this survey with 3 persons in Brazil.
Yeah, and so Canadian research also disclaimers would be some kind of research come from also units in Quebec, which is like, all by law, so you need to have, all the academic hospital need to have an hospital-based HTA. So this is like, what we aspire, right, and people of school. So in reality, but still, I believe, we need to develop the capacity, right, capacities, and I'm going to show you some talking about some challenges and opportunities. And I know nothing about Brazil. I'm learning so much. I want to come back. Actually, you need to invite me back, okay? Because it's just, it's a different system. And I think, this is fantastic what you told me. And I wish we could have this level of engagement from government as well, like in terms of number of technology and assessment. We don't have that out there. So continuing. So the challenges here again, these guys in Poland. They don't have an hospital base. So what's the challenges? Let's see if we resonate. First one, difficulty in recruiting qualified staff. Second one, bureaucracy. Third one, shortage of staff competent in hospital-based HTA. So you cannot recruit them, but they don't have them. Right now, I'm looking for a model. You cannot find it. They're so specialized, right? Complexity of the assessment. Not enough time to do this assessment. Financial issues, right? Sometimes, what's the requirement and the level of competency. So that's some of the challenges. And I was looking at this in Poland, and that's what was published last year. I mean, it's very, that's what we see in Canada as well, right? We don't have enough staff, we don't have resources, and it's very difficult to do that. So talking about, Brazil, so this paper was published, I think, so it's like hospital-based HTA in Brazil, experiences and challenges, and one thing. So the main challenges are also difficulty in creating qualified teams, financial support, and sustainability. We need to strengthen the hospital-based HTA culture, implement policy in hospital management, making assessment bodies, as part of majority decision-making process in hospital, and develop regional collaborative networks in the national network of HTA. 2-3 years ago?
Yeah, and it's a person that is very critical with contact and doesn't recognize regrets.
Oh, sorry, I didn't want to create some polemic here.
I'm telling you that we do hospital-based HTA since 23 years now, since we came here, okay? And one question that I raised all the time is that nobody
should we wait for a structured human resource that if they work with the manager in the hospital and they respond, they create the favorable condition that they are capable of creating this unit. And little by little you impose your knowledge. Like Maria came, she is also a product from those trainings that many in region here or in national initiatives we did. So what I'm trying to say to you is that, okay, if we had the main structures and a lot of money locally and a lot of this people trained, we would be better. However, we don't need to wait for those to create the opportunities to respond to our managers and create our space to work with HTA in the hospitals, because the hospitals are the main resources that the healthcare system has. And if we don't start here in the basis, the Minister of Health will continue to decide without data, which is a fake. You know, the decisions are made on Markov models that may be pointing to the moon when we have to fit here.
So anyway, NLP was based on a survey of 35 persons on one hospital-based. So I'm talking about for me, like some changes that we can see in the future. And I use a paper from to kind of in China, also looking at this. So it's kind of interesting because hospital-based HTA, like HTA is everywhere, right? So, and China is the first consequence of hospital-based HTA is the evaluation of the creative. No, but like maybe not here, but in other countries. So, again, it's education. For me, what I've learned has been when you work, and I work for not 3 months essentially in Montreal, MC hospital-based HTA. You work with computers, and it's very difficult to say, no, this technology is not very good. That's why the thing should have very nice, very specific detail in terms of which technology you're going to evaluate and how you're going to make a decision. And so this criteria should be transparent. So when the decision is made, it's accepted to several, because it's very difficult to say no to quotas, right? Sometimes the value is not seen, right? That's why you need to measure the impact of hospital-based HTA. And it's interesting, I look at the literature, there's not a lot of data. I show you a whole study from McGregor, from McGill, from 20 years ago. I show you a study from Seattle, and every time you look at that, it says value in doing hospital-based HTA. Sometimes you say, no, you shouldn't pay for it. There's not enough evidence. And sometimes, you should monitor this impact on that. And also ones like, you don't have guidelines, right? Sometimes you want to avoid specific, but maybe you should think about having, maybe some guidelines or national guidelines that you could adapt for hospital-based HTA. Yeah. You have a lack of professional. Again, that's why I'm thinking about fostering, maybe exchanging. So I know I'm going to talk to my friend from Luani, where she's going to send some postdoc. Maria come to Canada. She took some of the class. So this, we can collaborate. We can increase, expertise, right? And we have a lot of expertise we like to share. Right, that's why we share, and maybe we can work together and train students and we postdoc. And then Luciana went to work, you went to work, and then you work with Lana, you went also to Canada, no? Next year, see? You're going to take my economy class, okay? Good. Then after, it was a big one. And that's what we see, it's a lack of economic expertise, right? But again, this is, we can develop training course. I ran 3 days workshops. This is more introduction, but Maria took a course. We have, when we teach meta-analysis, we have to say more or less, but we have an exercise. Students do a meta-analysis, let's say. Students, last week I was in class, they're using a software, we give them instructions, they use the first decision tree, they use the first cost-effectiveness analysis, right? So it's about training. Sometimes collaboration also, right? So that's very, very important. So also one, sometimes it's like, some hospitals have more expertise and also one can we share. So for us, when we had 5 economists that were sharing with the government, right? So I was sending them, so I spent 3 days per week with the government in Toronto, and they were doing also economic evaluation, because the government didn't have the economic expertise. Sometimes, we were providing, because we are very strong in economics, we have a lot of resources on the master. Sometimes, we using the hospital stuff, we're providing helping also hospitals, right? So you create these regional hubs where we can provide expertise for the other hospitals. So it's more model of collaboration. Sometimes collaboration, I know in Canada, if you try to collaborate between provinces, it doesn't work, because the provinces do not like to collaborate. They're very protective of their own stuff. So maybe it's the same here, but collaboration is still good, right? Too many technologies to evaluate. That's a big one also, right? Because you don't have staff, right? Again, that's the idea of selection criteria. It could be a financial threshold, like they do in Seattle, or it could be something else. Lack of specialized resources, that's where again, you can share the expertise between experts. And sometimes you don't have a lot of evidence data for some technologies, so you can collect data. You can leverage the electronic and medical records also. So in Canada, there's a big effort now to leverage all of the databases, because we have a lot of them and we use them, but not in a systematic way. We don't use them to make decisions. So there's a lot of, here, especially with artificial intelligence, machine learning, that's where we can use a lot of that. And Dennis here, it's an expert, he's just done a review of AI tools for HTA, right? So that's kind of, for us, these are scarce. I've done a slide here, that's So that's kind of my overview of hospital-based education. And I understand some of them do not apply to Brazil. But still, if I look all around, the problem, we need to have financial resources in the hospital, we need to have people, we need to train people, and economics and all that collaboration. There's some common teams also work. How are we doing on that? 3 o'clock. What time is the break? 2:30? The break is at 3 o'clock? No. Okay. So we're going to finish on time. I like to start on time and finish on time. My class, in Canada, if a student is late, $1 per minute. Correct. Seriously? I say, no, that's here, we go to the pub and we have a beer together, right? So sometimes, like, the other day I was in class, I said, so I'm running! Oh! I was smiling. $7, 7 minutes today, so anyway. But yeah, so I'm not an expert on hospital-based issue. I do that, and we are part of it, but we're doing more stuff for the government than for the hospital. In fact, we try to implement hospital-based issue at the hospital and center. It didn't work. There's no resources. We've done some illustration project and it shows them the value, but we never went there because it's also sometimes overgraph decision and not made, on the evidence base. It's like, last year I gave you your machine, so this year I'm going to give it to you as something most of the time. I just don't see it different, but Canada is still really active in hospitalizations. Anyway, I want to talk some Canadian case studies. And the first example, it will be from my group, couple of words about the Canadian landscape. I talked about it, but we look for drugs. We have a formalized process. So everyone, if you're 65 years of age, you're covered by the public government, the drugs. Hospital, physicians, lab is free. Or we don't have private hospitals in Canada. We don't have private physicians, which I understand you have here. In Canada, it's free. So you go, you treat. For drugs, it's different. You have public drug plans and private drug plans. Public drug plans are for people 65 and plus, who are also some special groups. So CADRs, INES, all these agencies in Canada, they review drugs for the public drug plans. After, like me, if you're a student, you have you covered by private drug insurance. And that's a different percentage or more generous than the public drug plan. But we have a centralized process, so you have the same decision, same cooperation across Canada. For non-drug technologies, it's not, we don't have that. We have a few provinces, Alberta, Ontario, Quebec, BC, they have agency looking at non-drug technologies. Some provinces, they don't have that. So it's been sometimes we have some inconsistent decisions, and I'm going to show you the example after about the robots, where Alberta say good value for money, Ontario say $5 million per quality, we don't get that. So, because we don't have a centralized process, we don't have 20 techniques for all the technology that was university. In Canada, for non-drug technologies, like based on some jurisdictions, and sometimes they come to totally different conclusions. And I'm going to talk about that after. So that's the landscape. So now we're going to talk about the technology was evaluated by TAO, the Technology Assessment Unit of McGill University, where we used to work. So it's very nice, and I encourage you to go to the website because it's very transparent, everything else there. So this one is technology, cardio, handstand, pulmonary artery pressure monitor, for preventing heart failure related to hospitalization, especially research failure. This is unit from McGill, so that's McGill here, welcome to McGill University Center. This unit supports 6 hospital sites, all the hospitals in Montreal, Children's Hospital, the Geral Hospital, Chest Institute, the Hospital Hospital, Lachine, and Royal Victoria. And it was founded in 2001. I show you the data in the first 2 years. They said $3 million, and talking about 2000. So now it will be $4, $5, $6 million. And what I like very much about that, so it's where you have all this stuff. What's the composition of the committee? What's the report? And if you go to the reports, you can see 2023 reports. So I took something from 2022, and you have the report, and we have also some recommendation checklists. Very, very transparent. So I love it. Right? So here what's I done. So that's a report from August 2022 about this technology. Basically, that's a background, failure hospitalizations, measure burden for the expert system. And basically, when you have this technology, you can monitor pulmonary artery pressure and use it to adjust treatment in heart failure management. So what they found, they done a literature review of randomized clinical trials. They look at non-randomized evidence. They use PubMed, Cochrane, HJCT, the meta-analysis, all the stuff I showed you this morning. They target, they do the risk of bias I showed you. They done everything. And they also done an economic analysis informed by hospital data. They look at the number of patients, they look at the costing, administrative data, costing from the hospital databases, and what they found. So here for the clinical results, and basically I copy and paste from the stuff. They say best evidence, we have 2 clinical trials, Champion and Guide heart failure, and the 2 of them provide very conflicting results. That happens sometimes, right? So these are conflicting, so what do you do? So one of them is moderate to quality evidence from the Guide heart failure trial. There's no conclusive evidence that the new technology effective in reducing heart failure hospitalization. The other Champion trial, low quality evidence saying it's good. Might So the example I showed you, the slide shows the example was all green. Everything was perfect, right? It's easy as well to explain why. Here, a lot of stuff you see that concern. Some concern. So it's very nice. The quality of evidence is not set, right? And when you make a decision, you need to think about the quality of the evidence as well. Right? That's why we do that. That's the reason why it's assessment. So, what they conclude say, oh, so also look at non-randomized studies. Say, yeah, it's not bad. So it's a non-randomized study, says the benefit for this technology. This is non-randomized, right? So there's a lot of potential for bias, and there's quality of the evidence was poor, because there's a lot of non-family bias, so the balance between opinion groups, and research design. In terms of the also look at the safety, that's not bad, no concern. They also look at the economies, because this device, it's not cheap. It's $17,000, so $80,000. Yes. So it's not, and sometimes, the cost of the technology will be offset because you have a reduction in hospitalization for a failure, right? So, hospitalization are expensive, but in this case, the cost of the technology was not offset by the saving derived from reduction in hospitalization. So, in fact, you just have about 48% of hospitalization. And there are 49 patients in New York Association testing. So they were to reimburse this technology at $17,000, considering that they save $2,700 per patient, right? So still, $17,000, you save $2,000, because you're an extra $15,000. You have 49 patients, that would be $500 million to pay for this technology. And now we say, wow, that's a lot of money. And the evidence is also right. So, what is that saying? Also, they also do a project bias, that's what we're saying, right? So, say, look, the work right now, how much it costs us? It costs us $24,000 to treat patients with New York MRI, HA, class 3, for failure. If I go with this new technology, it costs me per patient, it costs me $39,000, so an extra $40,000, right? Because you don't save on hospitalization. Because it's fixed cost, right? For the hospitalization, you don't save on that, you just save on variable cost. And say, so data you don't save on hospitalization. So at the end, the technology is just going to cost you extra money if you decide to recommend. And then they look for 49 patients, that's what they do, and they basically cost $5,000 or $64,000. So that's the issue. They look at the systematic reviews, they do the meta-analysis, they look at the quality of evidence, they look at the economic impact from the hospital point of view, they do the budget impact analysis, and that's the HT. Once the HT report is done, the information is given to a multidisciplinary committee to work with the information. And this is, that's why I like TAO, because it's very transparent. And this is to give an idea of the committee. You have people from the manager of the technology unit, you have someone general that you know from HC. Then after you have people from clinical, you have patients also. Patient representation, you have people from the pharmacy interactive content, you have finance. You have someone from senior administration. So you have a lot of people. Yes.
They have other attributions.
Yes.
And participate.
Yes.
Their interest.
So there's such a committee, right? So how does that work? So it's a three-step process. So first step, once the people do the assessment, based on the information they have, they complete this checklist. And it says like, 20, the people benefits, impact on patient, value for money, feasibility, impact on the system, says any ethical consideration or strategy consideration. So they look at this list, right? And they say whether the report favors the approval of the technology in terms of magnitude of benefits, quality of safety, safety of the technology. And what they do is so say, after, so they fill this one for the quality of evidence, as I said, finding for CHK reports, quality of evidence is low. A number of compensatory and just-in-image studies have been published with a very limited, a lot of limitation of these studies. So, to these findings, that's the HK staff who does that. Do the findings support the approval of these devices? No. Is it said? Well, there's no comparative study, so really don't know. So, no. Then after they do this, so they complete this report with the HTA staff, they pass it to the committee going to make a decision. They're going to read the report as well as the summary of the findings from the staff, and after they're going to rate each criteria and tell, is it very important? So is it very important that quality of evidence is low? Yes, this criteria is very important in shaping my final recommendation, right? Because you need to see, sometimes some criteria are more important, to help you make your decision. You also want to depend on your perspective. So patient perspective is different. Maybe for the patient, the criteria of safety is more important than maybe the clinical benefit, which, while for the clinical measure, clinical benefits is more important than safety, for example. So they do that. Every manager does that. Then at the end, they do a tentative recommendation. The committee member has to provide a tentative recommendation and a reason for it, and after they meet. They meet and they discuss. And here's some discussion. The main issues they discuss during the meeting: low quality of evidence, high cost, we don't know about patient compliance, we don't know about resource utilization, and after they make the final recommendation. So the process is like the hospital-based HT unit with the assessment. They use 23 criteria, say, hey, all my assessment align with this criteria. Does that support the recommendation for approval? Yes or no? They send the report to the executive committee. The executive committee, they read the report, they read the assessment of the HTA unit, they do a tentative recommendation, yes, no. Then after, they meet, they review all the tentative recommendations, they discuss and make a final recommendation. That's the process they have. And guess what? What's the recommendation? You think was approved? For funding? No. Obviously, not approved. Why? Yes, the evidence is weak. We don't know how many hospitalizations will be reduced due to this technology. Cost is very high, and we cannot justify the extra cost because there's so much uncertainty around the quality. And they may refuse the data in 3 years, which has no evidence. That's how they do that in 19%. Right? Very transparent. They have criteria to select the technologies. They use the HT basement. They have 23 criteria to say, does that support, does this may report support the adoption of this technology based on these 23 criteria. So 23 criteria were approved by everyone. Then after they have a process, after they make a decision, it's very well accepted by everyone who is the hospital. So it's very transparent. So you really need to, because you're working with colleagues, you need to be very clear in terms of the criteria to adopting or refusing the technology. Okay. Question about Mikey. Yes.
Eu sei que talvez não seja.
Momento.
Eu sei que talvez não seja o eventual da discussão, mas me chamou a atenção que eu tenho um background de Tarride. Quando você tem uma diferença entre tecnologias e drogas, principalmente no contexto hospitalar. E aí eu fiquei pensando em algumas coisas. Uma é que eu não consigo imaginar um universo de dispositivo sem uma estratégia bem estruturada de propriedade intelectual, por ser, em geral, produtos muito inovadores. Mas também tem alguns países e contextos que não dá tempo de uma carência conseguida, por exemplo, dentro do período que a tecnologia ainda é a ponta da área. Mas aí eu queria entender mesmo qual foi a intenção desse comentário e quais são as principais diferenças.
And then maybe some macros that. But for flex, when you have a very steady process of that kind of implementation, it takes 7 years, 7 to 10 years to develop the very source of flex and produce a model. No one can copy the formula of the drug for the patent is expired. And then you can have a generic, right? So everyone can copy the formula. That's for that. So for 7, 8 years in the country, no one can copy this. So you can copy, replicate the formula of the drug. For devices, my understanding is like, yes, you have a patent and IP, but you don't have a patent protection in terms of, the technologies evolve, so a manufacturer can develop a technology, someone 2 years after can copy the technology and improve the technology. Right? So we've seen that a lot. That's why also for companies like Edwards, and I believe I don't know if it's people here from a device company, but sometimes there's not a lot of incentive for these companies to invest in a very robust trial program, because once they introduce, they can be copied, and someone can copy after or replicate the invention. And what we've seen, like some of these technologies after a few years, there's competitors and comes very similar technology. They're not protecting the ways of drugs.
Concordo com tudo. Mas eu queria também entender se você entende que isso afeta muito dentro do contexto hospitalar, porque é da perspectiva de um comprador, né? Não de um competidor.
Yeah, so I guess it could affect in the sense like, for this example, and I'm going to talk, when we look at this technology, first when I started in 60, so review was 60 watt days, then 80 watt. Then, we say, well, maybe, we cannot really use the evidence, right, from this technology, because the technology, next year is a new version. So the way it will impact the way we make decisions, and I don't know specifically at the hospital, but sometimes, like, if you make a decision based on technology now, say 60 watt or 80 watt, 2 years after the technology may be obsolete because it's a new version. I've done a bunch of studies for autism stenosis, for Edwards, for that. It's a new version of that, same company. But there's competition also coming with different versions. So I don't know if anyone wants to comment from an hospital point of view, but sometimes the technology evolves so much, because that's one of the challenges, to keep up also with the space. So that's why in our group, where we're receiving $1 million per year from the government to do this type of studies, and now it takes time to do study. And in this case, when we finish the study, the technology was obsolete. Right? So that could also impact the way we look at this technology making decision. I don't know if someone in the audience wants to make any comments on that. But that's good. But yeah, it's like for drugs, no one can copy the drug for 7, 8 years, and after the generic car. But here, like, I know for patents, there's been a bunch of different companies going, there's a lot of competition. That's also why the companies are going to work with clinical trials. There's no incentive for them, because once they're going to launch, so maybe, it's a superior, but someone is going to come with a similar version. Alright, so then we talk about this one. Yes, that's exactly what happened with this one. So, basically, I'm going to show that, so we'll talk about this one. So this one's about PPH, the non-patient arrangement of prostate gland, high prevalence, and the treatment for years was TERP. for the treatment also was to happen. Now we have all these new technologies that will be less invasive and can provide the same results. So the government said we should do a study regarding 6 months. So that's my group basically say, okay, let's do that. I'll see what the government of Ontario. So we did a study. It was a prospective study, non-randomized studies, where patients have to study schematic. We had 3 hospitals, 1 academic, 2 community hospitals. This is a current treatment term where patients stay in the hospital for at least a day. This can be done on an outpatient setting, so laser. And we look at 6 months, basically what was the score in terms of the IPSS score for prostate, quality of life, cost, and also we follow patients to 2 years to see if they have to get back to and get an osteosurgery surgery. So we did the study. We first did systematic review, and what we found here, and we did with bias, but the literature was 80 watt, 60 watt, and when we look at this stuff and start to, so here was 80 watts, 60 watts was PVP, so laser, we're looking for the green light as well, versus TERP. We have 80 watt, 60 watt, and we realized, hold on, we talked to some urologists and they told us, well, yes, there's a new version coming. I said, okay. You talk to me, she said, we're not going to do a study now. It's like, oh, that's right, there's a new version coming, also 120 watts. So we evaluated the 120 watt version and we published the results. And after, basically, we look also, this is a challenge when you look at invasive technology versus laser. You consent patients to participate in a study, then after they tell you, oh, I don't want to get to full surgery, I want the laser. So we have a lot of programs to recruit the patient on the surgical arm versus the laser arm, right? So that's number 1. And after we look at a bunch of patient characteristics, we look also after those kind of no differences in terms of outcome between the 2 surgery, and that's the idea. There's a surgery, the intervention, I say that one is done in an inpatient setting and one is done in an outpatient setting, right? So you save every time 1 day to the hospital. We also look after on terms of the next procedure, which was more for TERP. So we measure all of that. And this study was 40 minutes with TERP versus 650 minutes with the laser. But look at that. After the procedure with TERP, everyone was hospitalized. Only 7% of the patients getting the laser were hospitalized. So they were discharged the same day. And we look at a bunch of stuff after, capture, and spontaneous fibers. We look at cost, because this technology, the laser was kind of more expensive. So that's basically the cost of TERP. We look at the cost of physician costs, the anesthesiologist, the hospital. So that cost $4,500 per TERP case versus this one, in fact, was less expensive because you don't spend time with the hospital, but the device was expensive, right? So in this case, the device, so because the cost of the laser, you have also some consumable with that. It's more expensive, but you save in hospitalization. So in this case, the technology is more expensive, but because patients can be discharged today, you save money outside. And the outcomes are the same, right? So if you do a hospitalization, but here in Canada, you do a hospitalization study. So we done that. Then we look at 6 months of hospitalization, we look at the cost, what's more expensive, and we did after basically we cost-effective ratio. We also look here at the societal and caregiver impact to take a more societal perspective. Look at time off work, how many patients do some time off work. We look also after about the budget impact, how much it costs from an hospital to substitute the to have the laser instead of TURP. We look at all of this stuff, and so we can save kind of $200,000. Sounds based on 165 procedures at the hospital. We also look at the provincial level, how much it costs. So that's what we do. It's such a difference here because there's no new data. So we did a study. We collected the data. We did a prospective trial. We collected information about time on COR, hospitalization, quality of life, and that's how we make the decision. So 121. And also look at the durability, and by durability I say you get the laser, but you really want to know if 1 year, 2 years after the patient had got another procedure. So we look at that. That was not bad at all. And basically based on that, if you don't know how you say, well, you should pay for that. And this technology is really great. Well, what we learned about this one, it's like a huge, it's not also foundation, you're talking about implementation. You cannot give this laser to an neurologist. You need to train them because if you go too fast, it's like having a very fast car, and you perform the possibility. Right? So part of this technology, the implementation, was training to get this technology. So we had some dogs who were training also dogs to use this technology. We also, when we finished the study, almost 2 years after starting, that's a new. That's what you're talking, that's a new version, so 121. So our research kind of, okay, that's great, but we don't know how the 121 was going to be performed. But from the patient, they want to have this technology. Imagine, we can get a full surgery thing in the hospital, we can get the laser, and be discharged at home. So also we need to think about the patient perspective here. And we did some qualitative stuff with patients together. If you have a choice between the full surgery term or the laser, what would be your preferences? And we did some stuff on our side. Any question on this one? We good on time for the break? What time is it? Huh? Perfect! Perfect. We have it right now, right? If you have any questions. Yes? Question?
Olá, boa tarde. Acho que o seu nervosismo passou para mim nesse momento, tá? Eu sou enfermeira, aluna do doutorado aqui do Departamento de Enfermagem da Unesp, e eu pretendo fazer meu doutorado só contextualizando um pouquinho, aqui na Secretaria Municipal de Saúde são realizados muitos pedidos de tecnologias que não estão inclusas no nosso SUS. E eles fazem uma avaliação apenas social, se a pessoa tem condição ou não de pagar sobre aquilo. Então, minha ideia é juntar, ver quais são essas demandas e talvez, dentro da sugestão do professor Joel, se agradecendo, fazer uma análise de impacto no orçamentário para o município. Aí o que eu queria saber, primeiro, os modelos apresentados antes do intervalo podem ser utilizados na atenção primária, se você tem alguma sugestão ou talvez trabalhos na atenção primária, porque a gente vê muito esse tipo de trabalho mais no contexto hospitalar por ser tecnologias de custo maiores, né? E terceiro, que eu tenho muita vontade de ir para lá aprender um pouquinho com vocês, então se vocês me aceitarem, estarei disposta. Você se colocou à disposição, agora vai ter que me aceitar.
So the answer is yes and yes. So yes, first, all these concepts I showed you, right? So economic evaluation, budget impact, and sentence, would like to also feel back to the community. It's the same. Its perspective is different, right? But it's the same. How much it costs now to treat this group of patients, and now just new technology, what would be the cost? And you look before and after, and you look at such a version. To do that, I'm an economist, so I work with nurses, I work with clinicians, and we need to understand what is the technology, what's the cost, also technologies delivered. You need to understand also from the budget and like the community level, what's at the state or city, you need to understand the prevalence, incidence, a lot of the stuff. You need to understand the clinical literature to know if I treat this way, what are the consequences, right? That's the way we look at the clinical life. But also principles are the same. This is more hospitals in our perspective from the hospital, right? But when you look from a community point of view, that's maybe what you're saying also is a little bit different because my understanding is this will be just patients pay, should private patient pay from their own pocket, right? But you want to make the case that no? Okay. So, okay, yeah, but maybe it's exactly the same, right? And you have a population, so I'll show you on this one. We have, we have here, so for most people, we have this 160 procedures. We look also, we extrapolate at the conventional level. So you need to see how many patients will be affected by humanitarian. And after you do that on a case, on a per patient basis, and you extrapolate that to the population. Same principle. That's okay. So in terms of group references, and it's just a lot, and you can ask my email, you can, maybe they can give you a lot of references. Then after to study, and to study, and you welcome people that there need to be an agreement between the university and the government. It's very difficult to have someone coming without you having an agreement because it needs to be integrated with the graduate school and all this stuff. Always a pleasure. Yeah, so we can, and I know also the government, I think what is nice in Brazil, also the government is investing in HTA. I think, I don't know, there's an opportunity also to get sponsored by some institutions, also to come to Canada, I know Maria through HDI, it's a way to get, the funding, but yeah, and we have a master, it's a big institution, so you have like different type of programs, right? Yeah. I'm going to go see side, sorry, I feel like, you guys, right? I feel like you are talking shears, like looking shears, so I apologize, guys. So, yeah.
Boa tarde, professor. Na verdade é o seguinte, uma vez a gente fez uma busca por dispositivos porque a gente recebeu uma demanda e foi bastante difícil achar evidências de dispositivo justamente para justificar a compra, a gente tem esse tipo de dificuldade aqui. O que acontece com o dispositivo é bastante diferente do que a gente tem com o medicamento. Geralmente os medicamentos têm mais evidências, a literatura colabora um pouco. E além de tudo, aqui a gente tem um hospital bastante antigo, independente disso, muitos dispositivos requerem adaptações para a sua instalação. Então, além do preço do dispositivo, a gente tem preço de adaptação, colocar um ar-condicionado numa sala, adaptação elétrica, adaptação N adaptações que são necessárias. Então, para a gente, quando o senhor fala que para esse estudo foi feito in loco a pesquisa, né, para o hospital seria fantástico, porque o impacto e todos os aspectos econômicos de uma implementação de uma instalação e tudo mais, seria personalizado. Porém, a gente enfrenta esse tipo de dificuldade. Então, é um comentário e também, se o senhor quiser complementar alguma coisa.
Yes, so you had mentioned devices in China, compared to the US, where you have a lot of randomized devices you like to have. So our program and a couple of programs on Ontario were getting money from the government to conduct field evaluations. That's meaning when you have technologies done from surgeons, people in outpatient settings versus inpatient settings, there's a lot of potential that we're not sure because the evidence is conflicting, because there's no evidence. where to exist studies, right? They start, take a lot of resources. Each one was done in 3 hospitals, 1 academic hospital, 2 community hospitals, because a lot of these patients were treated in community hospitals, and we can do that, but you need a lot of people to actually run clinical trials. So ethics, contrast, safety, Atuais, Canada, it's not so easy, and also doing studies in community hospital. It's very important because most patients are treated in community hospital. It's challenging because the investigators are not trained for researchers. They don't know what is like good clinical practice. So there's a lot of challenges. So that's what the rest about also to have the technology adapt. It's not the technology is not easily adapted to the local environment because we talk about electric. That's a big challenge. So for this technology, we have to work with a lot of people in the hospital to get the technology into the hospital. That's a big challenge. Drugs is very easy. I've also done a slicer, done clinical trials. So drugs, take the drugs, it's not really, it's not easy. When we talk about devices, it's challenging. And these studies are not easy. It takes a lot of effort, a lot of resources. And just to develop a protocol, get most of the paperwork on one of the patient, they take you 6 months. Then after you need to do the studies, right? So you need to maybe 1 year, 2 years to do the study. But at least I don't know if it's here would be an opportunity, but there's been some groups, at least in Ontario, I know in the States, and do that as well, that are funded to do this type of stuff. And we are trying to collaborate also some more. That's what the government mentioned. They want to have a network of hospitals. So we have some units specialized to be able to run clinical trials, to do this type of stuff when there's no evidence. When you have a network of hospitals after, you can enroll patients in hospitals. So that would be fantastic because you speed up recruitment. You can get to result faster and it's more generalizable. But the challenge of bringing a technology in hospitals sometimes that is compatible with everything, that's a big challenge. That's okay? Right?
Algumas informações. Depois do intervalo, a gente voltar, pensando nessa discussão que a gente fez, a gente vai compartilhar um vídeo que foi feito uma pesquisa mundial, recente, vai ser em primeira mão, que a gente vai apresentar pelo ATS, que é a Organização Internacional de Avaliação de Tecnologias de Saúde, comparando Canadá com o Brasil. Acho que vai ser bem curioso para a gente ver o que a gente tem aí de desafios comuns ou diferentes. Então, isso, e também complementando que amanhã a gente vai aprofundar essa discussão dos equipamentos médicos, justamente porque isso também é um assunto, uma área que está assim, em grande crescimento na área de avaliação de tecnologia em saúde. Então, por isso que a gente quis trazer isso para vocês, porque é uma área, um campo ainda a se desbravar aí, na área. Isso foi discutido no Congresso da Regates, como oficina. Então, eles estão provocando o campo da saúde e falar, vamos ter atenção para equipamentos médicos, tá? Então, é só para juntar as discussões. Então, vamos para o break.
Vamos aqui, gente? Você vai feliz? Bora lá! Cadê o nosso apelido aí hoje, não? Se o Pedro estiver, pode se aproximar aqui conosco.
Vai. Ó, encaixou o quadril, fixou as pernas, braço para trás. Boa, respira fundo. Outro. Boa, vamos alongar um pouquinho aqui atrás. Posterior. Ó, tira o calcanhar um pouquinho lá de trás para alongar um pouquinho mais depois. Tirou. No próximo a gente vai combinar fazer a puxada do ar para dar uma de outro. Mais um pouquinho, tira para trás. Vamos fazer um grupo? Porque às vezes eu digo com ele. Já começaram a humilhar. Olha lá, tá caindo. Olha os atletas aqui. Lá na frente agora. Esse equilíbrio. Se tiver desequilibrado, põe para no colega também, tá? Ó, pé, sentido horário. Isso, ó, bem, isso é importante, pessoal. A hora que levanta, é importante isso aqui, viu? Despertar os pés também, ó. Você tem dor lá embaixo. Sentido anti-horário, mesmo pé, ó. Girando, ao contrário. Olha lá, desequilíbrio pra cima e embaixo, ó. Acelera e desacelera. Olha o carro aí, ó. Boa, olha, trocou. Mesma coisa, o esquerdo também funciona. Sentido horário, girando. Parou, trocou, sentido anti-horário, vai girando. É a ponta do pé que eu desenho, tá no círculo. Cima, embaixo. Em cima, acelera, freia, acelera. Bom, a bailarina, respira fundo. Ponta dos pés. 2. Esse aqui eu vou segurar, tá? Segurou lá. Vamos ver. 1, 2, 3. Que bom. Lá na frente. Inspira. Expira. Sente bem. Atrás. Respira fundo. Ó. Puxou. Esse dói, né? A gente faz tudo só na frente. Esquece dos músculos posteriores. Abraço de urso, inspira, expira, só o parzinho da barriga, externa, flexiona. Mais um, inspirou, expira, abraça. Vou reclamar que eu não tenho pescoço, então vai machucando aí, ó. Sentido horário. Quem achar que tem um pouco mais de tontura, fica sozinho, não fecha os olhos, deixa os olhos abertos. Vai devagarzinho. Ó, o queixo encosta aqui no externo. Orelha no ombro direito, pescoço para trás, orelha no ombro esquerdo. Para, respira fundo. Outro lado, mesma coisa, ó. Inspira. Expira. Movimento completo, sem pressa. Não, sem pressa. Não. Pronto. Valeu, gente.
So, we're going to talk very briefly about sustainability. Also, I will share my slides next week. We'll take 2 or 3 days for swimming, enjoy eat well. So the next week I will send a copy of my slides will be available. You have sent share some pictures, so pictures. And so you have my email. If you have any questions, you can always email. You can arrange to video conference. So it's interesting in coming on and we can discuss. But since Maria gave, we have also students, University as well. You coming next year, so we're going to have to do something for Brazilians. We're going to America sometime. Now that is like, it's great. It's just been so nice to be here, to share what we know, to learn from you. And we really, especially at McMaster or me or everyone, Anna, we really believe in the spirit of collaboration, sharing, successes, failures also. Sometimes, I've learned a lot. So some of these studies I will never reproduce them again, right? So we we have a lot to share, same for you guys, so it's fantastic. So, just let me talk very briefly about this study, which is a robot. So, like essentials first, it's like, so leader in robotic assisted surgery, we have the largest volume of robotic procedures in Canada. We have the hospitals, that's the only dual platforms. They have the macro video robot, and they have the Da Vinci. So there's a lot of first in neurology, a lot of first in thoracic, and a lot of first in orthopedics. So it's a kind of a leader. This is some colleagues we work with. We publish some paper with them. And now I'm going to tell you a little bit what happened with this stuff, because in Canada, a little bit different from Brazil, we don't have a systematic process to evaluate long-term technologies. So this technology enters the hospital, and it was paid not by the government, by donors. You know, like, I don't know if you have that here, but every year you have a campaign to get money from rich people that contribute the money to the hospital, right? And these robots were built, but what happened? This is what we have now, right? For radical prostatectomy, you have the open surgery, then you went to laparoscopy, and now we have the robot. If you look at the percentage and world of, this 82% of radical prostatectomy now is the world that done through robot. Only 4% are laparoscopy and 14% open. So what we happened in Canada in 2017, so I tell you, we don't have a formalized process. Every provinces, they do their own stuff. So the same year, 2 units from Alberta, one from Alberta, and also one from Ontario, did say, you know what, I'm going to go to that side. I'm sorry guys. Better, yes? So they did their evaluation. Alberta, they say, well, $44,000 per quality game, which is considered good value for money in Canada. They use the data on observational studies. They don't use randomized control trials. So it's a bunch of observational studies or non-randomized studies looking how this robot performs. And they look at the model, remember, they did a model, and they look for 9 years, right? In terms of, they look for cost and outcomes, 9 years following the surgery. And they concluded good value for money, and they decided to reimburse this technology. In Ontario, they say, we're not going to pay for these procedures, and they came out with an incremental cost effects ratio of $5 million per quality game, so not good value for money. Right? The difference of the model, first they use the data from one RCT because we cannot trust the observational studies. We're going to use the result from one RCT. The challenge uses one RCT. It was only in Australia. It was 2 surgeons. One surgeon super experienced with burn. With the surgery, and another one was very novice with the robot. So it was very biased. You have a very experienced surgeon doing the open medical protectomy, and a surgeon who just tried, no experience with the robot. Then they used the data was an interim result. The final result has still not been published. The study has been criticized in all the world. It's an RCT, it's a randomized control trial. Best evidence ever. So that's what they use in Ontario. And it's terrible, you can't find anything. And they look also over 1 million time horizon. So that's why they come with these results of $5,000 they do not find. At the hospitals, and I showed you, the hospital, they do a lot of surgeries here. This was the first one doing radical robotic prostatectomy in patients with kidney transplant, in large prostate, etc. So, they were pissed off. They was not happy at all, and that's what we have on the newspaper. All for 2 weeks on the newspaper. How Ontario puts the future of operating robots in question. Right? The committees that advise Ontario on which technology should be reimbursed say the benefits were not significant enough ICOs. Right? And thinking about, hospital, you compete with also hospital, you need to attract the best surgeon. Also surgeons now train on robots. So how can you attract surgeons, for medical prostatectomy when they have to do it the whole way? So that was a big, big challenge. So what we've done, we cannot challenge the entire decision. So we work together, also the surgeons, the hospital administration, the economists, and basically we did we collected patient input, cost data, we did some modeling, we did some administrative data, we did some quality study, a lot of advocacy, and at the end, after that, so now it's reimbursed. After a few years, we got enough evidence it's reimbursed. But the hospital realized, hold on, now we need to think take an economic lens. That means every study we're doing now is a robot. So the C study currently enrolling patients, some randomized trials for some robotic application. All of them now we look at the cost and quality of life to do some cost-effectiveness studies. Right? So that's a big learning for them because we have to show value for money. And sometimes if you don't do it, the government sometimes do it for you and they don't always do it properly. Randomized control trials, so let's say, we know this problem with non-randomized data, with observational data, there's still evident. And there's a ton of data, non-randomized, showing the benefits of these robots. And there's way to be, from a statistical point of view, to adjust for the non-randomized aspect of the studies. So we also do basically, there was one of my students here, there's a bunch also, some surgeons and some of my staff. But basically we published an economic evaluation, and we came out with a ratio of 50,000 around that. So showing is good value for money, and it's consistent with all the other studies done everywhere in the world, even in America. Ontario was an outlier from all these studies. So a lot of studies being published, which was like, it's not so bad. Ontario was an outlier. So we did this study, we published it, we presented at conferences, the surgeon used it a lot. We also, without showing you here, so again, if you remember my cost-effectiveness plate before, this is like when you have open prostatectomy, this is the increased cost, increased quality. So yes, the robots cost more money, but you generate qualities, and when you look at your willingness to pay equation, remember the graph I showed you, the cost-effectiveness plate, that's the same here. And because we're below this threshold of $50,000 per quality standard in Canada, we say cost-effective. Here, say, drug and technology your cost-effective if the incremental cost-effects ratio is below $50,000 per quality. Here's like 40,000 liters. So we have that. We also had patients. We had a lot of advocacy. We have patients were not happy at all. So the patient went, leveraged, talked about that, and finally we got this robot for years now for radical prostatectomy, thoracic surgery, and also technical surgery. But what we learned is now when we're doing an economic study, a clinical trial, we only need to think about the cost-effectiveness analysis. And this is some example. Again, I apologize, these slides are very small, but this is from clinical trial.org. So it's 6 studies at an hospital at Hamilton St. Joseph Healthcare, where we look at the robots. So this one is an RCT of robot-assisted knee replacement versus standard total knee replacement, and is currently recruiting. And here, just to show you, that's one of the outcomes of the study. So the primary outcome is the clinical outcomes. There's a bunch of secondary outcomes. So this would be considered an economic evaluation alongside the clinical trial, but we collect some information on quality of life, 12 months post-surgery. We collect some questionnaire I show you to say, hey, have you been hospitalized? Have you seen the doctor? And all of that is to do a cost-effectiveness study. So we have hospitalization, physician visits, we also look at the productivity. Because one of the benefits of robotic surgery, you can return to work faster than you can get in open surgery. And like, because some of these surgeries are done for young population, productivity is very important, right? So if you don't work, you don't get paid as much. So that's an example of some stuff we do it. So, and since then, it's been published, just recently in May, this journal, says like a panel of experts came together and said, hey, if you want to evaluate this robot, what type of stuff you should think about? Because this is a little bit different from the typical drug or non-drug technology. So all this stuff is like, from an FDA point of view, the assessment of robotic assisted surgery faces several challenges in terms of looking at the value. So now we have some guidelines in terms of, this is a consensus conference, 14 experts say, if you were to do an assessment of this robot, should you take a time horizon of 1 year or should you take 10 years? Let's say you should take 9 years. What should we consider in terms of outcomes? So now there's some guidelines in terms of time. What you should do for this type of technology. Okay, any question on that? I know these robots have been evaluated everywhere. There's so many applications now, so and that's a future. That's the technology is here to stay, right? And what is fun is that in Ontario, they say we shouldn't pay for that, but like so robots, I don't know Shia, they cost $2 million just to buy them. $3 million. Then after $300,000 per year on maintenance, just to maintain CR. Why not the robots? The government do not pay that. It's like private donors. Citizens, it's a money to the hospital, donations, once they raise funds to pay for the robots. So it's kind of funny how the government came with that. It took us 3 or 4 years to change the decision of the government. But just show you the importance, at least in Canada, of thinking from an economic lens when you evaluate the value of the technology. Yes?
Yeah, the problem is not only the cost of the technology or the computer. The problem of these technologies normally are the insumes that you have to buy for each surgery. And these insumes normally can't be reutilized. You have to throw them away. They are patient exclusive. And you have different devices for different surgeries. So just because I bought a robot, I will not perform neurologic surgeries or prostate surgeries with the same program. I have to buy 2 of them. I have to buy 2 different devices. So I think the problem is much bigger than just saying, oh, I don't want to have robotic surgery, because everybody agrees here. Robotic surgery, not enough surgeons to say, yes, I want robotic surgery, but that's the problem.
But yeah, no, it's not just about the construction. You need the surgeons to perform the surgeries, like the maintenance costs. It's kind of expensive to maintain. Sometimes, but one of the benefits, sometimes, again, I'm not a clinician, but some of these robots, you can use them for different types of surgeries, right? So that's part also about this guidelines say, we shouldn't look at that into isolation. We need to see, they use these same robots, that it's micro to do thoracic surgery. In addition to do radical, and when you do an economic evaluation, you have to look at the acquisition cost, also the maintenance cost, the disposables, that's part of the costing, right? How much it costs to implement this intervention? So there's cost to buy the robot, but then after for every surgery, you make for the laser, we use fibers, right? Some patients we measure that, but they show you how many fibers consumable per patient. It was not 1, it was 1.6 on average. No one tell you that, but you have to measure it because, and you can recycle them, right, to your point, right? So it's 1.6 on average, that means it's 2 consumed, right? You recycles and stuff. So that's part of the economic evaluation. There's some upfront costs and some downstream costs. And you have to measure that and to take that into consideration when you look at all the costs. So it's so robot was kind of interesting because for us, I mean, everyone was very surprised and it impacted the hospital a lot because no one wanted to, going from schools, from societies elsewhere to go to Centrals because they don't have robots, so it's not very attractive. And the administration was not very happy. So I have maybe 10 more slides. Then after we're going to have a video and talk about and we'll have some open discussion. So yes, this is the future of hospital-based HTA. When with Maria we put this stuff together, she says, okay, let's do an outline. I said, oh my God, I'm going to talk about something, I don't know too much about the future of hospital-based HTA. So thinking about 10 years down the road, right? I'm an economist and the economists were so good at making predictions. None of them happened. So that's my disclaimer. So first one, I want to acknowledge, I don't know if you know about this book. This book is an author from, not from the medicine program, she's from Ontario, from Western University, Jen Martin, and also Alois Pietro Golan, which is also very influential. So she's published this book in 2016. And the last chapter is about future of HTA. So I took a lot of the ideas and put some of them, but just this is fantastic book if you don't know about it. And again, I'm sent to slide and also references for everyone. So if you want to look, and I may put some textbooks also about economic evaluation, so 2 or 3 textbooks. But this is a fantastic book. They look at all the experience of hospital-based HTA in so many different countries. And at the end, there's a chapter 33, what's important about the future. So, for me, thinking about that, and again, 10 years down the road, I believe the future is bright. And there's a few reasons for that. There's a lot of budgetary constraints. You have a lot of technologies and things in the system. So, you can use maybe hospital-based HTA to rationalize how we're going to make our investments, to identify some technology and provide the best value in a specific context. Because that's what's different about hospital-based HTA. So the local context is very, very important. Because what's happening in the hospital may not be the same in the hospital of Rio or in the middle of Brazil. There's a lot of initiatives through the International Association of HTA. So the European Committee is very active in a bunch of stuff. Rare diseases like hospital-based HTA. There's a lot of collaboration, more and more collaboration now in this space, which is new. 10 years ago, but not so much. I think here we see much more collaboration. Nonetheless, despite all of that, you have a lot of technologies released in Canada as they enter the hospital without any assessment. Still again, some surgeons, for example, you might have a lot of friends as surgeons, but sometimes they go to a conference, they get excited, and they see the value of technology, say, okay, let's buy it, or let's get this technology, and they convince you of the administrator, and they got the technology. So if I'm thinking about some trends, that was some my final slides, so I may go from this to this, sorry about that. But increased collaboration, increased capacity and undertaking, hospital-based HTA, acceptance also by administrator. We will look at frameworks, methods for hospital-based HTA, and maybe thinking also about the life support approach. So we can not only decide to pay for technology, but maybe we can also remove some technology from the system. We should continue to reduce the impact of the system. So an approach as you basis for those I slide from the expertise, they have a version of and final, this is only a upload my final slide. So I will send you the final slide so it'll be clear, so apologies for that. So increased collaboration, I mean, we see that everywhere. Poland, Europe, China, but here, we have a problem of capacity. We don't have any people who can carry this type of assessment. It takes a team to do an HTA report. It's not just one person, you have a team. Economic evaluation, you want a lot of people who know about economic evaluation. Right? So I say here, you have like a big constraint in terms of capacity. At the same time, you have the level of technology, expertise, experience, right? So I say that's going at some point. It's a little bit more complicated because hospital-based HTA is depending on the context, the local context, but maybe we're going to see more and more collaboration, global and national collaboration. Why? Prioritization of the topics. Do we need to have, prices looking at the global and Canada is looking at we've done so many studies the same. We need to duplicate that and we work together, right? So I show you some database from the International Network of HTA agencies. It's fantastic. It tells you Galicia, Spain has done this assessment, Sweden has done this assessment. Wow, we can leverage all of that, right? So I think that's where we should go in terms of prioritization of topic. Maybe sharing our assessment, because there's some lessons learned. It's not, and sometimes some failures, right? It's not just about successes, but we want to share failures also. So I think we're going to see a little bit more of that. At a local level, and I know I'm talking from my experience in Ontario, our center, we have 30 people, we have torn off 5 economies, which share with your expertise with the government and with also institutions. So maybe this is some opportunities to develop local research, right? So in Sao Paulo, maybe, I don't know, or the hospital to work together at some level to develop a common research agenda in terms of what technology, what prioritization. If you think about training people, what can we do? Can we exchange also expertise? And that's what you have, we have a center of excellence. Past, we have a center of excellence for government, because we have the expertise, right? So we can share that and we can support also people with less expertise. That will be a model. Because as I was saying, we're sharing our economic resources with an issue. And also because we need to take in our economies. We have a bunch because we have a program, we have a master and PhD with a specialization in HT. So we train students. And so we're sharing with government. So maybe some more that could be applied to also centers. And I think also countries also like this. So it's not just So also one, it's a future, because you do all these exchanges, and you're going to train more, you're going to see maybe an increased capacity in undertaking hospital-based HTA. What you need to do to create more educational programs, the government, maybe someone comes from Maria, she comes 2 months, learn stuff, come back, share their experience, so we can think about this type of model. So we can think from the medical and graduate programs, the professional, also administrators sometimes, why don't we do secondment between senior administrator, between, here and my master, come for a week, come for 2 weeks, come for 3 weeks to see how it works there. What can you learn? It's good, but it's not good. Some are very nice, some are very not that's not maybe something. Sometimes doing a master PhD takes a long time, you have to be away, it's expensive. But maybe we have some diplomas like master. Diploma is for courses. You can use that for maths. You have a diploma in innovation. You can do workshop. Before COVID, every year we're doing a 3-day workshop. There are 40, 60 people, very hands-on. It's just about economic evaluation. We have people from industry, we have industry, we have patient representatives. So maybe this has to, I think it's going to call, especially now we have some technology to do that remotely. Right? So before we have to move, but now we can do that. And again, like what we talked about specialized training, right? That's for economic evaluation. So I think here again there's a lot of opportunities to share, to develop training programs, educational programs, to increase the capacity in doing HTA in general, but also hospital-based HTA. And we have follow-ups, like now Swiss Congress. When you go to Swiss Congress, I don't know, University last week, right? You see us, but in Canada, Cadres, Canada, we have the conference, but the day before the conference is a bunch of workshops. And the work analysis, economic evaluation. This is a fantastic place to learn something new, right? Sometimes to be an expert, I'm doing, this is my models, I've been doing that for 20 years, but sometimes just to be exposed to something. You don't need to be a specialist, but understand the concept, oh yeah, maybe I should talk to someone. So to know that, this way, what's most effective. You don't need to be an expert, you need to be exposed sometimes to these things. Because if you're going to train more people, if you're going to share more expertise, at the end, you should have, an increased acceptance of hospital-based HTA, right? Because sometimes, I know in Canada, sometimes they should have an hospital-based HTA in our hospital. But, the question is like, how do you do that? So I think how to better an education and demonstrate it's a process to create a culture within the hospital. Education, communication, community to use that. To counter industry. So what I will tell you, some of the trials we run in Ontario, because we have reference-based problem, we have a lot of money to run these trials. So for the laser, for the prostate example, for green light, we have the manufacturer lending us for research the machines. We still have to pay the fibers. The fibers was internal orders per surgery, but the machine was lended by the manufacturer, so we could evaluate the technology. And we had a contract. There's a contract we had between the manufacturers, the government, and us. So it took time to do that, but should engage industry. And I come from industry, right? So industry, because it's bad. I think there's a lot of learning we can take from industry, right? And we should think about our industry. And I not close the industry as a thing, which is great. Which is fantastic, right? But at the same time, that's very important, we still need to maintain independence of justice, right? So I do a lot of work with industry, and sometimes we have my master, but it's right here. I can provide comments, I provide many comments, but I'm doing independence of the letters, I can publish what I want. Now I'm fighting with one device company because they want to control the outcome of the contract of the journal I'm going to publish, so they want to make sure to check stuff. I say, no, I'm a academic institution. We need to be independent. Right? So that's very important. Procurement. So I don't know what's in technology, but it comes a little bit what you were saying before. The traditional model would mean that for technology, send a request for proposal, and you give the contract to company provides the lowest bid, and sometimes a better fit to some of the existing equipment, right? So you need to make sure that the equipment you're going to buy is going to be compatible with your hospitals you have. But maybe we can have an HTA-based, hospital-based HTA from procurement to help you identify the best technology for specific construction. Sometimes it's not the cheapest one, right? Because now a lot of procurement is a big, right? At least in Canada, we go for the cheapest technology in general. And also we need to reevaluate technology as a one side. But in terms of procurement, maybe like procurement, and I don't know how it's done here, but maybe we should be more negative. Frameworks, decision tools, to prioritize, and we talk a lot about this one, or communicate, hospital-based issues. You cannot evaluate concepts, so you need to have some criteria. And I showed you some of them were based on financial threshold, right? So if you think about that, you want to continue to develop these prioritization methods or framework, and if you see more and find a couple of those identities and sizes, send them papers saying, hey, what type of framework should implement as local safety? Environmental scans are very important. So environmental scans means, every 6 months, you're going to see what's happening in the world of robots. Right? So we can anticipate what the technology is going to be available in 6 months, so we can anticipate the needs and we can react. So, couple of steps. So, we're talking this morning about implementation issues. So, I see consistency. But basically, we look at it. That's how we make a prioritization and recommendation. But when we look at the criteria, we want to make sure we're not duplicating the work conducted by user agencies. Right? So now I know if I'm going to evaluate the device, I will connect with you. Hey, I'm going to evaluate, I'm evaluating this device in context. Yes, oh, tell me what you're doing. Because maybe I don't need to replicate the work, right? We want to make sure, so you need really to make a decision about the technology. Then after you need to look at stage of the future, but we have criteria actually to identify which technology should be evaluated. So clinical impact, saying what's measured, we have a one system point, measure improvement in clinical outcome, etc. So this is tools to identify the topic and to prioritize your system. So this one is from CADRS, from a Canadian agency. So I was talking about this one is research from November 1 year old. It's from CADRS. It's an environmental scan about everything robotic surgical system for companies. Right? So say what's the potential benefit, what's the evidence, and all that. And also is to help you identify in advance, what are the technology we're going to see in a couple of years from now. So SaaS again helps you, and if you do that, then working with software agency can split some work on. Okay. What's that number 5? Yes, also I talked about prioritization. Now we need to talk about recommendations, right? So we need also to have clear criteria about how to justify this decision. When I mentioned several times you work operating a very close environment, what's the end user? So the colleagues, right? It's the hospital. So if you say no to the technology, you need to make sure you have a very rational to do that. So having criteria to decide whether or not to fund the technology. I show you the ones they have from Tao, so the technology at Magni. Exactly, that's what they have. They have step 1, step 2, step 3, because it's very clear. So once they say no, it's accepted by all stakeholders, by the surgeon, by the administrator, no one is fighting, no one is upset at you, and you say, you don't pay for it, right? Because that's the child effect that it was. New methods, artificial intelligence is coming. So we see that now for systematic reviews. We have some tools, help you bring the evidence. We have some tools now, they say, so if you run 15 papers, they say, I want the table for table 1's population characteristic, table 2, intervention characteristic. Won't give us like that by hand, we enter that spreadsheet. Now this is a program does that for you. 40 minutes, boom, you have all the tables. You still have to check that, but you save so much time. Machine learning, to deal with some sort of databases, you can adjust. When you have deal with non-randomized studies, you may have some imbalances between patient characteristics. You need to adjust. You need to adjust by regression, but you can only control for what you can see. So sometimes you may have so-called unmeasured confounders. For example, in Ontario, in Canada, you have administrative databases. Just so databases are not meant for research, but every time you go to the hospital, it's just a report going to a database. So we don't have to smoking status. Right? Smoking status is very, very important, right? So now we have this methods to be also, even if you don't have non-observed, cannot control for smoking status because it's not available in the data set. But we have some methods now to deal with unmeasured confounding using this type of machine learning, ASO, and also this type of algorithm, or or sometimes you are taking like instrumental variables to do that. But also from the data, I mean, like, the algorithms are so fast now, they can identify population, anyway. There's a lot of stuff coming is going to help us in terms of in assessment. So a lot of methods here. Mentioned field evaluation, which is a pragmatic trials or programmatics, also kind of correct this model. So you give an opportunity to collect evidence. You mentioned it, no evidence, you cannot find evidence of this technology, and we believe it's good. So maybe if you collaborate between different hospitals, the hospital in Sao Paulo, you recruit 20 patients, you can do your trial in a period of 6 months, and you have research can be applied to different hospitals. So I think that's, this is an area where we're going to see more and more, a lot of new methods to do that. This is modeling. I talked about modeling, but this paper is very recent for 2023. Using modeling for early technology assessment of medical devices. When we don't have a lot of information, I can use modeling, I can use some more sophisticated techniques such as value of information to identify, well, maybe there's a need to collect additional information, and if so, what type of information should I collect? So this is like, that's the title. Decision modeling, so what I showed you, decision tree, Markov model, and maybe additional statistical methods to say, yeah, maybe, we should use that and to help us making decisions to anticipate in advance, which I should pay for the technology. Life cycle approach, I talked about it, a lot of time we doing this assessment to say whether we should pay for it or not. I think there's a big opportunity also to use these methods to get rid of some technologies we have in the hospitals, with the right social system, so that we can make it obsolete. And by doing that, we may make some room for new technologies. And again, we need to have very clear criteria, because it's very difficult to take away an intervention, a drug from the system or a technology. But I think there's a big one to do that. Talk about that. The impact, we need to really continue measuring the impact. I look at the literature. I could find only two studies. To study from McGill, from my great work from 2001, the first 2 years of the creation of the unit, and to study from the Seattle Hospital, showing on over 2 years from 2017 to 2019, they evaluated 11 technology and solutions 5. But I haven't seen a lot of this anymore. So I think that, here, going to see more and more of the studies showing what's the impact of this of the hospital-based issue. Maybe that's why collaboration is kind of nice to take a coordinated approach when we do that. Hey, I don't know if you can get all of that. Maybe, the idea would be, I don't know, the hospital and maybe going to tell you how much was the budget of the hospital going to medical devices? 10%, 20%, less, 1%. But maybe if we can show the value of this hospital-based HTA, maybe we can use a small percentage of the budget going to buy medical devices to fund some hospital-based HTA. Because if you can show that there's a positive return of investment associated with the unit, well, maybe you should get back a share of this positive return of investment. And that would be a way to kind of fund these units. And I think I'm done here for my slides. So I can take some of the questions. Do you want to start? Let's start the video. So I can relax. Some exercise.
I'm the head of the unit of HTA for AI at Atuais, a graduate school of the Catholic University in Rome. But I'm here today because I'm working at the Genetic Teaching Hospital where it was possible for the assessment of pharmaceutical drugs. More than that, I'm here today because I am one of the co-chairs of the interest group on HTA of the International International Association. The other chair is Professor Ida Lipska from the Polish Health Institute, and we both can count on the support of Monica. Inside the interest group, there is a steering committee. Maybe you already know some of these guys. These guys are the founder of the group, Professor Enrico Cicchetti and Dr. Marco Mattetti. Then there is Professor Laura Santiago Colon from Spain, Professor Christian Tindon from Denmark, and Dr. Marina Pompinocci from Switzerland. The goal of the interest group is to promote hospital-based HTA and to support the activities of its members. In 2023, we decided to focus our attention on two big topics as the identification of facilitators and barriers for hospital-based HTA. But more than that, we decided to conduct a worldwide survey on the status of HTA. A previous survey was conducted many years ago in 2008. So it was really necessary to conduct a new survey in order to have a more updated image of the status of HTA at hospital level. We, as interest group, decided to enlarge the aim of the survey in order also to collect evidence on the current potentialities and barriers for HTA and to collect impression on the perception of HTA by the different actors. Therefore, we realized this survey considering three different audiences: the hospital where HTA is performed, the hospital where it is not performed, and the big category of policy makers, where for HTA agency, Ministry of Health, and the academia in the case it doesn't collaborate with the hospital. And we launched this survey in April of this year, and we closed it at the mid of August. During this period of time, we were able to collect 87 responses from 28 countries. Half of them were from hospital policymakers that aren't members of HTA. That there wasn't a good result from our point of view. The majority of the responders came from not-for-profit organizations. Out of 87 responders, 41 were hospitals where HTA was performed, 18 were hospitals where HTA is not currently performed, and 28 were policymakers. The countries that were better represented by responders were Italy, Poland, and Brazil, where we were able to collect 10 responses. Here you can see a very big picture of the status of HTA at hospital level. We collected evidence related to the hospital, related to the external environment, and on the activities that were performed at hospital level. As you can see, hospitals where HTA is performed are quite big, more than 50% of the of them and at least 500 beds. And the HTA, hospital-based HTA units were established in almost 44% of the cases after the 2010. In the majority of the cases, these units operate in countries where there isn't yet a policy dedicated to hospital-based HTA, so its role is not well defined. Anyway, these units are commonly collaborating with external actors as governmental agencies, health policy institutions, and academia. The mission of HTA in the majority of cases is both to reform clinical practice and support decision-making processes. Their organizational model is, at international level, in the 40% of the cases, the one called Integrated Essential HTA unit. That means that these units are small, but they can count on external supporters, allies, that participate in their activities when it's necessary. The technology that they access are mainly medical devices. They access in 82% of the units to respond to the survey. They assess pharmaceutical products in 44% of the cases, but they are starting also to assess digital and technologies. But what's happened in Brazil and Kenya? You can see the number of the responses that we collected, both from hospital where it is performed in Brazil and in Canada. For Brazil, we were able to collect 8 responses from hospital with HTA unit and 2 responses from policy unit. While from Canada, we were able to collect 4 responses from hospital and 1 from policy unit. Are there differences in hospital-based HTA between these two countries? Yes. Let's look to the dimension of the hospital. The hospital where hospital-based HTA is performed are smaller in Brazil, the number of beds, compared to those where HTA is performed in Canada. Then, in Brazil, there is just a national policy for HTA. And no national policy that clearly define the remit of HTA. Quite different is the situation, the legal situation is Canada. 75% of hospitals reported that they can count of a dedicated policy at a local level for HTA. Then, in both countries, the majority of units were established after 2010, as happened at international level, but there is a significant difference in terms of the organizational model. In Brazil, it is the integrated specialized unit, so a small unit, while in fact it's quite common to have stand-alone HTA units. So these units are bigger and a little more formalized or inside the hospital. In our survey, we also investigated in which step of the decision-making process the hospital-based HTA units are involved. We consider the 8 decision-making steps identified by the adopter. The new project that was dedicated on HTA at hospital level. As you can see, an HTA unit will be involved in all the steps. Obviously, that's not happened in all the hospitals. But anyway, the good news is that HTA can participate from the preliminary analysis to the disinvestment decisions. The same happens if we consider the situation in Brazil and Canada. Maybe we may pay attention to two steps. The step 4, where you can see that only in Brazil there is at least one unit that participates to the choice of the procurement procedure. And the same happens for step 5, related to the analysis of the offers that are received. While we look at the step 7 related to the assessment of the investment for a specific technology, you can see that both 2 units in Brazil and 2 units in Canada participated with that decision-making steps. Then, it's very nice to know what these units do. But it's also important to understand if this has a real impact on the final decisions. This is the reason why we asked Saudi participants to give their opinion on the impact of their recommendation on the final decision at hospital level. And here you can see the result at the international level. And any of you is free to interpret in its own way these results. Because, at least from my point of view, it's a good news that in the 45% of the cases that impact is zero. But when we present this data in Adelaide to the annual meeting, many people respond, oh, we are worried because only 33% of the cases the impact is high. And here you can see within the perceived impact in Brazil and Canada. I would say that the situation is better in Canada, where in the 67% of the cases the impact of the activity of HPHPA is perceived as high. Why the situation is more fragmented in Brazil. We asked to our participants also to identify the barriers that they encounter in their activity. At international level, the most important perceived barrier is that the role and the importance of hospital-based HTA is not fully perceived. Then there is also a lack of hospital quality. This policy is relevant because it could allow a better integration of HTA in the decision-making processes. Then it is of medium importance the lack of budget, but while are less important the barriers as the lack of human resources and the difficulties in finding relevant competencies. And here is how these barriers are perceived in Brazil and Canada. In Canada, the most important barrier is the fact that HTA is not completely perceived. While in Brazil, the most important barrier is represented by the sorry, can you see? Is the lack of integration, the clear integration of HTA in the decision-making processes. So, at the end, we are, as a HTA group, aware that our summit will be not fully represented. Anyway, it is the only worldwide summit conducted in the recent years and specifically dedicated to hospital-based HTA. Then today I showed you the results that we collected only from participants that are working in the HTA unit, but we collect and that's also by other stakeholders. orders. And our salary, I hope, demonstrator also this slide its ability to identify the main factor that impact on hospital-based HTA. And thanks for your attention, and now it's your turn to discuss our results. Thanks and stay in touch. I'm the head of the unit of HTA for AI at Atuais, a graduate school.
What do you think, guys? So,
o que eu estava discutindo com a Carol é o seguinte, ó, nós somos 109 hoje, 110 hoje, éramos 109, mas já faz, desde antes da pandemia, que a gente tem mais de 100 hospitais do Brasil. E vocês viram ali os resultados de um survey muito enviesado, que teve as considerações de que o país tinha 8 hospitais apenas com HBA, hospital-based, que responderam, né? E desses 8, era de entre 100 e 500 leitos. E assim, tem pelo menos, nas minhas contas dentro da rede brasileira de ATS, que todos são, todos não, 84%, né? São hospitais de ensino, né? E a maioria tem mais de 500 leitos, portanto não foram nem entrevistados, tá? E a gente tem vários deles, como Pernambuco, Salvador, tudo tem quase 1000 leitos. Aí compara com os do Canadá e provavelmente isso é que eles foram de atrás e ficaram sabendo que pegaram só os do Quebec, que são os maiores e estão envolvidos mandatoriamente com a base hospitalar para as avaliações, que é o sistema que é o mais velho do Canadá, né, do qual eu fui a primeira empregada, e desde então os colaboradores estão obrigados por lei a participar da rede. Eles não só recebem treinamento, como eles têm que devolver, assim como a gente faz os PTCs para a Contexto, eles também têm obrigação. Um trem de 2 mãos. E funciona bem. Eu estive em maio no Ines e funciona bem, tá andando direitinho. Os grandes centros treinam os menores. Chefe Grupo tem destaque, tem outros que têm destaque aqui em Montreal, e essa rede que falou para a gente, do Royal Peak, e de todos os hospitais hoje da Rio, ela começou como primeira unidade, né? E ali a gente trabalhou os dados de base lá dos anos 80 e 90, gente, tá? Então isso aí tem décadas de evolução. Nesse aspecto, a gente pode dizer que a ATS no Brasil é adolescente, mas assim, já está com 20 anos, né? Já é jovem adulto. E a gente tem muito mais do que isso que foi mostrado pela Rosela. Mas papel aceita qualquer coisa, é isso que eu vou discutir.
A Rosela, quando ela mandou esse vídeo, antes ela tinha tentado, por vezes a gente compartilhou o link no WhatsApp da Regrates, pedindo para que mais pessoas respondessem, porque ela estava tendo dificuldade de acessar os hospitais no Brasil. Então a gente compartilhou lá no WhatsApp da Regates, quando a gente responde. Então não teve esse retorno, né? Então não é que eles não conseguiram, eles fizeram um grande movimento, mas eles tiveram bastante dificuldade.
Complementando, então, a gente tem a Rede Brasileira de Avaliação de Tecnologias em Saúde, e que tem hoje 110 núcleos de avaliação de tecnologia em saúde, e desses, 51 são em hospitais e 28 é da rede EBSER. Então, talvez, esse com certeza não são representativos, mas eu também não sei, fico pensando se mesmo que eles estejam no ambiente hospitalar, se eles se reconhecem como uma unidade que presta serviços para o hospital. Eu acho que essa é uma grande barreira também. Muitas vezes eles prestam serviço para a Politec, mas não para a decisão local. Então pode ser mais um risco.
So I cannot talk about vaccine, but when you really actually use research, because people is so transformed. Research from Canada is experience. And they for science, because by law, goes up towards the academic hospital. And I don't think so, because a lot of hospitals, I'm calling we are talking hospital. We don't have hospital medicine. So I really don't see so much. You have to be careful. We could do this on Canada, because the Quebec situation is not Quebec first is different. It's different from the rest of Canada, but this is not totally reflective of what's happening in Canada. So this is Quebec, and as you say, I know the academic hospital would have an hospital-based. Because first when you send this research, say, oh, West Hospital, I was very surprised at this research, because 67% of responders say yes, so decisions are endorsed, and it's not what happened. So I don't know about vaccine, but you have to be. So that's the thing when you look at the totality of the evidence, you have some good, signals and identify scars, things to say, right? And I can't wait to see some results that we would be able to make soon as these results. Like also results of social.
Só complemento, essa mesma apresentação está sendo feita não do Brasil e Canadá, né? Mas está sendo feita na Itália também para mostrar os dados da Itália comparando, né? Então até ela disse, olha, eu gostaria de ter o feedback do que o Brasil, né, do que foi discutido aqui com o professor Jean e o que a gente pensou, porque isso ainda não foi assim, compartilhado mundialmente, vai ser agora no HTAI que vem com todos os países fazendo essa comparação. Então é um desafio para eles também. Né?
Então o feedback é compartilha de novo o link, porque eu nem vi. Eu fui, certo que eu estive na Europa em Atuais, nós estávamos aqui, mas eu acho que a gente, a partir da
grátis, pode refazer isso e dar realmente um dado representativo, porque aí é qualquer coisa.
I see that it's also one of those things that candidate contexts says that we also go out of 6 or 7 movies and explains that because Saint Joseph by work means it's not tolerant, it's not that. So this is just hospital from Quebec.
Saint Joseph is in Ontario.
Yes.
And you are the public hospital for Mass University. So you are university hospital. Do you work for your hospital?
No, that's what I say. In Canada, we have a very good relationship with the lecturer, very good process for the hospital side. We try to bring in the hospital, we even at the conference and say, make a decision based on the information, and now we're going to show you the information, evidence-based information is changing the decision. We did change the decision. But we don't have now do a lot of work. So it's very informed. I work with a lot of friends, surgeons, and new tools that I actually go over and learn from that. But it's not a systematic way, it's not integrated with hospital, right? So it's very active, right? So it's not structure, coordinated. So for me, I think it's important to say, okay, that this is 3 months from today, because that's not what's happening in Israel. And for us, yes, and so she has that at the end, representativity also said, but maybe it's a great opportunity for you guys to do a survey to see what's going on, and you have to say, because in Canada people are quite polite. I don't know in Brazil, so I say yes, everything is great, not here. So I don't know. Here in France, you do so, everyone complains. We like to complain in France, so. I think maybe it's a great opportunity, right? Because especially since results are estimated in the context of sales. 8 from Brazil out of 50 hospital-based HGs, so what's the representativity? And she mentioned it's a survey, but sometimes, it would be interesting to see what type of limitations is included and what's the context. So it's just a short presentation.
Because I think it is important for them to prepare the pre-congress training sessions also. We do the same structure for Australia, for instance. We meet early this year exactly for building classes for a workshop. Pre-congress. So it is. We met there.
So I don't know anyone of any comments on anything surprising you? So forget about Canada, Brazil, but anything surprise you on she presented results from all respondents? Anything surprising? I was surprised to see that that's why a lot of the list of priorities is saying like capacity was not a big issue. And everything I've read, capacity is a big issue. So I think that's interesting. We got like some barriers, capacity, and was very fast. I think it was very low. Everything I read, capacity is a big issue. That was very nice. You should say thank you to Mozilla to share that for us and make some companies. That's also for the discussion. Okay, so I don't know what time is it, but it's time for exercise, so it's time to go. Oh, you're ready? Do not hesitate to Of course.